Deku was swallowed by a ghostly dark void. He found himself with new abilities and new people, and chances of a harem! This is what if Deku was Danny Phantom. Not just his personality but abilities too. So stick to the end, and if you like this idea, and you want more videos like this, you can suggest me in the comments section, and leave a like, share, and subscribe. You can support me on Patreon named Lustyfolklore. Link in description. Now jump right into the video.
Cowards brave and brave men careful. Izuku Midoriya learned it makes ghosts louder. The first blast sliced neon into ribbons. Deku skidded across cracked asphalt, boots grinding against a crosswalk he didn't remember stepping on. The villain's laugh echoed down the empty avenue, reedy, metallic, like wine through an organ pipe. A billboard above them stuttered between a soda ad and static, its light smearing rain across Deku's maskless face. "Stay with me," he breathed, flexing his fingers. Green lines of ecto energy hummed beneath his skin. He didn't question how natural it felt anymore, how right, like he'd always had a second pulse waiting to be noticed. Across the street, the ghost quirk user hovered a meter above ground, wrapped in a tattered cloak that didn't move with the air. His eyes were pupil-less negatives. Whenever the breeze shifted, fragments of him pixelated and reassembled. "Night is mine," the villain crooned. "And the void is a door. Let's open it together." Izuku's breath fogged, then iced ping, and his ghost sense chilled the back of his throat. "Okay," he muttered. "That's new levels of nope." He took off. Flight wasn't a jump and hover anymore. It was a thought. He curved around a lamppost, braked midair, and flicked his palm. A focused stream of ecto energy snapped from his hand, clean, concentrated ghost ray. The beam struck the villain's shoulder and tore vapor away like paper from flame. The cloak stitched itself back together. "I've seen quirk constructs," Deku said, letting his voice carry calm, hero-like. "But whatever you're using isn't a quirk alone. Who are you?" The floating figure tilted its head. "Names are anchors. I unmoored mine." He extended a hand. Space behind him folded like cloth dragged into a knot. A cuboid shadow, darker than night, locked into place, edges too straight, interior too deep. "You can call me Null Tide." Izuku didn't like the word tide there. Tides rose. Tides pulled. Null Tide gestured, and the cuboid shadow lurched forward, a sliding monolith. Izuku phased on instinct, intangibility letting the world pass through him. Concrete felt like cold rain inside a dream. The void block drifted through a parked car. The vehicle didn't rattle, it stopped existing for a fraction of a second and then remembered itself. Not a good sign. Deku blinked back solid and shot higher, using the billboard as cover. He spread his hands and conjured a translucent dome force field, the kind he could only hold for seconds without sweating. The void block slammed into the shield. His arms shook, and for half a heartbeat he saw something inside the cube, stars like nail holes, a horizon that curled the wrong way. "People say heroes are lanterns," Nulltide said, voice in two places at once. "Let's see how bright you are when the night is hungry." He sent 3 blocks at once. "Fine." Izuku layered abilities. Float, phase, shield, shoot. He slid through the first block, angled the second away with a burst from his right palm, then met the third with a clenched jaw and a roar. Ecto energy surged, greener and colder than before, a thin frill of frost at its edge. The block cracked and flinched aside, smearing darkness across the road like spilled oil. "You're stronger in the dark," Deku said, chest heaving. "I am the dark when it remembers it used to be deeper. Then let's turn on the lights." He vanished. Invisibility fell over him like a good hoodie. Familiar, comforting. Izuku cut power to his flight and let gravity drop him behind Null Tide. Before he hit the ground, he phased through it, slid under the asphalt, then popped up through a storm grate behind the villain, overshadowing primed in his fingertips like a word on the tip of his tongue. He hesitated. Overshadowing possession was a tool, not a toy. A hero's code meant asking himself, can I do the right thing the right way? The answer tonight had to be yes. "I'm sorry," he whispered, and reached. His ecto self drifted like mist through Null Tide's back. For a second, everything was white noise and static. Then he was inside a room of mirrors where none of the reflections were his. He felt a throat that wasn't built for air, a heartbeat that didn't tick in time, and beneath it all, a quirk signature gone sour, twisted like a bolt forced into the wrong thread. Memories flickered. Laboratory glass, a portal ring spitting green lightning, a hand pressing a red button with shaking fingers. A name badge. Kenji Koroi. "Let out the void," whispered in multiple voices. Izuku pushed. "Kenji, if you're still there, let me help you." The mirrors showed a young engineer with hopeful eyes, then shattered as Null Tide shrieked. Pain like winter lightning slammed into Izuku's consciousness and threw him out. He stumbled, corporeal again, ears ringing. "Fine. Talk later. Save now." He doubled his image duplication a second, Deku peeling away with a wet pop of ecto light. The clone swooped to herd bystanders down an alley and threw up a thinner shield over a bus stop. The original Deku juked left, drawing fire. Null Tide extended both hands. The knight compacted into 6 more blocks that slid at different angles like a puzzle he'd already solved. Deku anticipated the pattern a breath late. One block clipped his calf and numbed it. Another grazed his shoulder. The last 3 converged like jaws. Izuku inhaled. The sound began as a tremor in his sternum, a bass note he could feel in his teeth. He didn't like using this power. It was too much like tearing open a door and yelling into the ocean. But buildings were empty on this block and the clone had people covered. He let it out. Ghostly wail. It wasn't a scream. It was a storm escaping through a man. The air turned visible. The void blocks cracked like slate in a kiln. Glass trembled in windows down the street. Izuku cut it off fast 1 second, maybe 2 before it shook him hollow. Silence crashed after it. His lungs burned cold. Null Tide reeled but didn't fall. Night pooled around him, denser, as if the whale had punched through the topsoil and hit bedrock. He lifted a hand and pinched 2 fingers together. Between them, a new block formed smaller, tighter, edges humming. "Lantern," he said gently, almost fond. "You'll burn out." He flicked his fingers. The block didn't fly toward Deku. It flicked into existence around him, no travel, no warning, just there, a perfect cube of null space with him inside. Instinct said phase, but there was nothing to phase into. Instinct said shield, but the block wasn't pushing, it was erasing every place to put a shield. His breath fogged ping, and that cold pinging wasn't just the ghost sense. It was the temperature inside the cube plummeting toward nowhere. "Don't!" his clone shouted, voice muffled through the glassy wall of not night. The double slammed a shield against the cube and only managed to halo it in green. Izuku pressed both hands to the inside. The surface didn't feel like anything. It felt like forgetting what feeling meant. Okay. Think. Not muscle. Not speed. Structure. He closed his eyes and mapped himself bones, sinew, ectoplasm like a second circulatory system, heart and core together, then expanded that map outward in a bubble of identity. A hero, a son, a student, a lantern, a phantom. He wasn't nothing inside nothing. He was someone. A hairline crack skittered across the inside of the cube. Null Tide frowned. Interesting. Izuku pushed harder. The crack became 3. They spidered toward corners. The cube hummed, compressed, tried to smooth out his edges and turn him into a math error. He grit his teeth and whispered, "I am Izuku Midoriya. I save people. I shine." The block shattered. He tumbled out, grabbed his clone's shoulder mid-fall, and recombined energy, fusing back with a snap that made streetlights blink. They stabilized just above the asphalt, hovering 2 meters up. "If you're Kenji Koroi," Deku called down, voice rough, "you made a mistake and it hurt you. I've been there. But you don't fix it by dragging everyone into your void." Null Tide spread his arms. The cloak widened, and for a second Izuku saw a starless shore stretching into forever. "You speak as if void is a villain and not a home." "It can be a home," Izuku said softly, surprising himself. "But homes have doors. You keep trying to slam one on the world." Null Tide tilted his head again, as if the angle might let him see Izuku from a universe where their conversation ended differently. "The world slammed the first door," he murmured. "I am just closing the others." He clasped his hands. The final block didn't form in the air. It formed in him, a cube of emptiness that replaced his heart and then grew outward, swallowing the cloak, the negative eyes, the broken lab badge swinging on a chain. He folded into geometry and became a moving absence, a block that lit its edges by erasing what they touched. It surged. Deku tried to phase and kept phasing, but the cube had learned him. Flight sputtered. Force field sparked. The block caught him this time like a box trap sliding down on a mouse. He saw the street shrink in the aperture, the skyline tilt, a billboard become a slit of buzzing color. His skin prickled like a limb falling asleep, even his fear went numb, and that terrified him most. "Hey," he heard a voice say brightly, not from outside, but from very far away inside. "You want to know the most annoying thing about doors?" The woman stepped into the cube without opening it. She was tall and regal, with green skin that glowed like jade under moonlight and black hair that moved as if underwater. Gold jewelry framed her wrists, throat, and waist, and her eyes weren't cruel, not right now, but they were ancient, the kind that had seen empires fall, and called it a Tuesday. "Someone is always wishing the wrong one closed," she finished, smiling. Izuku's ghost sense pinged so hard he tasted mint. "You're a ghost? Spirit? Jinn?" She examined a nail. "Desiree, darling. Patron of poorly phrased prayers." Her gaze flicked past him, through the wall, to the block beyond. MMM. A child of machines who wished to be more than himself. And accidentally became less. "You can get in here?" Izuku asked, voice hoarse. She winked. "I can get into any place a wish belongs. And he is making a very loud one." The cube wobbled around them, offended by her existence. Desiree ignored it with the ease of a cat ignoring a locked door. I don't make wishes, Izuku said quickly. They backfire. Consent issues, unintended consequences. I'm trying to be careful. Be still, my unbeating heart, Desiree purred. A boy who reads the instructions. Outside, Nulltide's block rotated, angling toward the sky. Izuku felt altitude in his bones, even though the cube was a closed system. They were moving. Can you help me help him? Izuku asked. Desiree studied him with interest. Most mortals say, grant me power, and then point at someone they dislike. You say, help me help him. She drifted closer, the temperature rising a degree. What would you wish, if you did wish, oh lantern? He swallowed. A door that doesn't hurt anyone to open. Desiree's lips curved. Ugh. That's adorable and infuriating. She touched his shoulder, and warmth flowed into his frozen muscles. Very well. No wish. A bargain. What kind? You saved a bus stop full of people without asking for applause. She gestured at his hands. And you held a scream that could have broken buildings to a single second. You are careful. I like careful. Her eyes gleamed. I help you now. In return, when you have a safer door, you will let me see what's on the other side. Izuku blinked. That's it. For now. Her smile flashed, sharp and delighted. Besides, someone has to keep you from freezing to pieces. Freezing? She snapped her fingers. The cube's non-existent air crackled. Lines of hoarfrost skated across the inner walls. The temperature dropped again, but this time it didn't feel like erasure. It felt like shape. Null space is subtraction, Desiree said. But even subtraction has rules. Cold is order. Give it a center, and you make a frame. Push there. He pressed both palms to the wall again. I don't have real-ice powers, His breath fogged ping, and this time the cold in his throat answered something far away and very old. A white tundra under green sky, towers of ice humming with music, a patient voice like fur and thunder, frostbite, not a memory he'd lived, but a path his powers already knew. Center, Desiree murmured. Then crack. Izuku's palms blazed green-white. A circle of frost expanded, fractal sharp, and the wall sang a strained glassy note. He pressed harder. The frost deepened into patterns that looked like snowflakes drawn by an engineer with too much time. Good lantern, Desiree said, pleased. Again. He pushed crack and the cube stuttered, its edges more blurring. Outside, Nulltide winced. The block faltered, then stabilized. He learns, Nulltide said softly. So do we. 4 more cubes budded off the original like spores. Desiree's brows arched. He is multiplying. So can I, Izuku said, gritting his teeth. He split duplication, and his double slammed its hands against an adjacent wall on the same rhythm. The cube didn't allow 2 centers easily. The strain squealed through his bones, but the frost patterns triangulated and carried force. Once more, Desiree whispered. He did. The wall shattered inward. The block convulsed. Izuku and Desiree tumbled out into cold, fast air. The city was far below a grid of lights and slick black streets, and above them the night yawned like an open mouth. The 4 spawned cubes spun to intercept, edges shrilling. Desiree flicked her fingers, and golden bangles chimed. Allow me. She didn't throw fire or ice. She threw language. May this prison be what it already is, she said mildly, voice rippling with old grammar. A box with no place for a beating heart. The cubes stuttered. Izuku saw their insides for a breath. A still photograph of a much smaller space. He rammed his shoulder into the nearest one. It cracked into 1,000 neat squares and fell like glitter that never landed. Nulltide hovered at their center, backlit by nothing. He watched Desiree with an expression Izuku couldn't place. Awe. Envy. Jin, he said. Grant me oblivion. She sighed. You are trying to say the quiet part out loud. She looked at Izuku. He thinks mercy is silence. Enji, Izuku called, putting warmth into his voice despite the wind. You built something that touched the ghost zone, didn't you? You saw the worst first. You didn't see. He glanced at Desiree, who tilted her head as if lending him a word. People who live there. People who can choose better. Nulltide didn't answer. The cloak flared. The last, largest block ballooned around all 3 of them. Izuku inhaled and stopped. Air didn't work here. Sound barely did. The light of the city compressed to a postcard in the distance. Lantern, Desiree said softly, right by his ear. Do something reckless and kind. He nodded. He reached for overshadowing again, but not at Nulltide. At Desiree. Her eyes widened a fraction. Bold. Aro, he said in apology. She didn't pull away. Izuku let his ectoform slip forward, a green film of self overlaying her like aurora over midnight. He didn't try to control her. He tried to listen to the way her power recognized rules, to the way wishes were corners mortals cut into reality. The cube wasn't a room. It was a sentence with a period in the wrong place. Izuku breathed out a phrase he didn't know the first word of until he spoke it. Let this door be ajar. The cube paused, as if the idea offended it on a molecular level, and then there a seam, hairline and opinionated, appeared along one edge. "You thief," Desiree whispered, delighted. "Keep going." He put both hands to the seam and poured in every careful thing he was. Not brute force. Not volume. Intent. A paramedic's gentleness. A class rep's fairness. A son's stubborn hope. A hero's promise. The seam opened like an eyelid remembering light. Air roared in. Sound tumbled after it. The block buckled, edges stuttering as reality reasserted its right to have texture. They fell together into night. Null tide chased, cloak streaming like ink. Izuku snapped a force field into being around a rooftop terrace. The trio landed in a green bubble that flexed and held. Wind thumped across it, shedding rain in sheets. Desiree floated inside like a candle flame behind glass. Null tide slowed, hovering a body length away. Rain didn't touch him. It decided he was further away than he looked and fell around the space he borrowed. "You are a door," he told Izuku. "How inconvenient." "You're a person," Izuku said back. "How wonderful." For the first time, the void figure flinched like a person hearing his name in a crowd. Desiree's voice gentled. "Kenji Koroi," she said, tasting the name like a vintage she'd almost forgotten. "You wished no more pain. The wording is lazy. The heart is honest. You poor thing." Null Tide's shoulders sagged. The cloak tightened. "I didn't mean to break the world. Only to stop it from breaking me." "It doesn't have to be either," Izuku said. "There's a third option. Together. We can." The rooftop door burst open. A night security guard leaned out, wide-eyed, phone in hand. Are you the ghost boy from the boards?" "The Phantom." Izuku blinked. The word felt like a coat that fit. He nodded once, keeping the bubble between the guard and the void. "Please go inside, sir. I'll keep you safe." The guard glanced at Desiree, did a double take, then decided he didn't get paid enough and ducked back indoors. Null Tide looked between Izuku and the door, then down at his hands. The edges of his cube power wavered. "I do not know how to step back." "I didn't either," Izuku said. "Someone taught me. I can introduce you to someone who knows winter and healing better than anyone." The memory of frostbite pulsed again, friendly and immense. "He helped me. He can help you." Null Tide was silent long enough that Rain learned a new rhythm on the shield. Then he nodded, once, tiny. "I am afraid." "Me too," Izuku admitted. "But we can be brave at the same time." Desiree's smile softened in a way that made centuries look kind. "I expect to thank you," she said lightly, "because lightness helps heavy things move. And a door. Don't forget the door." Izuku laughed short, shaky, real. "I won't." Sirens yelped several blocks over. News drones buzzed in the distance. The city was waking to a new rumor. The Phantom. Izuku's ghost sense pinged, cool and alert. Not a threat this time. A promise. He dropped the shield. Rain touched his skin like punctuation after a long sentence. "Kenji," he said. "Let's get you somewhere safe." Null Tide looked at the edge of the roof, at the night, and then at Izuku like a man who'd been holding his breath for a year. "Okay." Izuku lifted a hand. Desiree slid closer, gold flashing. "Allow me," she said, and traced a curve in the air. The rain bent along it, revealing a seam like the one in the cube, only warm, humming, and kind. On the other side. A field of snow, pillars of ice, a massive silhouette turning toward them with a smile in his voice. "Welcome," a voice boomed, pleased and paternal. "To the far frozen." Null Tide flinched, then steadied. "A door," he said. "A better one," Izuku answered. They stepped through together. Behind them, the seam closed with a sound like a bell. The rooftop was just a rooftop again, except for a faint green shimmer and a single stray bangle Desiree had definitely left on purpose. Izuku picked it up. The metal was warm. "See you soon," he told the night, and the night somehow sounded like it agreed. The portal closed behind them with a soft crystalline chime like icicles tapping a windowglass, and the far frozen opened in every direction. Snowfields under a jade-green aurora, palaces and bridges grown from living eyes, and a horizon that looked like it had been polished by centuries of gentle winter. The air didn't bite. It steadied. Cold here wasn't punishment. It was a promise that things could keep their shape. "Welcome again, young Phantom," boomed a voice like fur-lined thunder. Frostbite towered over Izuku with a healer's calm and a warrior's scars. The Yeti's eyes warmed as they moved to Desiree, floating a touch behind Izuku like a candle flame in deep water. "And welcome, honored Jin. Your kind seldom visits with consent." Desiree's gold bangles rang a little laugh. "I am on my best behavior," she said, and looked at Izuku. "He brings out the worst and the best in rules." Izuku wanted to protest that he didn't bring anything out, that he was just desperately improvising. Instead he exhaled and saw the breath plume and curl ping cold in his throat, bright on his tongue, the ghost sense singing clear instead of panicked. He covered it with a gloved fist, reflex more than embarrassment. Frostbite noticed anyway. Good, he rumbled. It listens to you. That is the first habit you will learn. Habit? Izuku echoed. The cold breath is not alarm alone. Frostbite spread a paw toward the glittering city where ice towers chimed in the breeze. It is an instrument. You must practice until it gives you more than fear. Ranges. Shapes. Names. He held out a palm. A thin halo of frost formed, spiraling like a snowflake being sketched in the air. In your world, power is often muscle numbers, percentages, amps. Here, power is story. Hauntings. Impressions. The cold tells you what kind of story is near. Izuku stepped closer, curiosity beating back the leftover adrenaline. You mean? The ghost sense can identify the kind of ghost. More, Frostbite said. It can identify the kind of unfinished thing shaping a ghost. Desiree drifted beside him, eyes amused. He is telling you that this world runs on narratives the way yours runs on quirks. Izuku tilted his head. Quirks are biology, mutation, sometimes training, often luck. But hauntings, you're saying there? Patterns. Patterns and promises, Frostbite agreed. A train conductor who died at the platform returns when timetables are broken. A gardener becomes wind when a park is paved. A child's fear of thunder grows a shadow that rattles windows until someone keeps the promise they were made. I'll be there when it storms. The word sank in with the easy, awful sense that he'd been trying to fight the ocean with a baseball bat. His world measured power with scanners and sparring tests. This one measured power with grief and ritual, with guilty secrets and the way a town remembered itself. So if I want to fight right, Izuku said slowly, I have to read first. Habit 2, Frostbite said, pleased. You learn quickly. He gestured, and the snow at their feet rose and reshaped itself into low, smooth pillars, practice dummies that grew frost scars and gleamed like glass. We train. Not for strength alone. For precision. For rescue. The next hours or minutes. The zone didn't keep time, precisely poured into muscle and breath, and the kind of focus that made Izuku forget he'd been scared. Frostbite set tasks like quiet puzzles. Task. Cold breath scales, breathe until the ghost sense pings for presence, then for distance. Izuku learned that a short, sharp ping meant a fast-moving specter. A slow, deep fog pointed at an old, rooted haunt. He learned that a thin frost on his tongue meant echoes only, and a grainy cold meant something was building, a haunt in progress, a story warming up. He taught himself to hear which direction the cold leaned, how it tightened when he faced north, how it softened when he turned left. It wasn't a compass. It was a dog's nose, a violinist's ear, a librarian's catalog. Task. Phasing etiquette. Frostbite made him phase, hold, and unphase through differently shaped ice walls, while a delicate ceramic wind chime tinkled on the far side. If it rang, he'd pushed too much air. If it cracked, he'd carried heat. If it stayed silent, he'd passed like a polite ghost through a crowded room. Izuku failed a dozen times, eyes watering as cold vapor tickled. Then he began to feel how to ask a wall to let him through, instead of telling it to. Task. Rescue. Phasing. Frostbite set a block of ice around a flame and told Izuku to free it without letting the flame touch cold air. He had to phase his hands in and cup the heat with ecto-energy, making a force field cradle, then carry it out. His first field shattered. His second sputtered. His third held steady, a little green bowl of fire. He grinned like a kid who'd caught a firefly. Task. Controlled whale. They carved a canyon in the snow and stacked columns of ice at uneven distances. Do not shout the mountain down, Frostbite said. Sing a snowflake loose. Izuku inhaled and let out a ghostly wail so thin it was more like a hum. One fragile icicle, just one, trembled and fell with a tink. He wanted to jump and cheer. He didn't. He did it again. Desiree watched, not bored, not hungry, but interested, her ancient gaze tracking the way he chose the smallest good each time he could have taken the biggest win. When he paused to stretch his palms and shake out ache, she slid closer until her voice was a warmth on his ear. You're changing habits, she said. A hero used to big swings, learning small ones. I don't think I've had big swings, really, Izuku said, then snorted at himself. Okay. I did scream reality into a different arrangement 5 hours ago. But yeah. Where I'm from, you measure by impact. Here, impact is a side effect. Finish is the goal. Desiree's smile sharpened with approval. And a wish is a sentence. Punctuation matters. Speaking of. Izuku glanced at where Null-Tide Kenji sat nearby with two far-frozen medics. They'd wrapped his limbs in insulating bands that hummed. His cloak hung quiet, more fabric than void. He looked smaller without the hunger of the cube. Will he be okay? Izuku asked softly. Frostbite turned, hearing the question even if Izuku whispered it. He is injured in the part of himself that decided to stop deciding. It heals slower than flesh. But he has already chosen once today to listen. That is the only medicine we cannot brew. Kenji lifted his head. I can hear you. But Izuku said, not flustered. Then hear this, too. I'm not going to force you to be anything. But I'd like you to meet people who will not treat your fear like a villain. Enji's smile was brittle and real. Like you. I'm cheating. I had tutors dropped on me by fate. Izuku gestured at Frostbite with his thumb and at Desiree with his chin. They're very convincing. Desiree preened. Finally, a boy with taste. They left Kenji to rest and returned to drills until Izuku's force fields lingered longer without fraying, and his cold breath could pick a direction like a trained bird dog. He didn't need to be stronger to go back to the city. He needed to be readier. He was. It was night again when he returned, though in his own, night was a mood and a color, not a number, and the rooftops of the city gleamed after rain. Desiree slipped through the seam with him, bangles chiming, eyes half-lidded as she tasted the air like a critic tasting soup. Let's see what your new instrument says, she murmured. Izuku breathed in and let the cold ping without panic. Thin frost. Soft drift. Not a rage haunt, not a violence loop. A caretaker pattern. He turned in a slow circle. The cold drew him east, down 3 blocks to where a hospital rose, its windows banded with late shift glow. Caretaker, he said, surprised at his own certainty. Desiree nodded. Hunger leaves edges. Grief leaves weight. Care leaves shape. Her smile tilted. You are a very shaped boy. Thanks. I think. He flushed and accelerated, a barely there blur over the intersection. Sirens wailed somewhere else. He dipped, invisible, intangible, a friendly ghost with good manners. St. Damian's wasn't big enough to be busy and wasn't poor enough to be quiet. The automatic doors kept stuttering, closing a second too early, then letting someone through in a hiccup. Fluorescent lights buzzed in a rhythm that would drive anyone with a migraine into the sun. Izuku hovered at ceiling height and breathed again. Closer. Warmer. The cold faded not because there wasn't a ghost, but because he was facing away. He turned toward pediatrics. The ghost appeared the way a smell appears in an old house. Not there and then everywhere, familiar without permission. She wore a starched white uniform with a collar that had left the world 30 years ago, her hair in a bun that looked like a tradition. Her hands were strong and empty, and every time a child cried, she flinched like she knew whose fault it was. A nurse passed through her with a trolley and shivered. Gah. Draft. The ghost flinched harder. Izuku didn't drop into the hallway. He phased into the wall politely and looked from the corner of a picture frame. The ghost stood guard outside a room with paper fish taped to the glass. Inside, a little boy with a splinted leg snored through his mouth, his stuffed elephant tucked under his arm. You don't mean to scare anyone, Izuku said quietly. You're trying to keep the doors closed. The ghost looked up. Her eyes were not negative space like null tides. They were human eyes with too much history in them. She took him in the green lines in his skin, the way he hovered without casting a shadow, and her face set into the look of a professional making an assessment she didn't want to share. You, at least, know you are not a draft, she said crisply. Izuku dipped his head. Izuku Midoriya, he said, then, on impulse, Phantom. Matron Bell, she said, with a touch of humor like old glass. At least it is what I became when I stopped going home. The paper fish rustled on the tape. A child down the hall sniffled and rolled over. Matron Bell's gaze flicked to the door hinges as if she could hold them shut by will alone. What's wrong? Izuku asked. Habit 2. Read first. Matron Bell's lips tightened. People do not ask questions about hauntings until a television breaks. But a house with a draft knows a thing before curtains move. This place has a draft. Something coming in or something leaking out? Izuku asked. She tilted her chin, assessing again. You were taught well today. I had the best. He kept his voice soft. Tell me. Matron Bell looked past him, into the glass. They built a new wing too quickly, she said. They did not bless the lintels, did not set the floors properly, did not listen to the old man who remembers where the river used to run. There is a seam under the east staircase where patients leave bits of story behind. The place is trying to heal itself by keeping everyone in. Her smile went thin and fierce. I won't allow it. Doors closing too early. Lights buzzing too long. Elevators stopping at floors no one pressed. The hospital was behaving like a child holding its breath in a thunderstorm. That explains the doors, Izuku murmured. You're bracing them. I am keeping promises for mothers who were told someone would be next to their child, Matron Bell said. And because I am loud when I care, people think I frighten them. Izuku's chest ached with something that had nothing to do with cold. May I help you keep them quieter? Matron Bell looked at him, really looked, and her expression shed 40 years and 3/2 of a heartbreak. Yes, she said. Please. They went together, Deku a whisper at the ceiling, Bell a firmness at his shoulder down the east stairwell. Desiree drifted along, invisible, except for the way floor tiles were suddenly more interesting. Izuku let the ghost sense guide him to a scuffed patch of linoleum where the light never quite reached the corner. He phased his hand down and felt the seam like a paper cut. Thin, hiding, mean. Consent. he asked. Hunch it, Matron Bell said. Okay, he laughed, but carefully. He pressed his palm to the floor and let the cold gather inward first, building a shape, giving the seam something to push against. Then he put his breath on it, a gentle hum of a ghostly wail, more lullaby than siren, and watched frost flower in a ring, pretty as lace. The linoleum buckled and lay back like a lid opening. Underneath. Nothing dramatic. Just air that smelled like wet books and old paint. But Izuku heard something. A scratchy loop of wheelchairs on tile, elevator doors dinging without a request, and nurse saying SHHH forever and getting more afraid each time the word left her mouth. You don't have to hold everyone, he whispered into the seam. You just have to hold this. Matron Bell's hand, cool, steady, rested a centimeter from his wrist. That is very good bedside manner. He set a force field in the hole, not as a wall, but as a patch. Then he layered it with ice the way frostbite had taught him. Thin, delicate, present. He didn't slam the ghost loop shut. He stitched the story so the hospital could breathe but not wheeze. The buzzing lights calmed by a measure. The doors stopped apologizing every time they closed. Somewhere down the hall, a child sighed like a ship putting into harbor. Matron Bell exhaled. Thank you, she said. For making it the hospital's idea. Izuku grinned. I've been told I'm good at homework. She sniffed like she was pretending not to smile. You will patrol here? If you don't mind me stopping by. He hesitated. May I ask? Why you stayed? She looked up and down the stairwell, then said simply, because the night staff is not paid enough and courage needs company. Then she faded, not vanished, chose to be elsewhere rather than being dragged, and Izuku respected her with a little salute. That, Desiree said, finally visible again because she wanted to be seen, was a wish without a wish. I cheated, Izuku said. I asked the floor. You asked the story. Desiree's eyes glinted. Maybe I will keep you. He choked. In a PG sense, I hope. She laughed, wicked and soft. For now. They were almost out of the stairwell when the world announced it had not run out of problems. 3 men in white suits turned the corner like teeth. Their goggles gleamed. Their guns didn't look like guns so much as plumbing married to hate. Targets acquired, the one in front said, voice filtered. A logo on his shoulder declared Goo Guys in white. Izuku didn't need a pamphlet. The way they aimed said enough. Jin and Ecto Entity, the second said. Deploy the confessional. Izuku threw a shield without thinking. It caught the first net, a lattice that smelled like bleach and prayers, and sparked aggressively. The second net unfolded around his shield like origami designed by a lawyer. The third arsed for Desiree. She twitched a finger. Gold rang. The net rerouted into the wall like a polite guest finding the wrong door. Rude man, she sighed. I should file a complaint. Izuku phased carefully twice, slipping past the lawyer origami, letting it spend itself on the shape he wasn't. He grabbed the first GU agent by the forearm and overshadowed just enough to flick the safety on his weapon and glue his boots to the floor with a smear of instant frost. Sorry, he said aloud, because consent mattered even when the other party was a jerk. The second agent swung a baton that hummed with anti-ecto frequencies, awful, like chewing foil. Izuku's head rang. He duplicated. The clone took the hit and popped with a green puff, leaving the baton swinging through mist. The original shot a ghost ray, low power, melting the net's edges so they slumped like hot plastic. Hands. The third agent barked. Entity, hands where? Desiree smiled and his words forgot their nouns. He blinked like he'd just woken up. She didn't push. She leaned. Go read a book, she suggested gently. A long one. He turned and walked away. The second stared after him, then looked back, embarrassed by how susceptible his coworker had been. That's illegal. Your paperwork is full of illegal, Desiree said pleasantly. Consider this a rebalancing of accounts. Izuku didn't want to fight men whose job description was paranoia. He moved instead flight like a whisper and planted a bubble of ice on the ceiling that added 3 unfamiliar inches to its height. When the agents took their next step, their net trajectories clipped the lip and tangled like spaghetti. Sorry. Izuku called, earnest even as he was doing security goon Parker. New policies. The hospital is off limits while it breathes. They didn't hear him. They were busy hating. He didn't escalate. He and Desiree slid through the stairwell door and let it close, then he closed it again, gently, in the story sense. The latch clicked like a period at the end of a sentence rewritten to be less dumb. New habit, he panted, hands on knees for a second. Don't win. Reframe. Charming, Desiree said. Now, since this city believes prayers are plumbing, we should go to where the wishing really is. Where's that? Izuku asked. Where people lie to themselves on purpose, she said cheerfully. A music venue. The ping felt different this time, not care, not grief, not hunger. Static. The cold taste of a microphone left on all night. They found the venue, the ether 2 blocks off Main, where a neon sign hissed and a chalkboard promised an open mic called Spirited Karaoke. The line wrapped the block with teenagers in studded jackets and adults pretending they hadn't been in studded jackets 20 years ago. Izuku hovered up and over, visible enough that people could choose to see him. A few did. They took out phones and whispered phantom like the rumor was a warm drink. Inside, the stage thrummed with pre-show optimism. The sound system looked haunted. Knobs turned a hair past where they sat, cables laid in patterns that weren't designed so much as decided by someone's grudge. When the house lights dimmed, his ghost sense fogged left, which was peculiar. Stage ghosts usually pooled where the stage had hurt them. Left wing, he murmured. Desiree. I feel it, she said, amused. A wish phrased as a chorus. The band was called Poltergeist. Izuku held back a grin, and their singer was good enough to be dangerous. A young woman with blue hair, a hot iron voice, and eyes like a dare. Her first chord snapped through the room like a match. People jumped. Some screamed. One laughed in the wrong place and then clapped, embarrassed. The amplifiers whined. A hum crept under the song that wasn't part of the mix, and the audience reacted like a flock. Shoulders tensing, knees bouncing, heart sensing to a pulse they didn't understand. Izuku felt it try to grab his breathing and set it to someone else's tempo. He breathed cold through his teeth and didn't let it. Ember McLean stepped into the light, as inevitable as a chorus you hate to love. She wasn't here, not fully. This felt like a broadcast, a filament of attention threaded through a mix she'd marked sometime last century. Her hair flamed blue-white. Her guitar etched sparks when she bent a note into a smile. Hey, every night's, she purred. Who wants to burn? The crowd screamed a word she wanted, a push that clicked her presence 2 degrees more real. Izuku drifted down to shoulder height over the crowd, palms open. Hey, he said gently, voice not amplified but present. Love the show. One favor. We keep the beat. You keep the volume. Ember's gaze snapped to him, instant appraisal flipping through annoyance to interest. Oh, she said. A new boy. You've got Danny's palette but a different haircut. Izuku's mouth tugged. New world. New rules. Old rules, she corrected, strumming a warning chord. The rule is wanted harder. Her smile sharpened. Let's see yours. The hum under the speakers tried to retune his wants just a little, just enough to make victory into something selfish and loud. Izuku inhaled and aimed his ghost sense at the mix. The cold told him where the hum clung on the left monitor, on the snake cable coiled like a lazy serpent, on a sticker that said no requests with a heart drawn into the O. That last bit made him laugh. He rode the laugh into motion. He didn't blast the speakers. He phased the hum. He slid his fingers through the coil of the snake and lifted the extra off like lint. It fought tensile, static, sticky with audience yes, but it came away because he treated it like it belonged. He flicked it, a green thread, and knotted it into a tiny shield that held the intrusion without killing the music. The band's second number improved by 10%. Ember rolled her eyes and made the third song dirtier. The crowd screamed. Someone threw a drink. Desiree flicked a finger, and the drink decided it was too mature to throw. Rude girl, Desiree said, bored and fond all at once. Izuku's duplication popped, one him hovering at the front to cheer at the right places, the other slipping backstage. He found the house mixer. A tired man with a ponytail and a shirt older than he was. The man blinked when Izuku phased through the console without sending it to a repair shop. You the ghost kid? He asked, not surprised, just tired in the way people get when magic stops being weird and starts being a line item. Midoriya, Izuku said. Phantom is fine. Your left monitor's haunted. The mixer sighed. Of course it is. Can you make it, like, less haunted and more has character? Izuku wanted to hug him. Absolutely. He telekinesed the smallest adjustment. He could only do it in bursts, like holding 3 apples with one pinky, but it was enough to nudge the ground hum into a pleasing growl. Ember's fourth song rode it like a wave instead of a leash. She threw him a look that said, fine. Play nice. For now. When the set ended, Ember lowered her guitar and pointed the headstock at him like a dare. You're careful, she called. That makes you dangerous. I like dangerous. But if you ever make me sound boring, I'll haunt your playlist. I don't own a playlist, Izuku lied cheerfully. She vanished with a dry sparkle. The room exhaled. Outside, under the tired neon, Desiree leaned a shoulder against his shoulder like they'd done this 100 times. You did not fight the song, she said. You fixed the request. It was a bad wish. Izuku shrugged. I couldn't stop it, but I could reword it. Your habits, she purred, satisfied, are excellent. He flushed. She noticed and filed it away like a cat stashing a bell under a rug. They didn't get 5 steps before the next ping, jagged, cold, metallic. The kind of cold that lived in alleyways where dumpsters whispered rumors. Izuku banked left. Desiree followed, gold soft against graffiti. 3 kids in repurposed hockey pads were trying to look dangerous against a brick wall. They would have looked less dangerous if they weren't carrying Fenton brand ghost tech. A thermos with a sketch Teflon duct tape, a blaster that had once been orange and was now the color of bad choices, and a net launcher that whined like it had been reassembled creatively. "Yo," said the one with the thermos. "You the Phantom? You're trespassing, man. This is Spectre Crew turf." Izuku blinked. "I think you mean you're trespassing on basic adult supervision." "Funny," Thermos said, offended. "We keep the neighborhood clear. Those guys in white don't come down here unless a camera's on. We do." Stealing their tech. "By redistributing funds," said Blaster, which was a very generous way to describe robbery. The net launcher lifted. "We're serious." Desiree didn't lift a finger. "So adorable," she murmured, loud enough for them to hear. Izuku floated a little higher, so he didn't have to loom to feel taller. "Okay," he said, bright and friendly. "Show me your safety training." "Safety what?" He sighed. "Here's the problem. Those things catch ghosts. I have a lot in common with ghosts. If you hit the wrong kid like me, you'll ruin their week and maybe their personality. Also, your net launcher is about to backfire and make you a Vine video from 2011. "Backfire?" Net launcher said, offended, and pulled the trigger. The net launched with enthusiasm and stopped 3 feet out, realized it didn't like the world, and folded itself back into the tube so fast that it glued the kid's sleeves to his ribs with holy water sticky foam. Izuku did not laugh. He did duplication to cover his smile, sending clone to gently pry the launcher loose while original floated down to eye level. "New plan," he said. "You keep your corner safe the way Matron Bell does. You notice everything. You walk kids home. You pick trash up before it becomes a rumor. You call me if something is too big or too weird. And you give me the blaster and the thermos so I can return them to people who won't vaporize a teenager because his hoodie was the wrong green." Thermos hugged the stolen thermos tighter. "No way." Izuku inhaled. A ribbon of frost unrolled in the alley, pretty as an invitation. He touched the thermos with one finger and phased out the piece of power supply that made it dangerous. When Thermos tried to turn it on, it whined like a sad kazoo. "Wei," Izuku said, still friendly. "I'll trade you working flashlights with stickers on them. And reflective vests. And a number to text if your older cousin who sells oregano says he can get you the real stuff." Blaster squinted. "Why are you nice?" "Because the world works better when we keep our promises," Izuku said. "Promise me you'll keep watch. Promise me you won't throw tech you don't understand. Promise me you'll ask for help." Net launcher, still glued to his hoodie, looked at his friends, then at Desiree who raised a brow like a queen watching a peasant choose between a pie and dignity. "Okay," he muttered. "We promise." Desiree clapped softly. "Very shaped." They turned in the blaster and the thermos with a reluctance that felt like adulthood starting. Izuku, as promised, wrote his number on a sticker that said Phantom Pact. He drew it on the spot with a green fingertip and stuck it to Thermos's phone case. "Welcome to Night Watch," he told them. "You're on probation. The only thing you're allowed to catch is gossip." They left the alley taller than they entered it. "Recruiting a harem of children would be frowned upon," Desiree said idly. "But a constellation of allies. That is flattering." He choked on air. "Harem is not the word I'm using," he said, ears hot. "But allies. Yes. I need to get used to this world. I can't do it alone." "You're not alone," she said, not teasing now. Her hand hovered an inch from his. "You're extremely kept company." He glanced at her, and something simple and bright kindled in his chest, a feeling that had nothing to do with ectoplasm. "Desiree, can I ask a favor without it being a wish?" "You may ask anything," she said. "Teach me how to write wishes that don't hurt people." She looked surprised, genuine, unscripted surprise that unspooled into delight. "Oh, lantern," she breathed. "I will. But you must swear a counter-promise." "What is it?" "That when I want something, I will say it plain." He nodded, throat tied around a laugh. "Deal." They sealed it with a touch. Her fingertip to his wrist, a warmth like sunlight on ice, his breath fogging and agreeing. By the time midnight rolled through like a lazy river, Izuku had 3 new habits scratched into his brain and his notebook. He had conjured a notebook. It made him feel like the Izuku who'd stayed behind and the Phantom who'd arrived could share pockets. Habit 1. Read first ping. Identify intent. Don't assume malice where there's leftover promise. Habit 2. Reframe, don't win turn fights into repairs. Make the right thing the easy thing. Habit 3. People before pattern, promise someone you before you fix a story. He patrolled rooftops that learned his shadow, set 2 more patches on small seams, and redirected a wandering echo out of a laundromat where dryers were swallowing socks in perfect pairs, the owner cried. Izuku apologized to the socks. He returned the stolen blaster and thermos to a disappointed GU clerk who didn't want to file a form and did anyway. He texted the Spectre crew a selfie with drink water written in ecto ink behind him. He wrote call Frostbite re. Kenji tomorrow on the notebook's inside cover. At some point in the hour that wasn't an hour, he sat on the edge of a billboard trying new Fenton-flavored gelato. The picture made him afraid and let his legs dangle. I was supposed to be fighting a villain in my world right now, he said. Instead I'm learning. Desiree hovered upside down next to him like a cat refusing to pick a single plane. You are fighting, she said. You are fighting the habit of hitting first. You are winning. He nodded. The city breathed. The cold in his throat tasted like camphor and mint and clean pillows. His phone new, conjured, green buzzed. A text from an unknown number. We saw the vid. Phantom saves hospital. You good, kid? T&S. He blinked. T&S. Desiree peeked. Her smile did that thing where centuries got less lonely. Friends of a boy you do not know yet, she said. This world is good at making you almost meet the people who would change you. Should I answer? Answer in the way you would want a kind stranger to answer you. He typed. I'm okay. Keep the porch light on. Then, on impulse, if you know a boy who wears too much black and hangs out on rooftops, tell him I like his taste in names. 3 dots appeared. Vanished. Appeared again. Then. Loler weird. Stay safe. He grinned and put the phone away. Okay, he said to the city. Okay. The ghost sense pinged one more time before dawn, the grainy cold of a haunt forming, not born yet, and he tracked it to an old bridge with locks clipped to its railing, initials scratched on metal, where teenagers had made a ritual out of defying rust. The story trying to wake there wasn't angry. It was lonely. He didn't slam a patch over it. He sat and tied a strip of green energy around one empty lock like a ribbon, and whispered, you are seen. The cold smoothed to a fond chill, like the air in a museum that loved its paintings. Then he went home, which, for a boy from another world, meant the top floor of a long-abandoned Crown Theater that smelled like dust and popcorn. He phased through the projection booth wall and landed on the balcony rail. The seats below were still arranged like an audience waiting for a show that had been delayed by war, divorce, and outstanding fines. He made a bed out of air with a force field, because why not? He made a blanket out of ice, thin as silk, because Frostbite had smiled when he did it, and he wanted that smile to keep existing somewhere. Desiree settled in the air near him like a guardian myth taking a break. Lights? She asked. Leave one, he said, and conjured a globe of pale green in the old chandelier's ribs. The room looked different, immediately less haunted, more expectant. As if the theater could keep a promise too. Lantern, Desiree said softly. Sleep. The stories will wait. He closed his eyes. The last thing he felt before sleep tugged him under was his breath fogging, gentle and obedient, as if the world itself had learned a new habit and would remind him if he forgot. The far frozen greeted Izuku with the same soft, steady cold as before, no blade, no bite, just a weight that told every frantic nerve to organize itself. The jade aurora rolled overhead like curtains someone fussed with until they hung right. It made him think of homeroom charts and how, when everything had a label, even chaos felt cooperative. Frostbite waited at the ridge, flanked by 2 far-frozen medics with furred hoods and warm, practiced hands. Desiree floated near a cornice where icicles rang like wind chimes, her bracelets catching aurora light in lazy sparkles. Good morning, young Phantom, Frostbite rumbled. Your message reached us. You wish to learn before the city teaches you in a harsher tongue. Izuku nodded. I can feel the cold in my throat better now. But when I push too far, there's a pinch. Like the air is sand. I don't want to hurt anyone, me included. Frostbite's smile put 3 new lines in snow. Then we shall begin as all good doctors begin. With a look. The medics moved closer. One held a shallow bowl of ice crystals that sang a faint glassy chord. The other had a staff topped with a lens the size of a teacup. Izuku hovered, feet off the ground on instinct, then remembered manners and sat down. Desiree's brow ticked like a pleased teacher. Breathe, the first medic said softly. Through the ghost sense. Slow. Izuku inhaled. The cold gathered low and clean, the way it had when he'd listened instead of panicked. The lens flashed. The bowl changed key. The medic nodded. Hybrid core. Human lung. Good boundaries until you ask too much, too fast. Frostbite turned the lens to see for himself. You are trying to pull winter through summer plumbing, he said kindly. We must fit the pipe to the river. I thought I had to get tougher, Izuku admitted, cheeks warm in air that refused to carry heat. You will, Frostbite said. But toughness alone is a brittle ceiling. We want structure. He gestured. The snow rearranged into a circular field stamped with sigils that looked like snowflakes drawn by an architect. Lesson 1. Core breathing. 5 count in. Hold until the cold spins like a coin. 5 count out through the teeth. You will imagine an ectolattice over your bronchi, light, flexible, willing so the cold slides past the tissue, not through it. Desiree, if you would demonstrate. Desiree grinned. With pleasure. She didn't breathe air the way Izuku did. She shaped the idea of breath. A thin mist rolled from her lips, not frosty so much as polite. The snow at her feet formed a pattern without cracking. The trick, she said, eyes sliding to Izuku, is to let the cold be a language. Stop shouting. Start conjugating. He inhaled on 5. 1 2 3 4 5. The ghost sense pooled like mint tea. He held it. It wanted to skate up. He asked it to circle. It spun. He exhaled between his teeth, steady hiss, and imagined a translucent lattice over branching airways. The cold kissed the lattice and flowed onward. No pinch. No grit. Just a glide. Again, Frostbite said, pleased. Until it is boring. They did it until boredom made sense. The medics adjusted the lens and hummed. The bowl's song steadied. When Izuku sped up, the glass tone went sharp and the medic raised 2 fingers in gentle rebuke. When he slowed too much, the song went flat. Frostbite tapped his wrist. Pace is kindness, he said. To yourself most of all. On the 7th set, Izuku got cocky. He pulled a little harder, curious to feel the power answer like a dog eager to run. The mist in his chest changed textured grainy, crystalline and a stitch stabbed under his ribs. He coughed. It didn't feel like a human cough. It felt like breaking a tiny icicle in the wrong place. The medic was already there, palm hovering an inch from his sternum. Warmth, not heat, but order spread through his chest. Microfrost along the small branches, she said. No harm done. Izuku swallowed embarrassment. I know better. I just wanted to see. Frostbite's eyes crinkled. Good. See here, then. He raised his paw. The ice floor brightened. A ghostly cross-section of lungs. Izuku's lungs bloomed, bronchi etched in green-white. This is you, Frostbite said. This is the lattice you imagine. Threads of light wove over the branches. This is what happens when your intent gets ahead of your breath. The lattice bulged, got jagged, rubbed against gray tissues. The model flinched. Izuku winced. Okay. That's gross. And effective. Breathe like a lantern, Frostbite said. You do not set the whole street on fire to light one doorstep. Izuku reset, counted 5 in, coin spin, 5 out. Trace smooth lattice, smoother breath. The cross-section glowed even. He let the relief pass without letting the focus wander. Lesson 2, Frostbite continued when the medic stopped hovering like mother birds. Chivalrous work. We build ice with the breath but keep the body warm. The young often think cold and warmth hate each other. They forget we build shelters in winter by keeping the cold out and the warmth in. You will make ice that remembers shelter. He pointed to a row of pale blue blocks. You will grow a bridge. Not with brute ice that cracks like pride, but with fibers. Thread the cold. Weave strength. Izuku's first attempt was bad. He exhaled too fast and the ice snapped prettily, like spun sugar in a bakery that refused refunds. His second held but shivered under its own graceful weight. On the third he remembered to feed the bridge slow and even, letting the cold lay strands the way a spider adds silk. Not to look clever, but to hold. The bridge held. He put his weight on it. The bridge sighed like a satisfied timber and adapted. He grinned at Frostbite. Frostbite nodded without praise, which felt like praise anyway. Again, Frostbite said. They did a ladder next rungs of ice that flexed so a panicking human wouldn't bounce, and a bubble around a candle that didn't collapse back into water at the first new thought. Izuku found his rhythm. Creatures of the far frozen wandered by to watch. A ribbony thing that sang wine through holes. A rolling ball of powder with eyes. A pair of guards smiling behind their halberds. Lesson 3, Frostbite said, after Izuku's breath no longer scratched when he asked it for more. Rescue phasing. Carry heat without burning or chilling the person you rescue. The human body is fussy. It does not like to be reminded of death mid-air. They set a practice scenario. An ice crevasse with glowing markers at the bottom to simulate frightened people. Izuku phased his hands through and felt the warmth like fog. He cupped it with a force field that obeyed the shape of the warmth instead of the convenience of his fingers, then moved. Not too fast jostling hurt frightened people. Not too slow fear multiplied when nothing changed. When he came up, Desiree clapped. She clapped without irony, bracelet singing, eyes bright. Excellent bedside manner, she murmured, echoing matron bell. He blushed. It's all Frostbite, he said, and Frostbite pretended not to preen. Now Frostbite said at last, and his tone changed, still gentle, but edged. We must teach your body to choose the right thing when the wrong thing is faster. We will fight. Izuku's stomach did a little dance. With you? Not yet, Frostbite said, amused. With a wide out. The sky darkened, not because a cloud passed, but because the air made a decision. Wind rammed the ridge. Snow pebbled, then powdered, then simply was everywhere, inside every seam and sentence. A shape moved within it, no shape, then a pressure that wanted to be seen as teeth because fear like teeth. Izuku's ghost sense pinged urgent, old, impersonal. This one is a storm born of broken promises to the weather, Frostbite said, stepping forward with lazy, immense competence. Miners said tomorrow and took more than they needed. Hunters ignored the time the herd asked them for. It is not angry. It is automatic. You must make it, remember choice. Izuku swallowed and lifted off. The wide direction. Desiree didn't vanish. She hung there with posture that said the storm may do its worst. I will resist in ways it does not have a word for. Frostbite's staff hummed. Izuku breathed in on 5. The cold did not glide. It scraped. His lattice tried to assemble too fast. He told it to wait. The storm shoved a drift into his mouth. He phased the snow out without panicking and turned his face to the wind like a swimmer who'd learned which side to breathe on. He put a shield in front, not a dome, but a sail. The wind hit it and curved. He moved the sail. The wind followed like a stubborn idea. He used that. Good. Frostbite's voice boomed through the snow as if the storm were proud to carry it. Now, thread ice into the wind, make a loom. Izuku exhaled and cast thin lines, frost fibers that anchored to nothing visible and everything structural. Pressure ridges, cross-grained seams. He laced the storm, forcing it to acknowledge its own pattern. For a breath, the whiteout stalled, dazed like a beast that realized it had feet. Then the wind found him. It wasn't personal. It wasn't mean. It just found the warm thing and tried to sand him down into simpler. He coughed sudden, sharp. The pinch under his ribs turned into a rail spike. He tasted iron behind the mint, saw black floaters in white. He dipped without wanting to. Lantern. Desiree's voice cut under the wind and took root. Shout carefully. He braced. The heavy wail would snap his new structure and ice his lungs. The thin wail he'd practiced for one icicle. He aimed for a single corner of the storm song, the squeal where 2 gusts rubbed wrong, and let out a ribbon of sound. The wind hiccuped. A pressure seam unzipped. His lungs seized anyway. He lost a meter, too. The world tilted from green to gray and narrow. "Do not shoulder it," Frostbite said, nearer now, voice calm enough to be a rung on a ladder. "Share it." Izuku duplicated. The second him inhaled through the lattice, while the first took the slower, warmer breath. He ran the 2 rhythms in parallel, trading load. The pinch eased by degrees. Snow glittered where it shouldn't. That meant his shield sail caught a fraction of sun off the aurora. He moved it. The storm moved with it. Kill. A small, ugly part of his brain asked a desperate part, the one that had cheered in alleys when gimnets failed. He arrested it mid-thought. Don't win, he told himself through the tremor. Reframe. He put new fibers in at angles that let the storm be a path instead of a wall. He didn't choke it. He conducted it, the way he'd retuned embers hum without silencing the song. Snow learned where to go next. Wind remembered a valley it missed. The whiteout found the loom and forgave him for making it. It thinned. Izuku coughed again, less. He tasted mint only. He didn't push to finish. He kept it slow. Desiree smiled, warm like a hearth. Frostbite stood with his staff upright, approving without clapping. A shape peeled out of the storm, skeletal, long, not an animal, but the memory of one. It slashed with a tail made of frozen spelling errors. Whiteout wraith. If the storm was structure, the wraith was choice trying to forget itself again. Now fight, Frostbite said, and moved to intercept, then checked himself, letting Izuku go first. Izuku met the wraith mid-air. It swung. He phased through the wrong half of where the tail would be. He was learning how to be present in decisions, not just matter. His ghost ray snapped in, cold, aimed for joints and patterns, not pain. The ray sketched lines across the wraith like chalk on a diagram. The next swing hit his shield and dispersed, frost sparkling, no fracture line in his barrier at all. Lantern, Desiree murmured, wicked and proud in the same breath. Anchor it. Frostbite called. Give it a name to choose against. Izuku inhaled on 5, the cold spun like a coin, and exhaled a name over the wraith, not a command, a category. Drift. For a heartbeat, the wraith was adrift, and drifts don't cut. They settle. He weaved new fibers and tied the wraith's tail into the gentler path he'd made for the storm. The tail shuddered, decided it was tired of being something it wasn't, and collapsed into snowfall. The front claws followed. The spine tried to hold out. Izuku's lungs whispered careful, and he listened. He threaded one more line through the spine and named it trail. Trails are where people go together. Trails don't strike. The spine remembered and lay down. The storm blew itself out like a person who told their whole story in one messy session. Silence padded in after, shy and relieved. The aurora pulled its curtain straight again. Izuku landed hard enough to scuff the top of the drift and didn't care because he could breathe. He put both hands on his knees and laughed like someone who had chosen not to cry. Frostbite's paw fell on his shoulder. Heavy. Warm. Very good, he said, low enough that praise stayed private. You fought without breaking. You grew without cracking. You learned the difference between cold and empty. Izuku felt his eyes heat, which was ridiculous in the far frozen. I had teachers. Desiree drifted closer and laid 2 fingers on his wrist, where his pulse ticked. And you held a bargain, she said softly. You asked for a door that would not hurt people to open. Today, you made one in a storm. He couldn't speak for a second. When he could, he said, thank you. Frostbite turned to the medics. Recovery regimen. He will do 3 sets of core breathing every dawn and dusk until the bowl sings true without us. We add shiverless work midday. No heavy wail for 48 hours. Izuku opened his mouth to argue. Desiree tipped her head with "Do not make me glamour medicate you," and he closed it again, sheepish. "Do more lessons," Frostbite said, gesturing them into motion along the ridge. "Warm ice and cryo ward. Then we send you back to your city to break as little furniture as possible." They stopped at an arch of ice that grew like a tree with patience. The arch had carvings along its faces, hands, cups. Frostbite tapped the lowest carving and frost flowed from his staff into the shape of a little bowl that did not steam and yet made the air smell like cinnamon. "Warm ice," he said. "Ice with memory of hearth. We use it to line lungs and cradle injured hearts. You will make a sip's worth." Izuku's first try made beautiful glass that sang and then sang itself to shards. His second try felt like a lie cold pretending to be warm, which was worse than failing. He stopped. Breathed on 5. Coin spin. Teeth. Lattice. He thought of matron bell bracing doors, of bridges that flexed, of the little boy with the splinted leg and the stuffed elephant's ear. He thought of his mom, making soup in a kitchen where windows sweated in monsoon. He exhaled. A shallow cup of ice formed in his palm, shimmered, and didn't sing. Desiree leaned close, inhaled lightly, and nodded. "Hearth," she said. "Not trick." Frostbite's satisfaction looked like weather improving. "Good. Now cryo ward. Quick, quiet, temporary. You mark a person you will rescue so the cold you throw does not choose them, even if they leap where they should not." He drew a sigil in air, a simple loop with a bar through the bottom. "Small," he said. "Only a touch. Wards are not shields. Shields say no. Wards say not you. The difference preserves friendships." Izuku practiced on a practice medic who rolled her eyes and held her arm out like a person trying on watches. His first ward was too bright. A passing guard flinched at the glare. His second was too faint. The medic's fur bristled with static. He adjusted and found the middle a mark that was noticeable but not noisy, like a hand squeeze in a crowd. Frostbite nodded. "You are ready to break something in the city," he said. "But we will aim you at the right thing." They crossed to the seam Desiree had taught him to open. Less seam now, more doorframe. Frostbite pressed a claw to Izuku's chest, where the lattice glowed when he breathed right. "You will carry this habit," he said. 5 count, coin, teeth, lattice. When the cold feels like it wants to scrape, you will share the load. When the fight offers you a faster, meaner win, you will choose the slower, kinder one and make it faster by practice. When your lungs feel like breaking, you will remember warm ice. And when you see a storm pretending to be a person, you will name it for what it is and give it a job. Izuku grinned. "I like homework." "Then have some." Frostbite pressed a band into his palm, a ring of carved ice that did not melt, and hummed faintly to his ghost sense. Swirls like frost ferns spiraled the outside. Inside, 3 tidy runes looked like comfort made into font. A far frozen band. "It will not save you from folly, but it will remind you when you are about to perform it." Desiree arched a brow. "Jealous," she drawled. "No one ever gave me jewelry that tells me no." "That is because you make no into not yet," Frostbite said dryly. "Be patient with our student." Desiree's gaze slid to Izuku's mouth and away with a smile that was mostly mischief. "Always." They stepped through. Back in the city, the air smelled like wet brick and a street vendor who sold something that claimed to be noodles. Izuku lifted, breath steady. The band warmed his wrist like a small, reasonable friend. The ghost sensed Pip near and human, not a haunt, a crisis. He followed it to an apartment building where smoke licked a 3rd-floor window and a woman on the fire escape screamed for someone named Priya. Firefighters fought stairs and stubborn doors. The wind wanted to feed fire, not malicious. That's what wind does when asked wrong. "Phantom?" Someone yelled. Phones appeared. A drone buzzed with a light blinking live. Izuku did not think about drones. He didn't think about phantom trending. He thought about habit 3. People before pattern. He cryo-warded the woman on the fire escape with a light tidy touch. "Not you," he told the cold. Then he veered through the wall polite phase and found the smoke thick and the heat a hand on his face. His breath wanted to panic. He gave it a job. Point spin. Teeth. Lattice. Warm ice along bronchi. He exhaled a veil of frost low to the floor, forcing smoke to rise into a shape that made a path. Priya coughed on a twin bed, blanket kicked to the floor. He slid under the bed from, overshadowed just enough to make her muscles relax into a carryable weight, then force field cupped the heat away from her skin. She felt light when held right. He moved. Not too fast. Not too slow. The shield halo parted flame into respectful curtains instead of angry teeth. He stepped through the wall and onto the fire escape where the war told the cold. Not her, not now. The woman caught Priya and sobbed gratitude into the side of his neck. Izuku stepped back, shield between them and cameras, not to hide himself, but to give them a minute with their own story. He turned and breathed a thin wail into the stairwell to rattle a jammed door free. Firefighters poured through, saw him, and decided out loud not to argue with help. He didn't blast the fire out. He didn't turn the building into a failed experiment in cryo-architecture. He laid fibers across the hottest hall so the heat would choose elsewhere, and then he left because that choice was better made by people with hoses and axes and a pension. On the street, someone shoved a phone in his face. "Phantom. Are you with the GU? Are you their asset? Are you?" "Hydrate," he said, and flicked a bead of warm ice into the man's paper cup. The man blinked, sipped, blinked again. "Ha," he said, dazed. "That's nice." Desiree appeared on the fire escape behind him like an epilogue written in eyeliner. "You did not break the furniture," she purred. "I had a good band," he said, wiggling his wrist. The drone continued to blink live. Izuku tilted his head at it. "Tell your watchers," he said calmly, "that if they put reflective tape on their bedroom doorframes, ghosts are 20% less likely to bump them while hiding under beds." The chat scrolled so fast the drone hiccuped. Desiree laughed behind her hand. He left before questions could stack like chairs. On the cinema roof he called Frostbite with a press of the band and a breath in 5. The aurora's reflection shimmered in the band's heart for a second, a hello, and then faded. "Today?" he asked the night. The night said. "You learned to write your breath. You walked a storm out of itself. You carried a child gently. You did not cough ice." Izuku smiled into the cold until it felt like warmth in a shape. He stretched, set his bed of air, pulled his thin ice blanket over his shoulders, and let his lungs hum the coin spin. Desiree floated nearby, reading the ceiling like a novel, content to be a period instead of an exclamation point. "Lantern," she said into the quiet, vowels long and lazy. "I am proud." He felt that in the place the pinch had lived. "Me too," he said, startled at the truth of it. The ghost scents tasted like mint and clean pages, like the far frozen's patient applause. His breath went 5, coin, teeth, lattice, home. He slept. Morning inside the Crown Theater felt like the city had pressed a warm hand against a cool window. Dust mote swung in the beam from Izuku's little green chandelier. The old screen wore light like a shawl. He woke with the far-frozen band humming faintly on his wrist, steady, approving, the way a teacher clicks their tongue when you remembered homework and margins. He lay there minute and listened. Ping. Not panic presence. The ghost sense rolled across his tongue as a thin mint that didn't demand, only asked. He'd started to hear its questions. Are you breathing on 5? Are you looking without assuming? Would you act without taking? He sat up, conjured his notebook with a flicker of ecto ink, and wrote a title because titles made his spine behave. The Phantom Code, Draft 0.3. 1. Read first. Ghost sense is a question. Identify kind before strength. 2. 3. Ask before touch. Overshadowing is invasive. Permission is power. 4. 5. People before pattern. Save someone, then tune the story. 6. 7. Reframe win. Make the right thing the easy thing. 8. 9. Leave light. When you change something, leave a way back. 10. He chewed the end of his pen, glanced at the chandelier. Add anything. Put chocolate on the list, Desiree said, drifting upright from a reclining cloud of laziness in the aisle, as if she'd always been there. Her bangles chimed hello. You think better when bribed. Noted, he said, and underlined number 2 until his pen squeaked. They made rounds. Matron Bell greeted them in pediatrics like she'd been on duty since hospitals invented floors. Someone had left a thank you card made of crayon trees and a green stick figure with Phantom on his belly. The matron had propped it against the nurse's station like an honored saint. She looked Izuku up and down, then at Desiree, and pinched the bridge of her nose. If you are going to flirt in my hospital, she said, do it outside the stairwell. Izuku's ears heated. Desiree grinned like a sin dressed for tea. We come to review overshadowing protocol, she said, the tea softening into business. Matron Bell's sternness said finally. Good. Because we had a case last night that could have gone worse if the boy down the hall hadn't been luckier than he was trained. They gathered in an empty consult room. Bell folded her arms. An echo of grief loop stepped into Mr. Parth's body when he wandered. It made him pick up the wrong pills and try to give them to the wrong child. She nodded at Izuku. You stopped it. You asked, you apologized, you left when done. But if you'd been gone, if the person stepping in was Annette instead of a neighbor, we'd be writing letters. Izuku's throat cooled. Okay, he said quietly. Rules. Matron Bell ticked them off like triage. Name and navigate before you touch. Make the loop look at itself. Half the time, that's enough to pause a body borrow. Ask the person. Not the ghost. The person. May I help your hand stop? That sentence keeps dignity standing upright. Use the smallest you. If overshadow you must, hold only the muscles you need, not their voice, not their eyes. Return quickly. Announce you are leaving. Leave a note. Tell them what you did, why, and who can yell at you later if they feel like it. Desiree nodded along, serious as sandstone. And add. No souvenirs. Overshadowing can smudge edges. Do not take a fear that does not belong to you. Do not leave a hope that is a lie. Izuku wrote until the page hummed. Let's practice, Belle said briskly, because practice is the only way rules learn to be reflex. They staged a controlled overshade. A volunteer nurse squeezed a stress ball until her wrist complained. Izuku stood 3 feet away, palms open. May I help your hand stop? He asked. Belle made an approving millimeters. Do not flatter me, the nurse deadpanned, sweating. Just yes. Please. Izuku let the ecto self drift inches forward. He did not fill her like a bucket. He touched the muscles from the outside, fingers of green light parallel to hers with not instead of. He held only flexors. I am holding your grip, he said aloud as he steadied it. You let go. She let go. He stepped out. Done. I'm out. The nurse's shoulders went down 2 centimeters. The room went down a decade. That, she said, is how we teach residents to talk to pain. Good. Again. There ran 3 more drills, different words, different tells. On the last, Belle added a wrinkle. Now try when the person cannot consent. Grand mal seizure. Or riot gas. You have 2 seconds. Izuku's stomach tightened. His pen underlined number 2 so hard the nib squealed. He took a breath on 5 until the coin spin flattened panic. Then we ask after, he said. We keep the record clear. And we do less than we want. But boy, Belle said, and did not make it sound small. They left the hospital with a new section in the code and his chest lighter for having one more shape to follow when adrenaline wanted to erase shapes. On a rooftop a neighborhood away, he built force fields until the sun scuffed the horizon and pigeons committed audible crimes. Desiree set a row of screws, marbles, and one smugly stolen goo sensor on the parapet. Shields 101 is domes, Izuku said, rolling his shoulders. Shields 201 is. Yield, don't shatter, Desiree said. Make them agree to go elsewhere. He pulled a bubble, green and clean. Desiree flicked the screws one by one. The first pinged off. The bubble rang. The second pinged and the ring lasted longer. The third scuffed and left a scowl. He changed weave. Honeycomb inside the curve. Threads that slid relative like cloth. The next screw thumped and spread. The ring died fast. The scowl became a hum. Better, she said. Now prove you can save a window. He grinned and set the bubble behind the parapet, a contour-hugging brick. It caught the 5th screw after it clipped stone. Instead of ricochet, it guided the screw down the wall like a chiding parent returning a toy. Shield shaping, he wrote in the margin of his mind. Edges as verbs. Desiree rested her chin in her palm, watching him the way a cat watches a neighbor build a bird feeder. Again, she purred. He tuned for sound next. Acoustic deflection. A thin wail in his throat, not even a sound, a pressure, and he watched how a bubble held and reflected. Too hard, and it trapped his own voice and made his brain want to sit down. Too soft, and the pressure leaked and sobbed against brick. He found the middle, a contour that sent noise up like a polite apology to the night. The goo puck was last. Desiree booped it with one fingertip. It whined on a frequency that made his molars flex. He changed frequency on the shield and watched the puck's coil heat itself into a nap. Tuning, he muttered. Remember the Carrick board. Ember's smirk visited his mind and rolled its eyes. He wrote a second list on the next page. Force field. 3 laws shape beat strength. Guide, don't block. Tune before you thicken. Match what's coming. Hide the hinge. Make exits for the good guys. The hinge, the little unlocked spot his friends could slip through, took finesse. Twice he left it too big and a test marble snuck out. Twice he left it too small and the hinge became a bruise. The 5th time Desiree slipped a finger through it and did not pull the whole shield down. Now carry someone through wall, she said, lazy turning purposeful. You will not lose their name on the way. He swallowed. Rescue phasing was muscle now. Safe rescue phasing was ethics in motion. He conjured a makey rescue. 2 crates, a thin wall, a mannequin wearing a thrift store denim jacket that said live, laugh, laundry and glitter. He cryo-warded the jacket, murmuring not you, then built a cup of field under the mannequin's outline and set the cup spinning gently, lazy Saturn rings that remembered what was inside so the world could not argue it out of existence. He slipped into the wall with the cup and asked the bricks to make room. On the far side, he breathed out. The cup stopped. The ward shone once, unbothered. Check the pockets, Desiree said. He blinked. Pockets. Humans are little museums. You cannot carry a person and leave their talisman behind. He rifled the jacket sheepishly and found a fidget coin, a photo, a sticky candy, a folded note. He would never again forget pockets. Add to code, Desiree murmured, and he did. 1. Carry the whole person. Body, tools, tokens. Ask the room to remember them too. Do. The city interrupted, as cities do. The ping wasn't thin or hungry. It was stacked, layers of cold like the smell of 100 strangers pressed into the same air. "Subway," he said, and Desiree was already moving. They dove under street, following them into a knot of heat and noise. On the platform, alarms stuttered. A car had shucked itself half off the rails and leaned like a tired animal. Smoke learned new words in a hurry. Water hissed from a pipe that wanted to be a geyser. People made the sounds people make when they are trying to pretend they aren't afraid. Izuku didn't think about the drone blinking live again above the stairs. He breathed on 5. Point spin. Teeth. Lattice. People. Phantom. Someone cried, hopeful like a bad chest loosening. "It's the ghost boy." He put his hands up, calm, visible. "I'm here. Listen up." His voice carried without threatening. "If you can walk, follow the yellow line. If you can't, raise your hand. We're going to make 3 doors." The station manager, a woman with a vest 2 sizes too big and a courage exactly the right size, pushed through. 3 doors. "Metaphors," he said, and smiled. "You like them." Door 1 was the easy path. He laid a shield sail that nudged smoke to the ceiling and used acoustic shaping to make people hear the exits more than they heard their fear. The yellow line felt like a suggestion the platform had invented all by itself. Walkers walked. The Spectre crew, reflective vests, stickers, enthusiasm, materialized at the stairs and guided with hands that shook and did not fail. Door 2 was the safe carry. He awarded 6 people in a quick row. "Not you, not you, not you." Then phasing cupped each one and ferried them into clear air. He did not rush the old man with the cane. He did not bounce the woman who apologized for slowing him down. He remembered pockets. Door 3 was the hard ask. A panicking teenager wedged between seatbacks like a bad idea, thrashing, breath whistling. He was not listening, because panic is a radio that doesn't change stations. Izuku knelt on the seat, not looming. "Hey." He put himself in the boy's gaze line without stealing the gaze. "Hi. I'm Izuku. May I help your hand stop?" The boy's eyes were huge and salt bright. He shook his head a millimeter. His mouth said, "I can't." "Okay," Izuku said, as if can't were a weather report. "I'll hold just the bit that hurts you. You breathe." He overshadowed only the forearms, a feather touch outside the skin. "Holding," he narrated, quiet as linen. "In 2 3 4 5. Good. You're doing your part." The boy sobbed, then laughed at the ridiculousness of laughing in a half-derailed car, and that unlocked everything. Izuku withdrew. He announced to leave. "Out." Desiree slid through the car with a calm that made time sit up straight. "We have 6 more," she said. "And the water would like to be a river if someone does not criticize it soon." Izuku set fibers across the pipe's tantrum, not to stop the water. Water hates being stopped, but to give it path. It agreed to be a curtain instead of a fist. Firefighters shouldered past him with a nod they didn't have to think about. He became the hinge he'd promised to hide. "Net." Someone yelled. Yu-Gi-Oh! Agents had decided the middle of a crowded platform was a good moment to field test a spreadsheet. The net launcher whined theology. Izuku tuned a thin film in front of the agent's barrel. The net thunked out, sniffed the film, and decided it belonged in the recycling. It wrapped the agent's ankles with an assertive understanding of consequences. "Safety violation," Izuku said politely as the agent fumed. "Also bad TV." "Who authorized you?" the second started. Izuku said, and pointed at the station manager, who had, in fact, authorized him by not throwing him out. The manager took the baton of authority with the calm of a woman who runs short-staffed nights. "I authorized the ghost boy," she told the drones. "He's with facilities." Desiree choked on a laugh and made it sound like a cough. Izuku continued to ferry people until the list of raised hands ran out and the list of grateful profanity ran long. When it was done, no one had a tidy clip for a highlight reel. They had breath. The boy who'd been stuck was leaning into a space blanket he'd be embarrassed about later. His friend was filming and trying to pretend he wasn't. The station manager signed something on a tablet with a hand that shook once and then steadied. Izuku left a note with a dispatcher. Phantom, what he did, who to call, why he'd overshadowed for 12 seconds with consent granted in a nod and rescinded with a smile. He surfaced into daylight and flopped on a bus shelter roof. Desiree joined him with a glitter that made an ad for laundry detergent feel underdressed. "Review," he said, aiming for brisk and landing on breathless. "Overshadowing." "Smallest you, an ounce," asked a person, "leave a note." "Force fields." "Shape, tune, hinge." "Rescue phasing." "Ward first, cup spins, pockets." "Ad." "Do not perform to the lens," Desiree murmured, poking his shoulder. "You perform to people. The lens can follow longer choke on its own cord." He grinned into his forearm. "Was I good?" "You were boring on camera," she said, eyes warm. "Which is how extraordinary work often looks." He felt that praise in the place his lungs had pinched 2 days ago. They ate bao from a vendor who did not ask for money after seeing him pull a toddler out of a turnstile. Izuku left money anyway. Desiree left the vendor a tiny blessing that made steam rise perfectly at the right angle for a week. After lunch, he called Frostbite through the band. The Aurora answered in miniature. "Report," Frostbite said, as if he were collecting weather. Izuku gave it. Frostbite listened without correcting, then added one line to the code in a voice like carved wood. "When you must be inside someone, make sure the voice they hear is theirs." He stamped the band with a soft pulse that felt like a teacher's signature in the margin. Henji Koroi Null Tide sent a message with the band's next blink. 3 words, tentative. "Learning to listen." Izuku sent 3 back. "Proud of you." He sat there a long minute, warming the band with a palm. Dusk painted brick in colors the city didn't claim on maps. The ghost sense breathed soft. The day had been loud enough. Izuku and Desiree returned to the theater. He sprawled across his bed of air and held the notebook over his face, reading the code until the letters looked like friends at a bus stop. "Rule 7," Desiree said, floating close enough that her bangles clicked like punctuation. "Apologize elegantly. You will err. Make the error less lonely." He added it and circled it twice. "Rule 8," he said, tipping the notebook so she could see. "Ask plainly. Wishes get hurt when they hide." Her eyes lowered, then lifted, warm enough to fog glass. "Plainly," then she said, voice smaller and more dangerous than any storm. "I would like to remain at your side when you write this code on the world." He forgot how to inhale for 1 second, then remembered. "Plainly," he said, "yes." She smiled like old cities remembering they were built beside rivers. "Good." He clicked his pen closed. The chandelier softened. The band hummed steady. Below, the empty seat stared up like an audience waiting to be told you can go home now. The ending will meet you on your porch. He set the notebook on his chest. The code looked like a promise he could keep. He slept to the sound of distant trains choosing gentler corners and a hospital door that decided to pause exactly long enough for a tired nurse to catch it with her foot. Morning found the Crown Theater holding its breath for a matinee no one would attend. Izuku woke on his airbed to the far-frozen band humming gently at his wrist, the sound like a small patient bell. His ghost sense tasted cool and even no alarm, just presence, and the green chandelier over the stage flickered when he smiled. He reached for his notebook, conjured with a thought and a little ink. Yesterday's page stared back. The Phantom Code 0.3. 1. Read first. 2. 3. Ask before touch. 4. 5. People before pattern. 6. 7. Reframe win. 8. 9. Leave light. 10. 11. Parry the whole person. 12. 13. Apologize elegantly. 14. 15. Ask plainly. 16. New rule today. Desiree asked from 3 rows down, lounging across 2 velvet seats as if they'd been installed for her bracelets alone. Sunlight made dust look like obedient stars. Izuku tapped the margin. "I want duplication rules. I've been splitting on instinct. That's fine for rescuing a cat, not a city block." Desiree's smile tilted. "Ah. 2 of a kind. It sounds so romantic until someone forgets who promised whom." He winced. "Exactly." They warmed up on the roof. Izuku hovered and split, the duplicate peeling away with a wet pop and a faint echo that bounced back through his teeth. The 2 Dekas faced each other in the pale morning, palms open, ghost lattices thrumming in sync. "Voice check left," said. "Voice check right," echoed. They took turns casting tiny shields and tossing marbles, left shaping a cradle that funneled the marble into right's waiting hand, right reshaping that cradle into a chute and rolling it back. It felt easy. It felt good. 2 of him let him do the slow thing and the fast thing at once. 2 let him speak to a crying child and retune a boiler hum. "Be careful," Desiree called lazily. 2 kind boys can talk each other into mischief. He traded a look. "We'll write it down." Duplication. Draft laws same breath. Count together. Same promise. No different goals. Same note. Leave 1 record, signed by both. 1 anchor, 1 runner. Don't duel for control. Merge with a handshake. Name purpose light. He didn't get to add a period. The ghost sense pinged sharp 2 flavors at once. First ping. Bright and metallic stress structure. The riverfront. Second ping. Wet and sour gas and heat 5 blocks inland. Left pointed east. Right pointed south. Desiree pushed off the parapet like a queen dismissing a petition. "Well then. Split your kindness." "Anchor?" Left asked. Runner right said. "You're steadier." They touched wrists, shared the breath 5 in, coin spin, 5 out and streaked away. The riverfront. The city had decided to celebrate itself with a weekend festival, which meant a temporary stage, a pop-up Ferris wheel that squeaked an iambic pentameter, and a crowd that loves cues more than danger. The stage's left truss had buckled at a weld. Panels sagged. A teenager in a band shirt that lied about his age had scrambled up to take a selfie in heroic's adjacent lighting. Everyone off the deck, Anchor called, voice carrying just enough. We're going to lift and reset. The event supervisor, clipboard, neon vest, sweat rushed up. Do we evacuate? Yes, Anchor said, gentle but crisp. Tell them the river wants to see their shoes. 10 minutes. The supervisor, whose name, his badge said, was Rick, nodded and did the thing. Anchor breathed on 5, cast a shield sail to hold the sagging grid, and slid under the deck, phasing politely through scaffolding and rumors. He mapped the stress with ghost sense. Cool here, warmer there, a hot unacceptable spot. He spun fibers of ice, not to freeze the joint, bad idea, with steel, but to give the structure a choice. The sag lightened. The stage stopped trying to kneel on the audience. The security guard barked, "Hey. No ghosts under there." And then realized how dumb that sounded. Anchor grinned and kept weaving. Overhead, a kid on the truss wobbled, flailed, shouted the name of a deity he didn't believe in, and let go. Anchor didn't think. He cry-arted the kid with a touch, "Not you," and tilted the shield sail. The boy hit close to 0G and slid into Anchor's arms like a text message delivered late but intact. "Self is later," Anchor panted. "Breathing now." The kid clung and nodded a lot. The whistle blew, event staff managing the exit, and the Ferris wheel made a noise that was either normal operation or the way a hinge apologizes. Anchor finished the temporary weave, marked it with a leave light sigil for city engineers, and hovered up to issue a calming announcement. Stage closed temporarily. Cones. Obey. Shoes. River. Thanks. Bones cheered. Anchor tried not to think about cameras. His band warmed his wrist. Ping number 2 surged. Gas and heat, inland. Though Desiree said, appearing beside him like an exclamation point, the river envied. I'll convince the crowd that patience is fashion. He split a smile and streaked south, the far frozen band tasting like mint and old steel. 5 blocks inland. Runner hit the building before the word explosion could decide if it wanted to happen. The ghost sense tasted sharp, rotten gas pooling low, heat looking for a job, and the old plaster walls remembered when the city allowed sparks to be decorative. Sirens grew near. The drone overhead blinked, live like a small, entitled star. The landlord argued with a firefighter. I can't have you breaking the door, my insurance. The firefighter said the sentence all firefighters say at least once a week. Sir, step back. Runner stepped through the wall instead of the argument. He found a kitchen with a sad stovetop, a tea kettle practicing a bad opera, and a grandmother in a chair repeating, 1 minute to a clock that took it personally. The rolling gas was almost visible at ankle height. Hello, Runner said, not loud. May I help your hand stop? He'd learned from Belle. Ask the person, not the pattern. The grandmother blinked at him, the way some people look at weather. Resigned but amused. You shouldn't be in my kitchen, Beta. I hear that a lot, he admitted. May I pick you up? You're very polite. Yes. He cry-arted her lightly, not you, then phased the chair and the woman through the wall, careful to cup the warmth with a field. On the balcony, he set her down beside a potted basil that had decided to thrive out of spite. Pyre comes, yes? She asked. Pyre wants to. We'll make it want an empty room instead. The building creaked like gossip. Renner slipped back in, tasted the line where a brittle copper pipe kissed a cheap rubber hose that wanted to be anywhere else, and threaded a frost clamp that told gas, hold on, and told heat, I see you. He cranked a valve and it actually listened. The air tasted a shade less reckless. Down the hall. A crying infant. Across the hall. A man whose brain had decided a frying pan was a shield. Runner duplicated a second him, pop greened into the kitchen to keep the valve agreeable while he veered toward the baby. A third ping he didn't notice. Because he had split past the point he understood. 2 of a kind and a third. Anchor hit the alley behind the apartment just as Runner slipped with a cartoonish squeak on the kitchen tile, caught himself, and kept moving. Anchor felt the slip in a muscle that wasn't his and swore softly, bleeding altitude to land on the fire escape. Sink, he said. 5 in. Point, Runner answered. 5 out. Their lattices shivered and lined up. They should have felt whole even while separate. They did not. Unseen above them, a Gewfield van idled, internal antenna spooning the air, on the hunt for entanglement signatures. The tech was crude, but crude hooks sometimes catch bright fish. The van lobbed a tuning spike, a narrowband pulse that wouldn't bother one ghost, but would tug at 2 halves of the same core. The spike whispered to their shared lattice. Are you sure you're one? Promise. Between breaths, a third flicker stuttered off Anchor's flank, not a proper duplicate, more like a ghost of a duplicate, undercooked, hungry for a job. It saw a firefighter rushing the stairs and decided to help. It shoulder checked him through a half-phased railing. The firefighter went down hard on the landing, knees whacking metal, air barking out of his lungs. He swore in a language that tasted like cinnamon and pride. Runner felt the misphase in his teeth. Anchor. I know. I've got him. Anchor dropped through the stairwell, shame pricking like sleet. Sir, I am very, very sorry. Even the firefighter wheezed and then saw the green lines under Izuku's skin and groaned like a man who'd been warned about weird shifts. Fine. Help me up. Don't touch my shoulder. No tricks. Hoppy. Anchor cried left knee not you then cupped his back with a field and levered him upright, not moving the injured part. I spawned a half me he said because apologizing elegantly meant saying the error out loud. It was careless. It won't happen again. It better not the firefighter said, not unkind. We like our stairs unmagicked. Understood Anchor said, cheeks hot. Could you if you have time file a complaint under phantom duplication protocols so I can improve? The firefighter blinked. You're asking me to do paperwork on you? I love paperwork Anchor said earnestly. The man barked a laugh despite himself. Go, ghost boy. We've got the wet. Anchor went. The tuning spike hummed again. Runner felt the clone at the stove thin like a soap bubble in a wind tunnel. He darted back into the kitchen and sealed the clamp tighter, then hissed as the half-duplicate call it slip tried to reassemble near the doorway like a bad caption. No, no, no Runner reabsorbed slip with a wince. It felt like breathing in after a sprint. His lungs stung. Anchor he said through his teeth, we can't split and split while Gyu was poking us. Anchor pinged the alley Gyu van, 3 agents already heaving a net tube from the back, while a 4th red entanglement variance off an instrument designed by someone who hated ergonomics. Rage tempted his hands. He breathed. Reframe he told himself. No winning. Make the right thing easy. He made the alley hostile to Gyu. Not with ice spears or melodrama here he tuned sound so every shout echoed wrong into their own ears, tilted the alley's pressure so their net launchers aimed 2 degrees off and warmed their net ropes with a warm ice trick so the conductive filaments went dreamy. He wrote facilities on the wall with ecto ink and a cheerful arrow pointing elsewhere. 2 agents tripped over it anyway. Runner he said, how many still inside? 2. Infant and pan shield guy. Granny is out. Anchor is instant incoming. They didn't run. They worked. Runner scooped the infant cup fielded and calm cryword light, not you, and carried him under smoke that wanted to lick panic. Anchor took the pan shield by the elbow and restrained the urge to overshadow when the man swung. Sir, I am anchoring your elbows he said, then touched just enough, then let go. Stairs. This way. They met on the street, handed people to paramedics, and breathed in 5 together until the coin spin settled the urge to fracture. The Gyu van sulked, and the agents discovered their ropes had the tensile strength of boiled linguine. Desiree, on the opposite curb, admired her nails. It's not done she murmured, lazy voice hiding steel. Ping. Ping 4 came from the riverfront. Anchor and Runner glanced at each other and became one. The handshake was new name, purpose, light. They clasped wrists, breathed on 5, whispered. I am Izuku Midoriya. I save people. I shine. The merge took like a zipper that had learned to be a hug. Breath aligned. Shame met comfort and didn't argue. He streaked back to the river. The double rescue goes wrong. The stage weave had held. The crowd had not. A rumor that the Ferris wheel would flip for the Phantom had created a crush at the barrier. Cones went decorative. A toddler cried because toddlers are honest when crowds are liars. Onstage, a roadie had decided he could fix the truss with a hammer. Rick. Izuku called, visible now, palms up. We need the crowd to breathe. I told them to go to the river Rick shouted over a buzzing that had no right to be music. They're going to the barriers instead. Bone gimbals rose like a forest initiating a bad ritual. Someone started chanting Phantom. Phantom. Because chants make fear feel like a friend. Izuku split 1 duplicate only this time. He could feel where 2 was a ceiling and chose to respect it. Anchor, left, took the stage. Shield sail bracing, fibers locking stress, kind voice warning the roadie that hammers were a weaponized opinion. Runner, right, climbed the barrier light, visible and raised both hands. Hey. Look at me. We're going to get a better view, but first we need space. 3 steps back. You'll see the show. The crowd flowed wrong. Runner felt the pendulum pressure moving to his left as the Ferris wheel squeaked and someone yelled it's tipping. It was not tipping. But the rumor tipped the crowd. He cast a shield ramp to give pressure a safe direction. It helped. It also created a low spot. The toddler went down. Her mother screamed. Runner dove. He cried the toddler not you and scooped her with a cup field. The mother grabbed, shaking. As he turned to hand the child over, a panicked teen tripped and his elbow slammed into Runner's hinge, the very place he'd left as a door for good people, and because he'd adjusted for sound, not elbows, the hinge stretched. The cup flickered. The toddler's foot brushed the raw edge of the barrier. It left a line of white frost kiss that would be harmless and yet look like harm. The mother screamed a word with edges. Runner jerked back, horror kicking him stupid. He resecured the cup, handed the child to the mother, and blurted. I am so sorry my door was in the wrong place are you cold? The toddler blinked, more offended at the interruption than the kiss. The mother's eyes were wet and furious. "You hurt my baby." "Frostbite?" Someone shouted, delighted to know a word. "He frostbit a baby." "It's a superficial kiss," Izuku tried, voice falling apart. "Warm water, 5 minutes no rubbing, she's okay." Desiree materialized between him and the crowd like a sigh that had read a courtroom. "Make space," she said, quiet and final. The mob felt the grammar of her tone and stepped back because even fear recognizes a headmistress. Izuku set both hands up where everyone could see them. "I am sorry," he said, and bent to the mother at eye level. "This was my error. May I show you how to warm it?" He didn't touch until she nodded, tiny and furious, and then he conjured a warm ice bead and let her place it on the white line herself. The child giggled. "Tickles." Izuku, Desiree murmured without looking at him, "Breathe on 5. Now." He did. Coin spin. Teeth. Lattice. Shame found a seat and stopped running laps. Onstage, Anchor, who was also him, who was trying not to think the word hurt, rechecked the weave, found it steady, and turned the mic so the crowd could hear better than their rumors. "All right. The stage is safe. The Ferris wheel is safe. The barrier is dumb, which is why we're going to give it 3 feet of personal space, like it's a grumpy relative. Step back. Give your knees a treat." His voice was not magic. It was competence. People obey competence when given a place to put it. Runner stayed with the mother for 2 more breaths, named the care, left a note with a paramedic, incident. Apology. Follow-up, and then merged a handshake, almost desperate now. "I am Izuku Midoriya. I save people. I shine." The merge smoothed the static and let him think in one line again. When the last panel was braced and the last rumor realized it had nowhere to go, Desiree guided Izuku behind the stage into a shade that had been invented for collapses. She said nothing. He spoke first. "I heard her," he said, the words like dry ice in his mouth. "I hurt an ally. A child." Desiree tilted her head. "You hurt because you care. Good. Keep that. But we will turn the hurt into a rule, so the next child does not meet your hinge." He swallowed. "Okay." He wrote through the tremor. "Duplication addendums, hinge lives high, not at elbow level. No acoustic retune during child handoffs. When splitting in crowds. Anchor watches doors, runner watches feet. No slip. Do not split a split. If goo pings. No splitting until spike clears. Apologize on camera like you would in private." Desiree read the list over his shoulder. "Add. Make a teacher of every frightened parent." He wrote it. Rick jogged up, hat askew, clipboard bristling. "We're clear," he said. "Also, on my knee says thank you for the not frostbiting her completely thing." Izuku exhaled something that might have become a laugh if it had more calories. "Tell her I'm revising a hinge." Rick squinted as if that sentence made sense to his soul. "Good man." The Ferris wheel sighed, decided to behave, and Desiree put a fingertip to Izuku's band. "Frostbite is calling." The clinic of cold. The far-frozen's aurora filled his wrist like an X-ray of hope. Then it filled the theater ceiling because Desiree was feeling theatrical. Frostbite listened to the report like weather storm, gust, drift. Izuku didn't spare himself. "I split and got grabbed by a goo tuning spike. I accidentally produced a slip. It hit a firefighter. I apologized. Later, my hinge kissed a toddler. It's superficial. I applied warm ice. I apologized again. I am adding rules." Frostbite's eyes warmed, then cooled, then warmed again. "Teachers are furnaces for your shame." "Good," he said. "You are ready for 2-breath protocol." Izuku straightened. 2. Duplication is not 2 boys. It is 1 boy and 2 breaths. We will teach the breaths to sing together when apart. Frostbite gestured. The medics rolled in a mirrored hoop. Not a mirror for faces, this one reflected breath. "Stand." He stood. Desiree floated with her chin on her hand like an approving gargoyle. "Breath A. Anchor," Frostbite said. "Breathe down. Warm ice lines the lower lattice. Breath B. Runner. Breathe out. Coin spins frictionless. You will practice call and response until your lungs do not panic when your halves disagree." He split. It hurt in a clean way. Anchor breathed down. Runner breathed out. The hoop reflected 2 spirals that wanted to fight. He tried to keep them both pretty and almost fell on his face. "Listen," Frostbite said quietly. "Let the down land the out. Let the out open the down." Anchor slowed. Runner softened. The spirals stopped trying to outdo each other and started to counterpoint. The medics nodded. Desiree's grin was all molars and pride. "Music," she said, pleased. "Now handshakes," Frostbite said and held out a palm. "Merge mid-breath." Anchor and runner clasped. "I am Izuku Midoriya. I save people. I shine." Breath yanked, fought, then learned that the handshake was a bridge and not a command. The merge thumped into familiarity that would one day feel like home. "Now resist spike." Frostbite nodded to a medic who tapped the hoop. A pulse shivered the mirrors like a cough. Slip tried to be born and got named instead. Not today, Anchor said. No splits. Runner did not try to exist. The hoop quieted. The medics murmured, impressed. Finally Frostbite said, voice soft as snow on roofs, Grace. You will practice your apology on our least forgiving audience. Desiree cackled. Oh, lovely. The mother's chorus. They opened a seam to a far frozen hall where a dozen imposing yeti and assorted spirits sat with arms crossed and eyebrows pre-raised. Izuku stood on the ice, breath scraping the first second and then smoothing. Hello, he said, and bowed. He did not perform. He spoke. I injured a child with my hinge. It was superficial. Any injury to a child is not acceptable. I am changing how I carry doors. I will show you how. He demonstrated shields with hinges high, then at shoulder level to show wrongness as education, then high again. He handed out warm ice beads for those who wanted to test the feel. He wrote the addendum in the ice and invited edits. The chorus edited. Add. Say the duration of care, one rumbled. 5 minutes of warmth, add. Say what not to do, another said. Do not rub, add. Say what you will do next time, a third said. So we see the future and not only the past. He wrote it all. When he finished, the eyebrows had returned to a resting but watchful place. The chorus leader, an elder with a scar that looked like a map, touched his wrist. Accepted, she said. Do not bring us the same apology again. I won't, he said, meaning I will try very hard not to need to, and they let him go because trying very hard with a plan counts here. The fix. I took the city back by rights. Izuku returned to the theater, not to sleep yet, but to test. Desiree perched backwards on a seat, chin on the top rail, delighted. He split. Anchor took doors and hinges, he would own every edge when crowds were involved. Runner took feet and pockets, no child ankles meeting barriers on his watch. They practiced handoff. Anchor lifts, runner releases. Runner lifts, anchor releases. Breath counterpoint, then handshake. Spectre, crew texted. You good? That crowd was nudge typed. We're good. New rule. Hinges high. Want to help me test crowd flow? They sent 6 frantic thumbs up, and we have cones. On the roof, they set up dummy barriers with caution tape and folding chairs. Spectre crew played panicked crowd with glee. Anchor and runner built ramps and sails that made the kid step back without feeling shoved. Twice a cone fell and grazed an ankle. Each time, runner caught it because he was watching feet. He smiled despite twinges. Reset, he said. Again. It was never going to be perfect. It was going to be practiced. The Gil van did a lazy loop like a shark that had googled vegetarianism and found it comforting. Desiree traced a tiny luck knot in the air, and the van's scanner lost a pencil behind the dash for 30 irritating minutes. When the city exhaled one more time before dawn, Izuku merged the handshake, a habit now, and sat on the billboard that had forgiven him for every shoe he'd scuffed on it. He opened the notebook. Duplication rules, 0.9. 1. Same breath, counterpoint. Anchor breath down. Runner breath out. 2. 3. Same promise, say it. I save people. 4. 5. Rolls declared aloud. Anchor. Doors hinges. Runner. Feet pockets. 6. 7. No slip under give spike. Merge if spike hits. 8. 9. Hinge high during handoffs. 10. 11. Apologize on camera the same as in private. Say duration and next steps. 12. 13. Merge handshake whenever doubt enters. Name purpose light. 14. 15. One note, one record. Both sign. 16. He signed Izuku with a green curl and, after a beat, signed again under it. Izuku, because halves should agree in ink. Desiree slid onto the billboard beside him, shoulder to shoulder, posture speaking fluent mischief and steadying. You heard and then wrote a rule, she said. That's how cities grow up. He let the praise in without arguing. The band warmed his wrist once, a soft proud pulse. Frostbite's voice followed, a rumble he could feel more than hear. Tomorrow we practice twin shields, interlocking fields that can take turns resting. Izuku smiled into the wind. Copy, doctor. From somewhere below, a mother's laugh rose, the healthy kind that stitches a day closed. Somewhere else, Spectre crew argued about cone placement like civil engineers in training. The Ferris wheel squeaked a lullaby in pentameter. The river held everybody's shoes in confidence. Izuku breathed on 5. The coin spun. The lattice held. He did not fracture when he split. He did not slip when he merged. He was 2 when he needed to be 2, 1 when he needed to be 1, and always a boy who saved people and shone. He slept. The city did not. But it did not need to. It had rules now, and someone to write new ones when they were wrong. The Crown Theater woke to the sound of a guitar string tuning itself in the rafters. Izuku lay on his air bed, watching the green chandelier breathe. His far-frozen band hummed a steady C, the your fine note. The ghost sense tasted like mint and electricity ping, not danger yet, just the kind of static that makes hair lift right before a chorus drops. The night will be noisy, Desiree said, already floating cross-legged 2 rows down, bracelets catching the beam. The city has decided to rehearse its bad habits in unison. Ember? Izuku asked, sitting up. His breath ticked through the drill. 5 in, coin spin, 5 out without being asked. Desiree's smile slid wicked. She left a kiss on a transmitter last week. Someone spun it into a pirate broadcast. They're calling it Riftfist down on the riverfront. Fabulous lighting. Terrible nouns. Izuku conjured his notebook. 8 neat rules stared back Phantom Code 0.3 and under it, yesterday's duplication addendum in his own careful hand. He added a title for the day because it made his spine behave. Sound work. Draft rules guide the beat, not the body. Hinge high when handing humans. Tune before thickening. Ask out loud. May I share the mix? Thin whale equals scalpel, not hammer. Consent chorus breaks thrall. The ghost sense pinged again, brighter, like a mic warming. Okay, he breathed. Let's go teach a crowd to breathe. Darling, Desiree said, drifting into his orbit, you are going to teach a song to keep its hands to itself. I approve. They launched. By late afternoon the riverfront had turned itself into an impatient constellation. Food stalls smoked fragrant arguments at each other. A pop-up Ferris wheel squeaked in pentameter. The stage crew's neon vests fought valiantly against the flood of phones. A chalkboard, already smudged into optimism, promised guest set. Sparks and strings, 8 p.m. in a hand too pretty to be official. Izuku took one taste of the air and felt the story under the scaffolding. This strip had been a dance hall once, then a fire once, then a place where teenagers came to dare each other to care too loud. The wood and steel remembered every stomp. Add ember to that, attention alchemist, queen of louder, and you had a spell that writes itself. Breed first, he murmured, and pinged the ghost sense with focus, separating flavors. Stage left felt like a hum broadcast. Center crowd felt like sparkler fuses want. Far back by the barricades. Pressure pendulum that hadn't started swinging yet. He closed his eyes and mapped it like a field medic. Left monitor, snake coil, sticker that says no requests with a heart for an O. Desiree arched a brow, pleased. You remembered. Hard to forget when a sticker tried to hypnotize me. They did a quiet round first. Anchor Izuku's steadier breath, check structural weaves, and put leave light sigils near stress joints. Runner his outward breath walked barrier lines with Spectre crew, taping reflective chevrons where ankles would be dumb and marking safe pockets with green dots for kids and wheelchairs. He shook hands with security and told them which exits would feel like the best choices when noise lied. Who are you with? A guard asked, suspicious softening to tired. Facilities, Izuku said, deadpan. And the part of the night that doesn't want to be on the news. The guard snorted despite himself. Copy that. Twilight slid in with the fluency of a city that prefers itself after work. The crowd tightened. The phones rose. The Ferris wheel took a breath before screaming. Then the house mix announced itself in a purr Izuku felt in his molars. Ember McLean stepped into a light that made jealous sense. She wasn't fully here, this felt like a broadcast ride-along, but presence braided itself through the speakers and braided the crowd's pulse with it. Blue-white hair flamed. Guitar etched sparks when she bent a note into a grin you either wanted or wanted to argue with. Hey, every night's, she purred. Who wants to burn? The scream that answered wasn't volume. It was permission. Izuku didn't fight it. He breathed in 5. Let's tune, he said, because rule 2 said ask. He drifted to stage left where the snake cable coiled, sticky with yes. He laid 2 fingers on the coil, a thin wail in his throat like a scalpel, and phased out the sticky hum the way you lift lint off velvet. He knotted it into a tiny shield jar that held the compulsion without killing the song. The band's second number improved by 10%. Ember's eyes snapped to him across the stage. Annoyance flickered, then interest. Oh, she said into the mic between lyrics. Lantern Boy brought a volume knob. Equalizer, he called back, grinning. She slid into a chorus with a new hook, wanted harder, and Izuku felt the crowd's knees answer. Security lanes tightened. A pressure wave rolled the wrong way. Cones. Runner shouted. Spectre crew scattered, laying orange along an arc he'd drawn under his breath, creating a soft corridor. Anchor-shaped shield sails above heads, not domes, and caught the first swell, curving it toward the river where feet had room to change their minds. It worked. Until the rumor learned a new verse. Jump pit. Someone hollered. Pit. It wasn't that kind of gig. The stage looked at the river and tried to kneel again. Anchor braced a left truss with fibers, feeling yesterday's lesson in his hand, slow, even, structure, while Runner climbed a barrier and smiled at 3 10-year-olds vibrating like soda. Hey, he said gently, audible because the shield sent his voice up. I want you to take 3 steps back. I promise you'll see better because the people in front of you will breathe. They actually did it. Small kids obey competence faster than mobs do. Ember twisted the bridge like a queen daring her court to keep up. The stadium-flavored compulsion rose not malicious, just bigger than the room. Izuku didn't argue with it. He asked it to pick a better job. Ember? He called through a tune pocket in the mix. Give me a consent chorus. Breath on 5. Teach them the break. Her grin flicked sharp, evaluating the entertainment value of consent and then, to his utter relief, approved. Okay, every night she crooned into the mic, stringing a chord that stroked rather than shoved. We're doing this the right way. In 2 3 4 5 hold out 2 3 4 5. The crowd laughed and did it because it felt like being in on a joke, and the joke was we didn't trample anybody today. Izuku felt the pendulum stall and settle. The Ferris wheel squeaked like a lullaby that wanted to be metal when it grew up. They chose that moment to show their fondness for drama. Two agents stepped onto a rental crate with a confessional net tube blessed mesh that had forms attached to it in triplicate and a bullhorn. By authority of the Anti-Ecto Ordinance. Very rude, Desiree murmured, appearing between them and a lens-like punctuation and eyeliner. You interrupt a lady said. Izuku didn't want to turn the moment into a fight. He tilted sound so the bullhorn fed back into itself in a polite private war. He warmed the net ropes with warm ice until the conductive filaments yawned. He wrote facilities across their boots in green, and the ground decided to be a little stickier under the acronym. Sir, he called to the ranking agent, your equipment is out of spec for a crowd control environment. Please file Form Act 12 if you wish to arrest a chorus. The man blinked, decided he did not get paid enough, and retreated 2 steps with the terrible dignity of a bureaucrat who had not planned for poetry. Ember slid into her next verse like a cat changing couches. Lantern boy makes nets fall asleep, she crooned to herself, amused. I should have gotten here sooner. The pressure shifted anyway. It always does. A group near the back started to shove for sightlines they didn't need, and the shove turned into a riot loop that remembered the old dance hall's fire. Phones kept chanting. Fear likes a beat. Izuku duplicated 1 split, declared aloud. Anchor. Doors and hinges. Runner. Feet in pockets. Hoppy runner said, and hopped the barrier toward 3 older ladies who had come for nostalgia and found elbows. Not you, he told the cold, then held their hands while Anchor cast twin shields that interlocked over the worst crush. One took weight while the other breathed. Then they switched, like good partners holding a couch on a staircase. The loop hated being told no. It tried to turn up. Anchor tuned for sound, runner watched feet. Twice a teenager fell and didn't get trampled because he met a ramp instead of a shoe. Twice a cone went down, and Spectre crew righted it with faces that would become good ones if they kept practicing. Hey. A voice yelled from somewhere inside the shove. She took my bag. No she didn't, another voice answered, honest as a door. Your bag's on your shoulder. Right, the first voice said, embarrassed. Sorry. Desiree glided along the barricade like a benign rumor. When 2 boys squared up because their shoulders had negotiated badly, she tilted her head. Breathe, she said, not glamored, just true. In 2 3 4 5. Out 2 3 4 5. There, you handsome fools. Now go get water. They did. Ember watched all this with an expression Izuku didn't have a word for yet. Pride. Irritation. Fondness with denial draped over it like a ridiculous jacket. He climbed to the lip of the stage, visible, arms open, shields humming overhead like sails, and asked the mix, a question only a boy who had learned to read before he fought would think to ask. What is this crowd promising itself? He said, low enough to himself to count as prayer, loud enough to the ghost sense to count as work. The answer tasted like old regret and new, proving kids trying to be big and grown-ups trying to be young, and a town that wanted to dance without breaking its own toes. Okay, he said to the story. New job. Dance and hold. He laid fibers across the front so movement would choose circles instead of lines. He leaned the pressure into a turn, and a section of the pit started to waltz. It looked ridiculous for 12 seconds. Then it looked like a thing you post because it made you proud to be alive. Ember chuckled into the next bridge. Fine. You get 1 ballad, she announced like it was a threat. This one's called Lantern Mix. Her voice slid silk over the crowd and put a rest between beat space you could make a choice in. She didn't give away her power. She adjusted it by consent, and the night got better at being a night instead of an accident. The set crested and eased without anyone needing a police report. Anchor held hinges high for handoffs. Runner watched ankles like a hawk who joined physical therapy school. When a kid tried to climb a light tower, Spectre crew pointed at the new reflective tape and said, don't make us look dumb, and the kid laughed and got down, because sometimes social gravity is enough. By the final chorus, the crowd was loud like pride, not loud like court. Ember hit her last chord, Spark sketched the air like they'd been taught to clean up after themselves, and the roar that came back tasted like thank you with a hand on its heart. The house lights came up and 100 conversations negotiated dinner. Backstage, in the calm that only exists because 15,000 choices went right, Ember leaned a hip against a case and twirled a pick between two fingers. She looked at Izuku with a heat that wasn't hunger, exactly it was attention deciding not to be cruel. "You're infuriating," she said pleasantly. "Most boys try to beat me." "You added." He shrugged, still breathing on 5 because the part of him that shook needed a job. "I like your show. I don't like when it hurts people by accident." "Accident," she echoed, lips quirking. "Lantern boy, I grew my brand on making accidents look like miracles. You could grow it on making miracles look like a choice." He met her gaze without flinching. "Next time, put the consent chorus first. I'll help tune. You still get your wanted harder bridge after the room knows how big it is." She stared at him like a cat staring at a plant it was considering knocking over, and for a second he thought he pushed too far. Then she rolled her eyes in a way that meant fine, but also you won because I let you and I'm absolutely telling everyone I invented it. "Don't make me sound boring," she warned. "Or I'll haunt your algorithm." "I don't have a playlist," he lied, again, worse. "You're very bad at lying," she said, fond despite herself. "Tell Frosty he did a good job." "I will." He tilted his head. "Come back to do it again. With a permit." She laughed, bright. "Oh, I'm definitely coming back. If only to see how you talk the guys in white into apologizing to a chorus. They can file Form Act 12. She groaned with theatrical delight. "I hate you," she said, meaning you're fun, and vanished with a sparkle that left the cable heads better coiled than she'd found them. "Progress," Desiree said into the pocket of quiet that followed, sliding up beside him with a smile that hadn't decided whether to be smug or soft. "You taught the city to ask for a breath before it lunged." Izuku's shoulders loosened by degrees. He found the mother from last night with the toddler who'd gotten a frost kiss. The little girl waved both hands at him with the fierce generosity of the recently unconcerned. He bowed and mouthed thank you. The mother touched her own wrist where his band would be if she had one, and nodded grudging grace is still grace. Spectre Crew delivered a cone salute that was completely unnecessary and therefore perfect. His band pulsed once frostbite listening. Izuku sent a simple "we use twin shields with rest" and felt the distant rumble of a Yeti's pleased grunt. He floated above the now tired stage and wrote on the underside of his notebook. "Sound work rules 1.0. 1. Ask to share the mix. Said aloud. 2. 3. Consent chorus early. In 2 3 4 5 out 2 3 4 5. 4. 5. In wail for knots only. Never for crowds. 6. 7. Interlocking shields take turns resting. 8. 9. Turn lines into circles. Movement chooses to hold. 10. 11. Don't go out of their own echo. Do not perform them into villains. 12. 13. Apologize on the spot. Teach the care. Promise the fix. 14. Add one more, Desiree murmured, chin on his shoulder, gold soft against his sleeve. Credit the lady with the chorus next time. She will misbehave less if she feels seen. He wrote it with a smile. You're very wise, he said. I have curated disasters longer than your nation has had lunchtime, she said primly, then ruined it by bumping his shoulder with her forehead like a cat. They walked the last loop together, checking the last cones, picking up a net Agu had pretended not to drop, untying one lingering hum like a ribbon left on a present you'd already opened. The river returned everyone's shoes without comment. The Ferris wheel exhaled a last squeak and decided to sleep. Back at the Crown Theater, Izuku put his notebook beside the green light and lay back on his airbed. The chandelier hummed a lullaby. His breath did its duty, coin spinning, lattice smooth. Lantern, Desiree said into the comfortable dark. You are teaching a city to sing. He flushed in the way that made his nose warm. I'm teaching myself not to shout, he said. Same skill, she murmured. Tomorrow. You will have a tougher audience. Frostbite's chorus of moms was pretty tough. I meant you. Her bracelets chimed as she turned in the air, content. Good night. Night, he whispered, and let the last of Ember's hook fade under his own rule. Leave light. He slept. The city practiced breathing without him and did not break any toes. The chandelier in the Crown Theater breathed like a lighthouse. Izuku woke with its soft green on his face and the far-frozen band humming steady at his wrist, one clean note that meant you're fine. Do your drills anyway. He breathed on 5, felt the coin spin, and wrote 2 new lines in the notebook that lived by the bed. Today. Windshield rotations under load, anchor rests, runner holds. Switch on count 3. Proud hinge rehearsal with Spectre Crew, ankle check. Cones. Reflective tape. Desiree was already floating in the aisle like a queen who had stolen the morning. Her bracelets chimed when she stretched. Your city sings better, she said. The night practiced not tripping itself. Izuku grinned. You saw the videos? I saw the mothers not ride any angry ones. A rare miracle. His ghost sense pinged, not cold like care, not metallic like Giwa. This tasted like polished bone and old oil, like a museum case with something dangerous inside. Predator. Desiree's smile thinned. Ah. Hunter, Izuku said, because the flavor fit the word. The chandelier shadow sharpened. A whisper of static grazed the back of his neck scanned. Izuku lifted without thinking, twin shields sliding into place on muscle memory. Show yourself. The voice answered from the balcony with the cheerfulness only arrogance can afford. As you wish, pray. He stepped out of camouflage like a gun stepping out of a display. Tall, armored in plates that looked harvested rather than forged, the helmet carved with teeth he didn't need. Green coils traced his shoulders. A cloak of camo flickered between colors until it got bored. He held a rifle that had been persuaded out of being one thing and into being several. Skulker, Desiree said, vowels lazily disdainful. Still collecting hobbies as if they were friends. He bowed at her with theatrical respect that didn't reach his eyes. Desiree. Patron of poor phrasing. You look radiant. I would ask for a favor, but I brought my own toys. He leveled a small tube, no flash, just a soft thud. Pain kissed Izuku's shoulder like a bad promise. He looked down. A barb like a thorned fishhook sat in his suit, not deep, humming. Mark, Skulker said, pleased. Ecto beacon keyed to your core signature. Calls the zone to watch. Calls other hunters to salivate. Calls me to find you when I am bored. Izuku took a breath that wanted to be anger and asked it to be work instead. Then you'll know where I am when I'm saving people, he said. Good. You can find somewhere else to stand. Skulker laughed, delighted. Oh yes. You'll be fun. Desiree slid between them by a fraction, Bengals still. This city has rules, she said. None of them consent to your mark. It's not about the city, Skulker said, and his visor caught the chandelier's green like a sneer. It's about the hunt. I hunt the apex. Phantom Boy made himself interesting. He retuned Ember like a metronome. He made the ghoul look like interns. He tied a whiteout into a bow. He blew Izuku a kiss he didn't deserve. Run, little lantern. Make today good. He vanished into a thinness that wasn't invisibility. It was simply decision. The theater felt emptier when somebody who liked hunting left a space. Izuku exhaled, hand over the barb. His ghost sense tasted out the edges Ecto soldered to his suit through a logic that wasn't metalwork. He could rip it, he could also tear a strip of his own lattice, if he did it angry. Old Desiree said softly, reading his muscles like sheet music. It will sting less if you let Frost bite it first. She lifted her hand. May I? He nodded. She made a circle with thumb and forefinger and breathed a warm ice kiss around the barb. The pain settled into a reasonable complaint. The hum reduced from brag to status update. Clockwork would say don't let a hunter set the clock, Desiree murmured. But he would also say, choose your noon. Hard choices, Izuku said and pulled the notebook back to his lap. He wrote. Hunt protocol, draft. Remove mark without tearing lattice. No duplication under spike. Lure it to safe ground. People before pattern. Accept no terms that harm bystanders. He looked up. He'll come soon. He is already playing with angles, Desiree said, tilting her head to listen the way old things listen. You have an hour to choose the first place the day breaks. Izuku thought of Matron Bell at her doors. Of Kenji Koroi, the person inside the void, learning to listen in the far frozen. Of Spectre crew drawing cones with the competence of kids who had decided to become worth trusting. Of the Gyu van that would always be within 2 wrong answers of a crash. Hospital first, he said. If he's going to tag me, I won't let it turn their doors into the hunt. Desiree nodded once, pleased he'd said there. Go, lantern. He went. St. Damian's looked like it had done its hair for the day. Blind straight, coffee smell promising sanity, lights buzzing in even rhythm. The automatic doors behaved. Matron Bell met him with that specific relief which says good, a person who will stand at this hinge with me. You have a burr, she said, eyes flicking to his shoulder. Can we pluck it? I think we have to unhappen it, Izuku said. Frostbite will no way. As if the name were a knock, the band warmed his wrist, aurora flickering in miniature. Frostbite's voice arrived like a mitten. Describe. I've been marked, Izuku said, not bothering to hide irritation under manners with a doctor. He described the barb, the hum, the logic of how it felt soldered to his ectolattice. Hunters love to attach story to skin, Frostbite said. If you rip it, it will tear what you think your chest is for. We will unbraid it. Keep your breath on 5. A pause. Do not let it decide your route. Trying. Izuku glanced at Bell. Any new drafts to your doors? Bell smiled thin and wicked. I taped a note that says mother's bite. The Gyu decided to patrol a different block. His ghost sense pinged in 2 places at once. Roof, basement. Skulker's voice arrived on the paw with the polish of a predator who rehearsed. Good morning, prey. I have prepared 3 options. Door A. Rooftops, where I will shoot you for sport. Door B. Basement, where I will chase you like a rat. Door C. You try to split and I pull on your halves to see which one screams better. Matron Bell reached for the paw and turned it off mid-sentence with brisk sacrilege. We are a hospital, she told no one. We are not audience participation. Desiree's bracelet sang from the stairwell. Rude man, she said. He tries to turn architecture into a game. She looked at Izuku. Choose. He split one, duplicate only. Anchor. Doors. Runner. Roofs, he said aloud, because rules behave better when they're spoken. Anchor took the lobby, hinges high, shields tuned, ward on Bell's sleeve. Not you. Runner lifted breath out, coin smooth, spine making a map. The roof's tar paper breathed heat up into a sky that wasn't ready to be bright. Skulker emerged from a vent because of course he did. The rifle clicked into a net launcher, into a spear, into something unkind. Runner did not fight in a way that would make a good story for Skulker. He guided shot arcs into the air over the helipad and down into a stairwell where nobody stood. The spear slid through a field that had decided to be a sail, and momentum learned new manners. Disappointing, Skulker sang. Don't you want to duel? Runner adjusted the helmet occlusion on his own visor, reflection a petty victory, and answered like traffic control. Emergency landing in 5. Clear the pad. No chopper was coming. But the word made the roof remember protocol, and the vents unhelpfully moved their own louvers. Skulker landed like a cat, annoyed. The band warmed Spike. Outside, the GU van had backed into the loading zone with the grace of a bull reversing into a china shop. A technician in a hat that wanted to be a career wheeled out a tripod with a box labeled Ecto Negation Field Test, do not stand in front of. Anchor's stomach went cold. If they lit that off in the lobby, Matron Bell would feel it like absence. So would every small echo tucked under bedframs tonight, waiting to be let go gently. Runner, merge, Anchor said. We need to carry a box that likes disappearing. Runner shoved Skulker into a relationship with an HVAC vent, cast a cradle field that gave the hunter a wrong angle, and fell through 3 floors on purpose. They hands hook mid-plummet. I am Izuku Midoriya. I save people. I shine. They hit the lobby as one. The band wanted to be a siren. He let it be a metronome instead. Bell, we're going to reframe the negator. No duels in a hospital. He looked at the GU tech. Sir, please turn that off. By ordinance, the man began, reading from a piece of paper that looked like a template for mistakes. All ecto entities must. File the form later, Izuku said. Children now. Move. The tech lifted his chin, found courage in the wrong place, and flicked the switch. The field coughed into being. His ghost sense tasted its edges. An odd song negative of music, a hole where harmony should go. It wanted to convince ectoplasm it had never been a good idea. Matron Bell staggered. She didn't flicker. Bell does not flicker, but the outline of her tightened like a rage held carefully. Izuku cried at her. Not you. The ward rang weak against the field and did not fail. Okay. He could tune. He slid his palms along the field skin, thin wail humming like a tuning fork, and found the 2 frequencies that made it cruel. He shaved them down, moved them out of human vocal range, and widened the knot just enough that it lost its appetite. It still hurt. It hurt less. It attacked him because he was loud to it. It confused Bell with a hallway sign. He could survive that equation. Apologize later, he told the tech, not kindly. Turn it off. Skulker's voice came through a return vent because hunters love being a voice in the wall. Bold, little lantern. Let me help. He helped by kicking through the ceiling with a boot knife. Izuku rolled, shield catching plaster, and got his back against a structural column anchor without splitting. Civilians were already scooting behind triage curtains and Matron Bell. Good. This is not your ground, he told Skulker. Pick a lot with rebar and bad Wi-Fi like a civilized predator. Ah, Skulker said, landing light, rifle considering him like a point system. Terms. You want terms. Very well. I wish for. Desiree appeared like a comma full of teeth. No, she said. Skulker tilted his helmet. I have not yet told you what to grant. You wish for a hunt that hurts the world and calls it sport, Desiree said, and the lazy ribbon of her voice snapped. I am done writing wishes that punch down. She drifted until she was level with Izuku's shoulder, a half step behind, as if acknowledging that this was his place. Bracelets quiet now. Chin up. Choose, she said to him, plain. Not where to fight. What to be if the day cuts you. Hard choice number 1 arrived as if it had been waiting in the stairwell. Clockwork's face in the band, faint, soft, not pushing window in the far frozen shimmer. It looked like a door with his mother on the other side of it. He could go home now or miss the timing and keep the hospital. The negator hummed. Skulker smiled. The mark on his shoulder pulsed like a beacon teaching sharks their ABCs. Izuku's breath almost betrayed him. He thought of his mother's kitchen. He thought of Bell at the doors. He thought of Kenji trying not to unlearn the word we. He chose. I'll stay, he told the band, throat tight. Hold the door for someone who needs it more. The aurora and the metal pulsed once, grief, pride and dimmed. Skulker's chuckle had the shape of blood. Delicious, he said. You'll be tender with honor. He threw a harpoon that unfolded in air into 6 small darts. Izuku caught 3 with a field, redirected 2. The 6 glanced off the mark in his shoulder and sang like a tuning fork that had learned his name. The hum multiplied. "Hate that," Desiree muttered. "Allow me." He expected a glamour or a chain. Instead she lifted both hands and made a shape in the air. It wasn't a door. It was a ribbon of words, tied like a lawyer ties a meeting in knots. "By the right of the wish that keeps a city from breaking its own toes," she said, her voice suddenly old law. "I bind this hunt to terms that the hunted sets. No bystanders. No marks. Duel only by acceptance. My side is the boy who asks." The mark on Izuku's shoulder went quiet, offended to be told it was impolite. It did not drop. It stopped calling. Skulker lowered his rifle, amused and furious in equal measures. "Jin, you choose a side. At last. How deliciously hypocritical." "Neutrality is a posture," Desiree said, and her smile showed ancestry. "I am done posturing. You want to hunt. You hunt a person, not a city." Izuku felt that like a patch on a seam he hadn't known would ache forever if left untended. "Thank you," he said, plain. Later she said, eyes warm without letting his shoulder drop. "Now. Make one more hard choice and then go teach a predator about paperwork." The Gyutek fumbled for his switch again, panicked into competence. Izuku took 3 steps and overshadowed his hand only just enough to press off while saying, out loud, "I am holding your wrist. We will turn this off. Done. I am out." He left a note with the security desk because ethics are heavier than forms but require more signatures. Then he turned to Skulker. "Park by the river," he said. "The scrapyard with the paper cranes welded to the gate. 15 minutes. We cut a circle in the ground. Nothing leaves the circle unless I say. If I lose, you take my mark and leave my city alone for a year. If you lose, you leave for a season and you bring me your tools to disarm." Skulker purred. "I accept," he leered at Desiree. "If the Jin refrains from augmenting the boy. I will not grant him anything," she said smoothly. "I will hold his promise." Skulker twitched with irritation. "Pretend you are a vow all you like. I will eat it for breakfast." He went up through the ceiling again because predators love an exit no one appreciates. Elle fastened her ward more tightly with a sound like a stern hug. "Go," she told Izuku. "I will keep my doors shut without hunting inside them. But if your circle fails, I will come yell." "I promise it won't," he said, which is not what a science teacher would have let him say, but this felt like a day for vows. Desiree looped a green thread around her wrist and tugged it once. "I stand at his shoulder," she said, soft, old, dangerous. "For him." They left. The scrapyard had the soul of a cemetery and the manners of a flea market. Stacked cars leaned like drunk uncles. The river licked rust. Someone had welded 1,000 paper cranes to the front gate, hope memorialized in steel. The cranes watched. Izuku landed in the wide lot, breathed on 5, and drew his circle in Horfirst. A ring wide enough to move, narrow enough to keep the fight honest. Desiree hovered out of it, hands folded, eyes old. Spectre crew watched from a roof 2 blocks away with cones ready, which was not useful, but was devotion. Skulker arrived with the patience of a boast. He stepped over the ring like a man with knife manners. "Terms accepted," he said. 15 minutes. Izuku's twin shields climbed into interlock as surely as breath into lungs. Anchor, he told himself. Doors and hinges. He did not split. The Gyu spike could sing again at any moment. He would make his breaths counterpoint without cutting them in half. Skulker started with distance rifle to net to bolt, a triad designed to make you cover 3 wrong things at once. Izuku's shields tilted, tuned, hit hinges, and sent the bolts to kiss the cranes instead of people. "Cute," Skulker said, and rushed. He was faster than he looked. He moved like a rumor that wanted to be a fact. The spear became a blade, became a chain, became a lariat. Izuku's phase slid inside the first cast, his field angled the second around his thigh instead of his throat, and his cryokinesis spun fibers that caught the chain and asked it to be rope. He named it quietly. It obeyed for a beat. "Structure," Izuku said through his teeth, as much to steady himself as to teach the air. "Gentle, even, present." Skulker laughed, delighted with an opponent who spoke architecture mid-fight. "Speak to me, boy. Make me a story." "I'd rather you were a lesson," Izuku said, and broke the chain into frost before it got ideas again. Skulker switched to vertical, a jump that became a hover, armor thrusters whining the way bad tech does when it has not been apologized to. He dropped a mine with fins that sang. Izuku caught the song, tuned it to nice, and the mine decided to be an informative paperweight. The mark on his shoulder pulsed. He felt it start to call again, muffled under Desiree's ribbon law. It wanted witnesses. He wanted privacy. "Hard choice," Desiree said from the edge, and he knew which one. Drop power to drop the mark. He could bleed ectoplasm a lot, force the barb to lose its grip, and get a half hour of being a boy in a green jacket in a scrapyard with a man who ate vows. He could hold onto the comfort of power and let the mark keep singing, which meant every opportunist with a rifle would be on a roof by sundown. He remembered Matron Bell's mother's chorus. He remembered Kenji's okay. He chose. Do it, he said. To himself. He grounded himself with a field under his boots, drew breath on 5, and poured energy through the mark, not to feed it, but to unbraid it. It hurt like pulling a splinter with your teeth at the end of a long day, then like pulling a thought you didn't mean to have. His shields dimmed. The circle wavered. The crane stared harder. Skulker saw the falter and pounced. Izuku was human for 5 heartbeats. He met the lunge with physics. Step off the rope he threaded under the soil. Pull on the welded cranes to change his center of mass. Twist and slam the spear haft with both hands into the space between Skulker's plates that looked like a hinge, because even armor likes to open. The spear bucked. Skulker swore short, harsh, and then smiled because prey should not be interesting when dimmed. Lovely, he said. You're better without your toys. Izuku's lungs remembered warm ice and didn't panic. They're not toys, he said, dry. They're promises. So is this. He took the spear's chain, looped it around a crane's long steel neck, and knotted it with ectofibers that relit on a cough of power that the body keeps for closing eyes. Skulker lifted his wrist and fired a dart at Desiree. It hit a ribbon law and fell asleep midair like a rude sentence corrected by a librarian. Using a side means you can be stabbed on it, Skulker told her, almost tender. Haven't you missed the adrenaline? Endlessly, Desiree said, bored. I prefer foreplay that does not involve mortal paperwork. Izuku's power crept back. Not full enough. He duplication splinted a half runner in breath out, not to fight, but to run Q. Ankles, pockets, doors. Anchor held the ring. Runner watched the cranes and the roofs and the Q spike that tried to stand up again and lost its pencil. He felt the 2-breath protocol catch. Counterpoint. Handshakes ready. Skulker saw the split and pressed. Ah, 2 of you. He fired tuning spikes, the zone hunter version, and the air shivered. Slip tried to be born. Runner hands hook hard. I am Izuku Midoriya. I save people. I shine. Slip died unnamed. The spikes whined and got bored. Learned that one yesterday, Izuku said, breath more stable each count. You might need new toys. You will make me order them, Skulker said, delighted. Excellent. The adapted hunters adapt and cut low with a foot side that had been stylish in a century without safety standards. Izuku jumped, but he wasn't a pure flyer yet. When he came down, the scythe clipped his calf through a shield thin to feed the unmarking. Pain flared bright, clear. He named it correctly, hurt, not harm, and moved. Cryo ward on his own skin. Not you, used sparingly. Warm ice to line the lattice in his leg. Anchor covering hinges. Runner watching feet. They reached a part of a fight where bodies know each other's tempo. Skulker's armor revealed a camouflage mode that wasn't invisibility so much as persuasion, convincing angles they weren't there. Izuku stopped looking with eyes. He listened with cold. The ghost sense tasted direction. He placed a thin wail where 2 breaths of wind rubbed wrong. Skulker's silhouette popped back like a rabbit out of a hat, offended to be seen. Showman, Izuku said, admiring despite everything. Show, Skulker corrected. You are the man. They met in the center and broke apart twice, 3 times. The circle held. Desiree said nothing, and that was the hardest kind of help. The mark released on a gasp, the barb clinking free into his hand, ugly, light. He flipped it in the air and let it land outside the circle. It died there like a fish that had never learned water properly. Skulker's visor ticked, he'd felt the change. No more beacon. You're less interesting. Izuku smiled with all the teeth he had, and none of the ones Skulker wore. Then leave, he said. Terms. For a breath it looked like Skulker would ruin the drama by conceding early. Then his shoulder cannon lowered at the cranes in the crowd's direction, pure betrayal of their ring. Hunter's honor is a story hunters tell until you make them choose between honor and a better story. Desiree moved first. Her hand flicked, and the ribbon law she tied earlier tightened. No bystanders, she said, and the cranes rang like tuning forks that had decided to be chimes. The cannon's targeting forgot the cranes existed. Skulker snarled. He did not like being told where his prey ended. Izuku made his last hard choice. He had ghostly wail in his chest like a storm. The heavy version would end this fight and wake a lot of guilt. The thin one would cut one hinge and ask the rest of the armor to reconsider. He chose the small, slower, kinder win and made it fast because he'd practiced. He inhaled on 5. Coin. Lattice. He aimed at the joint where Skulker's armor locked his left shoulder plate to his chest. He let the wail out like a scalpel. The plate jumped. A clip flew, musical as a bad idea losing a ring. The shoulder dropped half an inch. Skulker's reach got worse. Izuku stepped in, field under feet, phase through blade, hand on ribs, not as a strike, as an aim. Hinge. The armor felt the name and opened. He pulled Skulker forward by the promise of a fair hunt with written terms, and Skulker fell into a rope he'd laid in the first minute, a circle of ectofiber that tightened just enough to be dignified. The cranes watched. The river held its breath. Spectre crew forgot to film because winning slowly is boring on camera and perfect in person. Desiree exhaled the most relieved laugh he'd heard this side of a pediatric ward. "Lantern," she said, warm with pride. Izuku did not crow. He named the terms again, out loud, so that they could write them down. "Skulker," he said, and the name was a handle and not an advertisement. "You lost. Season away from my city. You deliver your tools to me or to Frostbite for disarming. You do not mark me or anyone here again. You consider it leisure being a man who hunts storms instead of children." Skulker stared through the visor, breathing that wasn't breathing. Then he laughed without joy. "You lecture as if you invented rules." "I obey ones I didn't invent," Izuku said, and the band hummed in agreement. "Decide." Skulker tugged once. The rope held. He smiled like a man planning a second date. "Season," he allowed. "Tools," he lied to himself. "Marks, well, I'll have to find a new toy." Desiree's eyes went grave under their mischief. "You will not like the toy I choose if you do." Skulker tilted his head at her, admitted the point with a chuckle, and then did a thing hunters do when they are beaten by something they don't hate. He bowed. "Until winter's broken back," he said, which was the way his kind said not long, but not tomorrow. He stepped backward across the ring, obeyed it, and vanished without making anyone watch him do it. Silence held. Then the cranes clinked, shyly, like they wanted to clap. Spectre crew finally remembered their phones. The GIL van decided to have a flat tire at exactly this moment for no reason, except that paperwork is a deity. Izuku sat down before he realized he'd meant to. Desiree folded into the air beside him and bumped his shoulder with her wrist, the green thread winking. "You chose hard 3 times," she said. "Stay, not go. Unmark, not burn. Cut small, not crush." "I wanted to crush," he admitted, exhausted honesty loosening the hinge of his mouth. "Just once." "You wrote a code so you do not have to decide again later," she said. "Crushing is easy, then expensive. You're doing layaway on your conscience." He laughed, cracked and real. "I'll make a hunt protocol page." He did, sitting on a crane's foot while the city exhaled and the river looked like it would forgive anything that made it less lonely. He wrote. "Hunt protocol 1.0, if marked. Warm ice around barb. Unbraid at cost. Accept dimness. Choose ground. Drawing. Say terms aloud. Let law hear. No splitting under spike. Breath counterpoint instead. Thin whale for hinges. Never for crowds. People pattern pride. Desiree's ribbon law. No bystanders. No marks. Duel only by acceptance. Lost terms reciprocal. Leave light." He signed Izuku. Desiree watched the ink dry like something historical was happening. It was. Matron Bell arrived 10 minutes later, efficiently livid, leaned both hands on the gate, and peered at the ring like a librarian checking the math in a miracle. "You did not break my hospital," she said, like she was approving a recipe with too much salt. "I also did not let him take my radio with him," Izuku said, tapping his shoulder. "Doesn't hum." "But boy," she said, and then because she'd promised to yell pointed at the GIL van. "You. Forms." The agents discovered they had always wanted to know what Act 12 looked like when filled out correctly. As the sun found a way around the cranes, Clockwork's reflection ghosted faintly in the band again. Noon mist, doors shut, no reproach. Just a nod. "Next time. You chose the day you were in." Izuku nodded back, tired down to the words that knew his spine. "Thank you." Desiree wound the green thread around her wrist twice, tied it, and held it out like a thing to be witnessed. For the record, she said, her voice intentional, plain, and, for a moment, shy in conflicts between the hunt and the lantern. "I choose the lantern." He swallowed. "That's not a wish. It is a decision," she said. "I do those now." He tied the thread with the boy's careful fingers. They walked the yard picking up the mine that wanted to be a paperweight, untangling the rope from a crane's beak, letting the river keep its secrets. Spectre crew brought cones for no reason. The GIL van admired them with a flat tire and a stack of forms. When he finally climbed back to the theater and lay down on his airbed, the chandelier hummed like a reward. He scribbled one last line under the day's rules. Rule 9. When you are hunted, make the hunt learn to be a rescue. He breathed. 5 in. Coin. Teeth. Lattice. Home. Sleep took him. The city kept watch, Desiree at his shoulder, the cranes clinking in the wind like shy applause. The chandelier in the Crown Theater clicked softly, like a careful metronome. Izuku woke to its pale green and to the far-frozen band humming steady at his wrist. 5 in. Coin spin. Teeth. Lattice. Home. He didn't make it to the notebook. The room folded around a hinge that wasn't on any wall, and a clock face drifted into being where the projector once threw summer at dust. It wasn't a single clock, it was a garden of them, pocket watches and station timers, sundials turning as if someone had remembered to wind the sun. A figure hovered in their midst, robes falling like the shadow of a pendulum, face young, then old, then a child's, then no face at all, clockwork, guardian of the sensible and the barely survivable. "Good morning," Izuku Midoriya, Time said in a tone as casual as a tea break. Desiree drifted upright from the dark like a poem finding its meter. Her bracelets gave one crystalline chime. "Clockwork," she said. "I was wondering when your politesse would arrive to ruin a boy's weekend." "Lovely to see you too," Desiree, Clockwork answered, mild. His hands gloved precise, tilted one brass dial. A window opened where air used to be, and it showed a bright kitchen with a potted plant doing its best in questionable sunlight. "Mom?" She stood at the counter, saying Izuku's name aloud as if it might pick the shortest path home, then pressed her hand to a green hoodie folded with unapologetic hope. The clock on the stove said 8:17. In another window, a class roster scrolled without one name in its place, then, as if someone got tired of waiting, inserted absent. A third window showed the alley where he had learned to fly. Rain looked for him and did not find him. Izuku's lungs did all the wrong things until he forced them to do the right ones. 5 in. Coin. Teeth. Lattice. He did not blink. "Is this now?" "In your world," Clockwork said, voice neither pitying nor cruel, "this morning and the next. Time is patient until it isn't." Desiree floated closer to Izuku's shoulder, not touching, near enough to be chosen. "Show him the price," she murmured. "You brought scales." Clockwork's mouth tipped, amused. "I brought doors," he corrected, and the air obliged. 3 apertures unfurled like careful pages. Door 1 showed the lab where Kenji Koroi had pressed a red button with hope-bracing terror. Only now it was quiet. The portal ring lay dormant. A chalkboard had the words "postponed indefinitely" on it, underlined twice. The far frozen flickered faintly in the corner like a dream that wasn't owned yet. Door 2 opened on a hospital corridor. St. Damian's. Matron Bell stood with her hands on the door as a mother argued with a spreadsheet in human shape. Behind Bell, doors stayed where doors should. Door 3 looked like a bridge. The paper cranes Izuku had brushed yesterday curled in rusted relief, and beyond them the river, not now, not yesterday, later, shadowed by something that tasted like absence and goo. Paperwork lit like a bonfire. "You may go home," Clockwork said simply, and the word home made Izuku's fingers ache like he'd held on to a ledge for too long. "You may go at the instant you left, or at any of several hours, my gift, if you will, within the next 3 days. Each is possible. Each demands a cost." Desiree's eyes shuddered halfway, not the lazy lid of mischief, but the careful veil of someone who knows how bargaining rooms bruise. "Say it," she told the gear-toothed diplomat. "Say what you will take." Clockwork showed palms. "Time dislikes charity. If he returns now, without consequence, dreads whip and slice. Your matron loses her grip on 3 doors this week. An ember riot becomes a fire. Kenji forgets choosing to try." "No," Izuku said, immediate and reflex. "No, I want." "Easy," Desiree soothed, low. "We will hear him, and then we will make the day behave." 3 offers, Clockwork said, as if he had not been interrupted. "Time is accustomed to being heard whether you like it or not. Offer A. You may go home at once, precisely when you vanished, if you pay with a season of your ghostly wail. It will not answer you. You will still breathe, still shield, still phase. You will save by small hands only." The wail lived under his ribs like a storm taught to hum. Izuku sat upon there, surprised at how it hurt to imagine silence, not for winning fights, but for cutting hinges gently, calling storms down without shattering roofs. Could he do without it? Yes. Did he want to? No. "Offer B," Clockwork continued, voice soft around edges that cut. "You may go home at once, with all your power. If you leave behind a day, one day you have already lived in this world. It will unravel quietly. The people you saved will still be saved by someone. The door you patched will still close. But they will not remember you doing it, and neither will you." Desiree's head snapped a degree, like a blade deciding it hated its sheath. "Ah," she said lightly, hiding anger under charm. "A memory tax. You'll erase a lantern's light from a room and call the room unchanged." "It will be unchanged, in fact," Clockwork said. "Not in story. Stories, I confess, take offense. But it is tidy." Izuku imagined the bridge crowded with tiny locks where he tied a green ribbon on an empty one and said, "You are seen." He imagined the lock without the ribbon and the air without the whisper. The lock would be fine. The person who saw it would still be fine. He would not know he had said the words. The world would not remember. His throat felt colder than the far frozen in a way he did not like. "Offer C," Clockwork said, and now the third door swung wider, showing not his mother's kitchen, not a hospital, not a scrapyard. It showed the space between. The green lit seam he and Desiree used when they didn't want to old wound a wall. But where he was used to a line, this was a bridge arched, anchored at both shores with sigils that looked like promises carved into ice and steel. You do not go home now. You will build a bridge. I will show you how the Phantom Pact made stone. It will take 7 vows, 7 anchors. It will take time and help, and it will anger the wrong people. When finished, you may cross without cost to anyone else. Clockwork lifted a brow. But you will pay the slow price. Every vow weighs. You will be a lantern offered at 2 doors. Some nights you will be, he considered the word carefully, as a person checking a wound lonely. That word slid under armor no training had taught and sat on the step where his breath lived. Lonely in 2 places. In 2 kitchens. 2 streets. 2 sets of people to apologize to and promise and keep promises for. He looked at Desiree. She hid nothing now, not this time, her face a precise sculpture of conflicting I want you to go, and I want you to stay, and I want you to choose without me choosing for you. It was ridiculous that someone centuries old could look so young without a single change in her skin. Questions? Time asked, polite as a clerk. To Izuku said. If I take the whale, will I still be able to cut hinges safely without it? People before pattern. I can't, he swallowed. I can't trade their safety for my home. You can, Clockwork said, and somehow made it sound like a compliment that he would ask, if you are patient. It is the slow way. You learn slow ways. You will curse me 3 times in the first week and write thank you in your notebook anyway. Second question. He glanced at Desiree. If I take the date, does the person I helped lose anything besides me? Clockwork's gaze turned on him the way weather turns on a hill. No. Their fact remains. Only story changes. The city keeps its furniture. It loses a light bulb no one had counted. Desiree's bracelets hissed like small snakes. And you will plant a new bulb elsewhere and tell yourself it evens. It does, Clockwork said. Though it is not as beautiful. Izuku stared at the windows until the stove clock in his mother's kitchen made him almost stand up and run a time like that would accomplish something. He held himself still because he'd learned to. Breath, 5, coin, teeth, lattice. He could go now and pay with a season of being less than safe. He could go now and pay with a day nobody but spreadsheets would miss. Or he could build. He laughed once, a small sound that cut. It's always build, he said. Isn't it? Even when it breaks your back. Axemen, Clockwork said softly. Or you grow stronger where they don't. Desiree turned her face to the green chandelier and hummed a note that made the metal ring in agreement. Say it out loud, she told Izuku. Not for him. For your code. He didn't look at door 1 again. He could not bear the floor mat in that kitchen. He looked at Matron Bell. He looked at the cranes. He looked at the seam that wanted to be a bridge. Then he spoke in the calm voice he used at barriers and bedsides, the one that made a room remember itself. I won't take a sound from a child's safety, he said, which closed off for A, even if it made his ribs ache to refuse being home now. I won't tax a story I didn't write, he added, which kept him from choosing B, even if part of him wanted to pay with a day he could afford and call it math. So, it's C. He exhaled. I'll build. The theater exhaled with him, the chandelier ticking relief. Clockwork didn't smile. Time seldom does. Then earn your bridge, he said, and held out a hand. 7 sigils spun in his palm, simple and heavy. 7 vows, he said. 7 anchors. 7 ways for a day to ask you to break them and for you to learn new habits instead. Izuku reached without touching. Tell me. A1. The door will not bite. You will lay gentle crossings. No portal opens over a place that cannot bear it. No seam tramples a threshold that already hurts. You name this with warm ice and leave doorframes better than you found them. He saw Matron Bell approve of this with a tilt of her head. A2. Crossings are human first. The bridge belongs to people before pattern. You will answer cries over curiosities. Every crossing you make must carry someone who could not have walked alone. His throat was a fist. He nodded. A3. The bridge keeps its own records. No memory taxes. No erasures to tidy your conscience. Write the note. Leave the light. But Desiree said sharply. A4. No crowds, no kings. You do not bring armies. You do not bring hunts. You do not export your enemies or import someone else's to make points. Skulker's hunter's laugh echoed off a wall. Izuku nodded harder. A5. 2 breaths, 1 promise. You keep your duplication law even when it would be faster to break it. Anchor handles doors. Runner watches feet. Merge it out. No slips under spike. He felt the band hum approval. A6. Seasons will be honored. You will spend time with the place you cross, not just fight in it. You'll eat and listen and be seen doing nothing useful, and you will be changed. Desiree's mouth softened, fond. Frostbite's approval rumbled down the band like distant thunder. A7. No bridges without bridgekeepers. Clockwork lifted his gaze to Desiree. You may not hold this alone. Choose keepers on both shores who can name you wrong. Give them keys. Invite their no. Matron Bell, Frostbite, and unexpectedly the station manager from the subway flickered in windows like nominations. Spectre Crew held up cones as if they were credentials. Izuku exhaled through the ache. I can do those. You can try, Clockwork corrected. Then his hand closed and the sigils did not vanish. They slid like gentle brands onto Izuku's band, his notebook, and when he wasn't looking one settled on Desiree's gold, a curl of time's language snared in her bracelets. She glanced down. Rude, she said, without heat. But fair. I am, at times, time said dryly, then turned the dial again. The hospital window showed Belle turning away from Agi with a look that should have been bottled for education. The river cranes moved slightly, as if wind had learned to thank metal. Izuku's mother set down the green hoodie and opened another cabinet porridge, then bento. She wasn't crying. He loved her for that as much as if she had been. I will open Celadon Street for you tonight, Clockwork said, as if he were offering theater tickets. A scene where the city won't scream when you stitch. You will lay one plank. You will be tested by impatience. You will be tired. You will be mocked. If you give in to speed, the plank will bite. If you remember your vows, it will sing. He tipped one last clock and peeked past it at Izuku's ribs. You will want to go home today because you chose not to. That want will stalk you. Treat it like skulker. Terms, ring, season. Do not let it make you take off or be at 3 in the morning because you are soft and call me home tastes too good. Izuku caught Desiree's eye. She mouthed, I will hide your phone, with all the solemnity of a child, promising to guard a sandwich. He laughed, strangled and grateful, and looked back at time. What do I owe you? Clockwork's face ran young for a flicker, which is when he looked most like a boy who loved puzzles. You owe me an answer when I ask you a question 3 chapters from now. His eyes flicked, and the projector's beam pulsed with a warning nobody else would have caught. Don't try to win that one on sound work alone. Then he was gone. The clocks folded, and the crown snapped back into itself like a book that knew its place. Desiree stayed. She often did. Say it again, she said, before silence found a way to chew. I'll build, Izuku repeated, and this time it felt like the promise had weight in his teeth. Good. She touched the edge of his notebook with one cool fingertip. Write your bridge code before the city pretends it can do it without you. He wrote. Bridge code, draft 0.1. 1. Or will not bite. War mice first. Gentle seam. 2. 3. Crossings are human first. Carry someone. 4. 5. Leave the record. Note plus light. No erasures. 6. 7. No crowds. No kings. No hunts. No armies. 8. 9. 2 breaths, 1 promise. Anchor doors, runner feet. Merge it out. 10. 11. Honor seasons. Eat. Listen. Be changed. 12. 13. Bridge keepers on both shores. Keys for their no. 14. He signed Izuku, then paused. Will you? Yes, Desiree said, and for once did not make him finish. I will be a keeper. I will say no if I must. I will say yes if you forget that the door isn't for you. He nodded, embarrassed at how much it calmed him to have the word anchored. The day did not wait for time's polite conversation to finish having emotions. The ghost sense pinged in, insistent. A seam trying to pry itself under a park gate 3 blocks from Celadon. Spectre Crew texted a selfie of cones next to a sign that read, do not summon at dog run. Let's check the park, he said. Then we'll go lay a plank. Very builder, Desiree said, and fell in beside him, gold singing like nails that only wanted to hold. The dog run wanted to swallow a ball. The seam had been reading fetch badly all morning and had decided enough was enough. It would own the throw. A child cried the way children do when the world forgets the rules and their dog follows grief into a hedge. Izuku did not open a lecture to a seam with Clockwork's rhetoric. He opened it with warm ice. He traced the fence posts with frost that told metal it was still itself. He set a small bridgekeeper sigil on the gate and handed the key to a 17-year-old volunteer who looked like she needed to be given something that mattered. He knelt to the child's height, tuned the low hum under the ground so it sounded less like a dare and more like a lullaby, and asked the seam to go home the way you ask a cat to get off a stove. It went. The dog drooled on his wrist in gratitude like a hero. The mother mouthed thank you and tucked a phone away instead of filming. Spectre Crew drew hearts on their cones because of course they did. Or did not bite, Desiree noted, pretending she wasn't proud. Bridgekeeper gets a sticker, Izuku said, and drew one with a green finger. Keys please, thank you. They ate a bow in the shadow of the cranes because bow 6 said seasons and bow counts. Then, as dusk braided the river purple, they walked Celadon Street to the place Clockwork had promised would hurt the least. It looked like any curb. A crack in the pavement where weeds rehearsed persistence, a wall that used to be painted beige and had decided unironically to stay that way. An alley side nearby. A light changed and nobody noticed. Perfect. Ready? Desiree asked, but it wasn't a test. It was a hand held at the top of a slide. Ready, he said, and did everything that made a doorway gentle. Warm ice along the stud in the wall and the edge of the curb. Leave light glimmer on the lintel that had always craved a wreath. Shield behind the seam set to sail in case the first breath pushed wrong. 2 breaths in counterpoint anchor keeping the edges polite, runner watching the curb for ankles, and for the curious cat who wanted to be a foreman. He slid his hand along air and taught it to be a handrail. The seam opened ajar never all at once like an eyelid in a generous room. On the other side. Not home. Not yet. The far frozen, familiar and patient, sent a breeze that smelled like clean silence. The aurora folded once like a nod. Frostbite's voice warmed the band. Good first cut, he rumbled. Door did not bite. Bridge keeper? Izuku asked, the word awkward and full of hope. We keep, Frostbite answered. We will tell you if you are rude. He laughed, breath shaking, and felt the seam settle into place like a plank that didn't splinter under a foot. It sang. Quietly, just enough that the curb learned a song it liked. Behind him, the city had gathered in the way it does when the air changes and nobody has to be told about it. Matron Bell stood with arms crossed, watching as if measuring the hinge on a big door. Spectre crew held cones mostly for the symbolism. The station manager from the subway tugged a line of reflective tape across the alley mouth without being asked. The GIL van rolled right on by because Act 12 had reached page 3 and that can eat a shift. Clockwork did not reappear. Time tends not to look at things once they begin to work in case they notice him watching and behave differently out of spite. Desiree peered into the seam and breathed out something that might, in another century, have been called a prayer. You did not choose me, she said softly, honest enough to make the air stand up straighter. You chose a bridge. I will walk it. He didn't trust his voice, so he nodded. The plank hummed like a promise you could nap on. They closed it carefully, like you close a sleeping baby's door ajar again, never with a snap. He left a note on the wall in Ecto ink. Phantom Bridge. Celadon Keepers. Bell, Frostbite, Station Rule. No biting use. Human first. He left a green light tucked in the brick, soft and unbossy. Desiree turned in the alley and looked him in the face with centuries that had all decided to sit in the front row. Hard part comes next, she said. You will want to run to door 1 at 2 in the morning because you are good and tired and softness is persuasive. You will not. You will call me. I will be infuriating. We will brew tea. You will sleep. He let himself laugh because if he didn't he would stagger, and stagger was fine, but laughter tasted better. Deal. Back at the theater, the chandelier sounded like a clock that liked its job. Izuku wrote bridge. Plank 1 in his notebook and dated it. Then he wrote a new line in the code because the day needed it. Then, when given 3 doors, build a 4th with friends. He stared too long at the blank by mom. Desiree saw and pretended she didn't. She drifted lower until her bracelets clicked against a seat back just under his hand. He didn't touch them. It felt like touching a bell. Lantern, she said into the hush, the word a pillow under a tired head. You did not go home today. But you sent home a letter written in work. He blinked fast and nodded because agreeing was safer than speaking. He slept with that ache in his ribs that meant he'd chosen the slow way again. The city stood watch. Frostbite kept a claw on the other end of the plank like a father on a playground ladder. Matron Bell checked her doors and, under her breath, said a grace in a language that does not exit rooms for gods, but holds them open if they insist on coming in. Clockwork watched exactly long enough to see the plank hold a cat when it decided to be its first crossing. Then he turned away. He had a question to polish for a later hour. Morning came like a courteous knock. The green chandelier over the Crown Theatre's stage ticked a steady beat. The far frozen band at Izuku's wrist hummed along. 5 in. Coin spin. Teeth. Lattice. Homer one of them. The seam he'd laid on Celadon Street the night before pulsed through the band as soft I'm fine shared by doorframes. Frostbite's voice followed, warm as fur-lined thunder. Your plank sang all night. No biting. Izuku smiled into his sleeve. Thank you. He sat up and reached for his notebook. Yesterday's bridge code stared back, 7 vows written clean. He added a title to steady his spine. Titles always helped. Project. Phantom Bridge V0.1 GOAL. A stable, humane crossing that hurts no one to open needs. Anchors, 7, keepers, both shores, shutdown phrase, rhythm. Rhythm. Desiree's voice came from 3 rows down, lazy and bright. She was sprawled across velvet like someone who'd invented lounging. Her bracelets caught the chandelier's green. Ah. You finally confess you are building a song. The bridge that keeps time with both worlds, he said. If the beat's wrong, it rips. The smile tilted. Let's not rip anything before lunch. He snorted, then sobered as the band warmed with a different pulse, the particular polite attention that felt like clockwork without the clocks. A small brass cog symbol winked in the band's glass. A postcard in his mind read. Build with 7. Test with 3. Anchor the will, not the wall. See. Izuku wrote it down. 3 to test. 7 to hold. Ooh. Desiree asked, though her eyes already held several names. He didn't have to reach far. Matron Bell, keeper of doors, opponent of drafts, a matron whose no held like oak. Frostbite healer and architect of winter, guardian of the far frozen. Station manager Nari, announcer of exits. She made crowds behave by speaking like gravity. Kenji Koroi, once null-tied. Now a man learning to step back from an abyss and give it purpose. Spectre Crew, a kid-led constellation with cones and new sense. Desiree Jin, a newly declared side, ribbon law and bracelets. Izuku Lantern, author of too many codes for his age. He wrote one more line under needs. Witness. Time never stayed to be thanked in person. But a pact likes a witness. Read a test, he said. Bell, Frostbite, Nari. Then we add the rest. Desiree sat up, purpose lighting over mischief like a veil over a crown. Where? The crown, he said, and the ceiling liked the idea. Neutral ground. Then the park gate. Then Celadon. Cones? Asked a text from Spectre Crew, followed by half a dozen cone emojis. Always, Izuku typed. Bring water. The theater filled not with an audience, but with keepers. Matron Bell strode down the aisle as if hospitals had a next stage left. Nari, her station badge actually read Nari Bat, operations, arrived with reflective tape in one hand and a donut in the other for sharing, obligatory. Frostbite stepped through a seam. Desiree coaxed ajar, the far frozen's crisp air bending light without bothering walls. Kenji followed Frostbite, hands empty, eyes steady, the cloak of null-tide, not even a shadow now, just a heavy coat someone had folded and put away for good. Spectre Crew spilled into the balcony with cones and a hand-lettered banner. Phantom Pack drafting party. Desiree pretended not to preen. The chandelier did not pretend. Izuku stood center stage with his notebook, palms open. Thank you, he said, simple. We're building a bridge. Not a hole. A thing that keeps will on both sides. A door that won't bite. Bell nodded like a head nurse hearing finally. Rules. 7 vows, Izuku said, and read them aloud. No jargon. No hero posters. Just habits named in front of people who could make them real. Nari raised a hand at vow 4. No crowds, no kings, she repeated, savoring it. Put an occupancy number on it. Humans obey signs better than philosophy. 50. Spectre Crew's Thermos Alex offered, then shook his head. 25, if cones are near. 20, Bell said. We test with 3. We train with 5. We will not run before we learn to walk a bridge. Frostbite rumbled pleasure. Kenji lifted a hand like a student who wanted to do this right. Vow 2 says human first. May a man who was void sometimes be counted human. Izuku's throat warmed. Always, he said, and meant choose to be among people. Be measured by the care you offer, not the power you produce. Desiree drifted to stage edge, Bengals still. Keys, she said. Who keeps them? Both shores, Izuku said. Bell, Nari, Frostbite primary. Desiree and I holders, not rulers. Spectre Crew runners only. Kenji counter pressure. He looked to Kenji. Like sandbags on a ladder. No swallowing. Just holding. Kenji smiled like a man who'd practiced that idea in a mirror until it felt like a face. I can be ballast without becoming a hole. They set a table on stage not because a pack needed one, but because signing needed elbows. Izuku wrote the header in Ecto ink. The Phantom packed a bridge between worlds that puts people before pattern. Under it, clauses unfolded in tidy, friendly language. 1. Or will not bite. We open seams gently. We close them ajar. War mice first. 2. 3. Human first. Crossings carry caretaking, rescues, or necessary keepers. Tourism waits. 4. 5. Record always. Notes left on both shores. Who crossed, why, care plan, keeper on duty. 6. 7. No crowds, no kings. Max 20 human bodies per hour. No hunts, no mobs, no armies. 8. 9. 2 breaths, 1 promise. Split roles declared aloud. Merge it out. No slip. 10. 11. Honor seasons. We eat. We listen. We learn. No extraction. No raids. 12. 13. Keys and no. Bridge keepers on both shores hold veto. No ends a crossing. 14. 15. Shutdown phrase. Any keeper can speak door to hearth. Now. And the bridge yields. 16. 17. Consent chorus. First breath at every opening. In 2 3 4 5, out 2 3 4 5. 18. 19. Witness. We invite time to observe, frost to remember, and light to be left. 20. Make it 10, Nari said, delighted. Humans like round numbers. 11, Bell countered dryly, to irritate them. They signed Izuku Midoriya, Phantom. Desiree with a ribbon knot. Matron Bell with capital letters you could build furniture out of. Nari bat, Nari, operations with a flourish. Frostbite, healer and neat strokes no one expected from paws that large. Kenji Koroi steady, unbroken. Spectre crew, Alex, vests and cones, with a star sticker. And, after a pause, Ember McLean, performer consent chorus clause only, in glitter pen left behind from a previous life. Ember? Bella asked, eyebrow. She owes me a ballad, Izuku said. We need a beat. Desiree's mouth curved. You mean I convinced her not to be bored? Team effort, he said. The chandelier rang once, approving. Yes, Belle said briskly, because ceremonies are just good warm-ups. 3 to cross, 5 to hold, 20 to watch. No goo. Formac 12 is still eating them alive, Nari said cheerfully. I stapled it to their shift. Spectre crew whooped. Cones sprouted along the aisle like orange flowers that really believed in right angles. They chose the park gate for the beta open sky, polite fence, a dog named Mooley watching solemnly from a bench with his person. The sign Spectre crew had made now read bridge test, no biting. Nari laid reflective tape and chalked arrows that made sense at ankle level. Belle posted herself at the gate like a saint of lentils. Frostbite waited on the other side, seam ajar, the far frozen breeze tasting like menthol and patience. Incent chorus first, Izuku said, palms open, visible, unhurried. He breathed, and the little knot of people around them breathed with him. In 2 3 4 5. Out 2 3 4 5. Desiree counted in a hum that tucked itself under the bones of the day. Something in the ground decided not to panic. Keys? Bella asked. Izuku held up a ring, not metal, but etched light that nested in his palm. He touched one sigil. It shone on Belle's wristband, then on Nari's clipboard keeper's keys. The band at his own wrist resonated politely. Runner watches feet, he said aloud, declaring rolls. Anchor holds doors. Desiree stepped a half pace behind, law and bangles. Kenji stood outside the cones, a human sandbag with a quiet grin. He reached toward the air and invited it to be a handrail. Warm ice traced the gatepost. A shield behind the seam took the shape of a sail instead of a wall. The door opened ajar, never a snap like an eye learning to trust a light. On the other side, Frostbite lifted a paw. Welcome. 3 crossed first, Izuku, Belle, Nari human first. Their steps landed like commas, not exclamation marks. The plank sang a understated note. Air changed, present. Izuku felt the seam's edges test for where to bite and then forget how. They stepped into the far frozen, and the cold greeted them as order. Or didn't bite, Belle said, almost pleased. Bridge keepers. Frostbite pressed a carved band into Nari's palm. You may say no. That's my favorite word, she said solemnly, then tried to hide a smile. They stepped back ajar, never slam, and the seam laid itself down like a cat on a warm book. Again, Belle ordered, because repetition makes a habit. Now with a carry. Spectre crew produced an elderly corgi named Nugget who wore a bandana that read volunteer. Izuku cryarded Nugget, not you, then Cup fielded the heat around his belly in a way that wouldn't make him think gravity had misbehaved. Nugget blinked, accepted it, and got a treat at the other side for not panicking. When they came back, Nugget demanded union breaks. Bells are not immune to corgis. She permitted 5 minutes. That's 3, Nari said, tapping her clipboard. Impatience. Impatience arrived on cue in the shape of a small queue that formed by instinct because there was a door and humans love doors. Curious neighbors. A vlogger with a gimbal. A GIU intern with a clipboard and a face that said I'm here because my boss had to pee. Is this authorized? He asked, trembling between accusation and curiosity. Yes, Nari said, handing him a printed sheet that was mostly bullet points and 3 sigils that looked like city stamps. Pilot program. 20 per hour. See the cones. Cones mean we planned. He nodded, because cones do that to people. Okay, Izuku said, quieter so the bridge could hear him better than the neighbors. 7 to hold. Hold? Desiree asked, though she already knew, and the question made the air draw its shoulders back. Blanket Celadon wants a sister, he said. We lay 3 today. Park, hospital, scrapyard. Not full doors. Anchors. We bind them with will instead of ripping with power. Bridge of will, she said, savoring the phrase like a line from a play. He breathed on 5. Anchor held edges. Runner watched feet. Spectre crew set cones like punctuation around possibilities. Kenji closed his eyes and imagined suction that wasn't hunger, counter pressure, ballast with boundaries. Belle placed her palm on the gatepost and spoke to the grain. Nari announced the exits like a saint of signage. Under 5 feet tall. 1 step back, then 1 step forward. All others. Breathe with the door. Frostbite hummed something ancient in a minor key that made eyes think of cathedrals. The seam settled. Not perfectly. It shivered once, offended by a jogger who tried to cut line. Belle said no without raising her voice, and the seam remembered its manners. Next anchor, Izuku said. St. Damian's, of course. They chose the east stairwell where he had stitched the seam and where Matron Bell had posted a small sign that read, "No frights in the stairs." Izuku asked Desiree to hold the ribbon taut. He laid warm ice like coasters under coffee cups. Nari made the elevator choose not to be dramatic. Bell braced a hinge with the kind of hand that takes temperatures and catches doors with the same authority. The seam opened a finger. The world did not scream. The bridge of wills took one more plank. A nurse walked by, looked at the little glow, nodded like an ant who'd expected it all along. "Put a bell on it," she recommended, and kept going. "Bell on a bell," Desiree murmured. "Adorable." "Third anchor," Izuku said, throat tight with success trying to call itself relief too soon. The cranes. The scrapyard smelled like rust and stubbornness. The paper cranes watched with rust-flaked patience. Kenji visibly steadied at the gate. This had been the place where he had agreed to seasons, tools, terms. "Their ballast," Izuku said softly. "Not your shadow." Kenji nodded. "I can be heavy in useful ways." Warm ice traced the crane feet. Ectofibers laced the arch like a net not to catch but to support. Spectre crew fanned cones. Nari declared no self-is while crossing. Belle posted a mother's bite placard because she enjoys being a myth. The seam opened a handwidth, then the air changed. Izuku felt it in his teeth first. Belle felt it in her knuckles. Frostbite's ears ticked. Desiree's bracelets hissed with law. 3 anchors linked and a 4th tried to wake by sympathy in the worst possible place. Ping. The band iced his wrist. Sympathetic seam, hospital roof, the helipad he'd faked with words yesterday. It wanted to open big to keep up with the others. And big, unasked, at height. That's how days learn to fall. "Runner," Izuku said, already splitting. Hospital roof. Anchor holds cranes. Copy. Runner breathed, and the 2-breath protocol caught like muscle memory. Anchor held edges the cranes in counterpoint with Bell and Kenji. Runner shot for the helipad. At St. Damian's, the roof wind talked too loud to itself. The sympathetic seam had teeth. It wanted to be interesting. Gyu had picked the worst moment to carry a negation tripod to the roof with the confidence of a man who'd scanned exactly 0 memos. "Sir," Runner called, polite even as he tuned the not song down by 2 notes, "this is not the time." "It's always the time," the agent barked, reaching for the switch. Matron Bell's ward on the hospital pulsed through the band. "No," it said, and Runner heard it here, on the roof. He smiled without humor, phasing through the air, hand on the agent's wrist only. "I am holding your hand," he said aloud to the man in the world. "We will wait 15 minutes. Done. I am out." He stepped away and left a blue form, pre-filled Act 12, under the tripod leg like a pressed flower. He turned to the seam. "You are helpful," he told it, "because that's how you teach a thing to stop being hungry. We will ask you to hold later. This story isn't yours." He laid warm ice, light and firm, and whispered the shutdown phrase once, not to close a bridge, but to calm a door that wasn't invited. Door to hearth. Now. The seam sighed, like a child remembering a nap existed, and softened into potential instead of problem. Runner breathed on 5. Merge. Handshake. "I am Izuku Midoriya. I save people. I shine." Back at the cranes, the bridge of wills held. The 3 anchors hummed to each other, the park like a laugh, the hospital like a pulse, the scrapyard like a promise. The air around them wanted to unite into a single portal, and that is how worlds get torn. Too much yes without why. "We bind it," Izuku said, chest tight with the pleasure of almost and the terror of too much. "With will, not power." He looked at Desiree. "Ribbon law." She lifted both hands and the bracelet sang, old grammar tightening into gentle terms. "By the wish that keeps a city from breaking its own toes," she said, voice like a clause finally punctuated, "this bridge binds to the pact. Only under vows. Only under keys. No crowds. No kings." The hum that wanted to become a roar settled into a chord, still eager, still big, but behaved. Izuku felt one more piece missing: rhythm, the thing that kept panic from having tempo. "Music," he said under his breath, and the air brought him exactly who he'd written on the pact in glitter ink. "Don't make me sound boring," Ember said, stepping onto the roof of a wrecked car like an apology for gravity. "Acoustic guitar this time." "Hair still heaven's bad idea." "Consent chorus." She teased. "You say it," he said, smiling despite every wire in his body. She did. She made 3 anchors and 2 worlds breathe together, light and low, and the chord became a beat. Not a drum. A heart. "Bridge." "A quarter open," Izuku said softly. "Not a portal. A porch. A safe stoop between houses with good neighbors looking out through curtains instead of deputizing their fear." They tested one crossing under the pact. Inari Bat walked 3 steps into the far frozen and left a snack and a signed copy of the shutdown phrase pinned to a post. Frostbite stepped 3 into the city and bought a donut from the cart, paying too much and delighting the baker to tears. They traded laminated keys. Lamination felt good to Nari. Bell kept a tally with neat tick marks. Spectre crew poured water and declared hydration part of vow 6. Enji stood at the circle's edge and did the invisible holy work of being heavy without becoming a hull. His hand shook once like a man who remembered a button and then steadied under Frostbite's approving glance. For a breath it looked like they had it. That's when the risk showed its teeth. The three anchors thrummed with pride and tried to act like one big door. The crane's arch brightened. The park gate's plank swelled. The hospital stairwell remembered too many people and tried to imitate the others to impress them. The air between all three thinned, not portal thin, not yet, but thin enough for luck to sprain an ankle. Izuku felt it the way a tailor feels a seam about to split under his nails. "Hold," he said, too calm. "Hold." Tempting to force it, Desiree murmured. "Shove it into shape. It would look so satisfying." "It would rip," Bell said, voice a saw that refused to cut flesh. "No. No crowds, no kings," Nari recited like a spell. "No big door because the day is vain." Counterpoint, Izuku breathed. He duplicated without slip anchor stayed at cranes. Runner ran to the park gate. Breath down out in rhythm. He hands hooked between moves, not to merge, but to keep promise consistent. His ghost sense mapped tension hot threads between anchors. He laid cooled fibers across them, not to pull together, but to let go in the right direction. He named each anchor to itself. Gate. Stairs. Arch. He made them proud alone, not jealous together. Ember caught it faster than any of them and changed the beat, not faster, not bigger, wider. She put a rest between breaths so that choice could live there. The bridge learned patience to rhythm. Frostbite added a bass note so huge it could have been a lecture about architecture. Desiree tied another loop of law, tighter, kind. Bell squeezed the gatepost once like a hand. Nari called out, "Pause here 2 3 4 5" and the crowd 20, not 21 obeyed competence again. The cord smoothed. The thin space thickened into wood, invisible wood, yes, but something you could walk on without making time wince. "Or did not bite," Frostbite said finally, pleased, and Nugget barked agreement because he likes agreeable doors. Izuku exhaled and discovered his hands were shaking. He put the notebook on the crane's foot and wrote before he could forget. Bridge of Wills. Operations, 0.1, anchor with 3. Never act like one. Tie anchors with fibers that release, not pull. Rhythm equals consent chorus plus rest. Law loop present, Desiree, at all openings. Counter pressure, Kenji, present if one anchor active. Give negation within 50 meters. No splits. Runner handles. Anchor holds. Shutdown phrase. Any keeper, any time. Max, 20. Test 3. Train 5. Do not perform to lens. Perform to people. The drone hovered just outside cones, LED blinking live. Izuku tilted sound so it had a hard time liking its own echo. The chat, if it existed, would have to content itself with footage of cones being respectful. Act holds, Bell said, satisfied. Now we post it like a diet. They did copies in ink and ectolight at the park gate, hospital stairwell, and scrapyard arch. People read it with a quick private half smile humans wear in front of a list that's trying to be bossy and ends up sounding like care. These, Nari said softly and handed a laminated card to a teenager from Spectre Crew with vests written on his vest in tape. You do not open, she said. You watch, feed, and you hand water, and you say no until your throat learns the shape. That is a job. He swallowed, nodded. I can do that. Enji stood under the cranes with his hands in his pockets like ballast does when it's being useful. Desiree drifted to his shoulder and without making a show rested 2 fingers there. You are heavy in useful ways, she said. He breathed out like a man who had been waiting to deserve the sentence. Someone clapped. It was, of course, the GIW intern, clutching his clipboard like a prayer book. Okay, look, he said, cheeks red. My boss is going to be mad, but this is the first bridge I've seen that didn't make me want to puke. You have cones. You have forms. You have, he squinted at the packed mother's bite. Elle smiled like a knife in a sheath. They do. Right. He shifted from foot to foot. Do you, need a permit code? I can. File something that makes my boss leave you alone until he figures out how to spell ectoplasm. Nari grinned like a cat seeing a sun patch. Bless you. Right facilities on it. We live, the kid said bleakly, scribbling. Ember slid her pick into a pocket that might have been a dimension and stalked over. You're all disgusting, she told them fondly. You made infrastructural competence look sexy. Desiree preened. We try. Ember tipped her chin at Izuku. If you ever need a chorus in a storm, call me. I can keep people from tripping over their own want better than anyone on this dumb river. I'll write it into ops, he said, serious. You'd better, she said, and vanished in a puff of respectability she would deny. They closed the bridge for the day ajar, never slam. Izuku walked the triangle park, hospital, cranes checking edges with palms, listen in his breath. The ghost sense tasted weight in good shapes. At the park gate, a kid had taped a drawing on the fence. A green stick figure with phantom on his belly and a blue princess with too much eyeliner, it was somehow adorable, and a big white yeti who looked like a pillow. Under it, block letters. Please don't break the door. Bell left a sticker that said we won't. At St. Damian's, the nurse had hung a small bell literal this time by the seam, with a tag that read, "Ring if door is rude." The bell had not rung yet. Izuku hoped it would, someday, so he could fix the rudeness before it grew up. At the cranes, Spectre Crew had duct taped a sign to a cone. Max 20 humans per hour with 20 little stick figures, one wearing a vest. Nari laminated it between bites of donut. Kenji watched the river like a man who had once wanted to be it and now preferred to be ashore. Home? Desiree asked, meaning the crown, meaning the chandelier, meaning the place where the day reported in and the night forgave. One more, he said, throat tied in a way he hid badly. He pulled a small, sealed note from his pocket. 2 sentences. No power. No tax. He opened the celadon seam the width of a kindness and handed the note through to Frostbite. For my mom, he said, mouth full of sand. Only if. It won't break anything. Frostbite took it like a midwife taking a wrist. It will arrive on a day she needs to fold a green thing and doesn't know why she took it out of a drawer. He slid it into the far frozen with a gentleness bigger than his hands. Eat, he added, because vow 6 lives in stomachs as much as in laws. They closed celadon ajar. Izuku didn't cry. He also didn't pretend he hadn't almost. Back at the theater, he set the phantom packed under glass on the lobby wall, right beside a handwritten sign that said no popcorn in the lobby because balance is important. He added one line to the bottom margin in green ink, crooked because his hand had finally started to be honest about being tired. 11, when in doubt, breathe together. Desiree floated until her bracelet brushed his knuckles. Lantern, she said, soft pride threaded through old survival. You built a door that chose to be good. It was a lot of people, he said, and the admission tasted better than victory. Yes, she said. And that is why it will survive you when you go somewhere else to be good for a while. He looked at the band. Not yet, it said. Soon. Build again tomorrow. Answer time later. He lay back on the air bed and let the chandelier count him down. 5 in. Coin. Teeth. Lattice. The bridge held in 3 places, humming like a note sung in harmony by people who didn't know they were a choir until they were. He slept under the pact. The city stayed awake politely, practicing not tripping itself. Somewhere in the far frozen a bell rang once just to say hello and stopped because the door had remembered not to bite. The chandelier in the Crown Theater ticked like a pulse that had learned manners. Izuku woke with the far frozen band warm on his wrist. Steady, see, you're fine, and the celadon plank humming through the metal in an easy good morning way. 5 in. Coin spin. Teeth. Lattice. He reached for the notebook. The ping hit before the pen found paper. Not mint. Not ember spark. Not hunter muscle. This was absence with edges, a cold that didn't cool but unwrote. It tasted like the sound you hear when a crowd gasps in at once and forgets to breathe out. 3 anchors, park gate, hospital stairs, cranes answered with a stiffening he'd learned to respect. Desiree sat upright in the aisle without needing to move. Her bracelets hissed once, like law finding its shoes. It woke. He woke, Izuku said, because the shape of the cold had chosen a pronoun. Or it wore a man again. The band warmed, aurora thread drifting across his skin, Frostbite listening. Matron Bell answering with a hard little hum through the pact. Nari's clipboard emojiing him a cone. A text from Spectre Crew, Alex. Vests, popped. Cranes feel weird. Like the wind forgot what to say. Cones deployed. Cradle the doors, Izuku said, standing. I'll go listen. They didn't have to fly far. By the time they cleared the marquee, the riverfront had changed its posture. The cranes' welded necks leaned toward a darkness that wasn't lightless so much as greedy. The air around the arch warped, not dramatically, worse, politely, as if asking permission to become a mouth. Kenji Koroi was already there, coat zipped against a cold that didn't come from weather. He stood with his hands in his pockets like a man keeping them where they couldn't push red buttons. Frostbite seam hung ajar under the arch, a tidy oculus of far-frozen patience. Spectre Crew had set cones in a perfect clover, reflective tape flashing no and languages tape wasn't designed to speak. Matron Bell arrived at an efficient trot, a Mother's Bite placard somehow in hand, even though she hadn't been anywhere near a printer. And then it stepped out of the warping air. It wore a crown that wasn't metal. A ring of event horizon, teeth of not light, jewels of ink. Its cloak was the shape of a negation field taught to walk. Its voice arrived in plural and decided not to argue with itself. It looked like Nulltide had learned how to pretend to be a king, so a room would let it sit. Midoriya, it said, and the syllables made the cranes flinch. Bridge boy. Our door. Kenji's shoulders locked. That voice, he whispered, hatred and grief sharing a chair. Desiree drifted to Izuku's shoulder, not in front, just near, the way a promise stands. Introduce yourself properly, she told the void in a tone reserved for students and headmasters. Or I will name you something embarrassing, and it will stick. The crown pulsed once. We are many hungers, it said, affronted to be asked to care about nouns. We wore a man once. He said null tied and we liked being tied. We wear a king now because kings do not apologize. We are void. King of what? Izuku asked, polite as a ledger. Of between, it said, and every seam twanged like a spider thread. But Matron Bell said crisply. Then stay between and out of my wards. The Void King's head tilted, crown flexing with interest. You have teeth, it said, approving. We will keep you for last. Desiree lifted her hand. Ribbon law shimmered across her bracelets, the pack's clauses glimmering in the air. By the wish that keeps a city from breaking its own toes, she intoned, no hunts, no crowds, no marks, and no doors bite. The law snapped into place and held not like a chain. Like a tone that taught the air restraint. The king tasted it and sneered, pleased to have something to pull against. We ate marks for breakfast, it said. We eat laws for sport. You will be a pretty napkin. Rude, Desiree murmured. Lantern. Izuku breathed on 5. Anchor breath down. Runner breath out. He didn't split too much, spike in the air. The Give van at the far curb was already unloading a tripod. He lifted his palms. No one panic, he told the day. We're going to hold. He cast twin shields, interlocking over the arch like sails that had learned to take turns. Warm ice traced the crane feet, strengthening memory. Fibers laced the warping air, not to choke it, to name it into shape. He tuned for sound, catching the king's resonance, sliding it away from flesh, towards steel. Ember arrived on the roof of a burned-out sedan with a guitar and an expression halfway between oh, fun, and I told you boys not to summon without a paw. Consent chorus. She called. Always, Nari answered through a borrowed bullhorn. In 2 3 4 5. Out 2 3 4 5. The crowd small, instructed, Cones obeyed, breathed. The warping slowed. The king didn't. Bridge boy, it said, pleased, and stepped through the first shield, as if a rule it didn't believe in couldn't rule it. Izuku adjusted the weave, hid the hinge higher, cut pressure into circles. The king kept coming. Null, Kenji said suddenly, stepping forward. His voice didn't shake. Look. I'm not your mouth. The king laughed in plural. You were a door. You will be always. Ballast, Kenji corrected, and the word held, a small anchor thrown very far and catching on a rock he had earned. Not a hole. The king's cloak rippled with disdain. If you are ballast, we will be water. It struck. The first blow wasn't a blow. It was a withdrawal negation snapping shut around the seam, trying to starve it of will. Izuku felt it clamp like a hand around a throat. He didn't shove out. He fed the seam with habits. Warm ice, leave light, the pack's clauses spoken softly and fast enough to keep ahead of panic. Desiree's law tightened. Bell's hand on the arch said no without explaining why. Frostbite seam answered present. The king blinked, annoyed, then pulled. The arch groaned. A bolt screamed. Spectre crew reached for it, and Kenji beat them there, throwing weight perfectly. I'm here, he told the arch, quiet as a gratitude. The bolt settled. The king hissed. Ew. Nari snapped, voice slapping as well as pleading. Tripod down. Not now. The tech lifted his chin, the way men do when they want to be braver than their training. By ordinance. By Act 12, Izuku called, still holding 2 shields and a seam and everyone's breath, you are out of spec in mixed human ecto crowd conditions. And if you flip that switch right now, you will feed the thing I am trying to starve politely. The tech hesitated, horror dawning. Feed. It eats absence, Desiree said sweetly. Your toy makes absence. Be a dear. He looked at Matron Bell. She stared at him like a saint deciding whether to canonize or call a supervisor. He turned the switch off with an apology face and held it there like a man keeping a toddler from pushing a fire alarm. The king changed tactics. The crown flared not brighter. A deeper knot. A tendril of negation slid low, under the shields, for ankles. Feet. Izuku barked. Runner would have caught it if he were split. He wasn't. Spectre crew did. They moved like water poured into good habits, cones shifted, tape flashed, 2 kids threw themselves flat to make a human ramp for the tendrils pushed to climb and miss flesh. The tendril hit Brick and hissed. Brick didn't care. But Crew Bell said, pride edged like a knife kept clean. The king laughed, crown rippling. We will simply swallow the whole ring, it purred, and opened its cloak. The taste of between hit like a mosh pit in a vacuum. The cranes rocked. The celadon plank answered with a questioning tremor. The hospital stairwell rang a small bell that said rude. The park gate stiffened and then found its breath because Nari made 50 people who had wandered over do the consent chorus like a calisthenics class, and Ember changed keys. Izuku counted 5 and almost lost it on 4. Desiree's bracelet touched his shoulder, one cool ding that rang the breath true, down out. He chose. Ring, he said, to the ground, to the cranes, to the pact. We make a ring. He drew it in frost and law and cones and will. A circle around the arch, wide enough to move, narrow enough to mean it. Terms, he said, not asking the king, telling the day. No one crosses without a keeper's key. No bites. No crowds. No kings. The king sneered. We are king and we are crowd. Then you're not invited, Desiree said, and the law loop tightened with a snap that felt like a clasp closing on a bracelet you hadn't realized you were worthy of. The king flinched. Law, he discovered, is not a chain you break. It's a song you don't know the words to. He tried to sing anyway and sounded like feedback. Ember grimaced and tuned him into silence. Kenji Izuku said, quiet, because the next choice was awful. I need ballast inside the ring. Kenji's mouth twitched. The answer had been waiting in his pockets all morning. I can be heavy in useful ways. Izuku warded his shoulder, not you, and tied a keeper's key to his pulse with ectolite. If I say hearth, now, you come out. You better, Matron Bell said, and looped her hand through Kenji's sleeve like an ant. Or I will pull the earth up under your feet. He stepped into the ring, and the king turned with a hum that wanted to be welcome. Ah, it said fondly. My old mouth. Kenji shook his head and put his back to the arch, heels set like a man stopping a door in a storm, without letting it think it's the boss. I am sure, he said, voice low and fierce. Not tied. The king struck. It struck with withdrawal again, trying to make Kenji be less until less turned into whole. Kenji held, not by pushing back, by refusing to leave. He made his body a fact. He made his breath wait. The ring trembled. Izuku answered with fibers lattice lit into the space around Kenji's outline, giving the knot something to avoid instead of eat. The king swore in a frequency that made cameras crash. Lantern, Desiree said lightly, but her eyes were not light. You have a whale you haven't unboxed in a week. He did. He had kept it for choices that needed mercy at speed. This needed mercy and surgery. Ember, he called. Hold me a hole. She grinned, shocked and delighted. Oh, we're doing sound work that makes magistrates cry. Love that for us. He inhaled 5. Coin. Teeth. Lattice. He called the heavy whale close, then bridled it into thin, then split it inside itself until it was a cord 5 threads tuned to the 5 hinges in the king's crown. He let it out in slices, each one a scalpel. First hinge. Left shoulder where the cloak latched to not ribs. Second. Jaw, whatever served for it. Third. Crown at the lowest tooth. Fourth. Spine, its idea of one. Fifth. Heel, because kings hate being named at the feet. The whale didn't hurt the city. It named the king's armor to itself and asked it to open. Clips flew musical, infuriating. The crown dropped a centimeter. The cloak slumped a degree. The king howled, not injured, deep pronounced. Or to hearth, Kenji said, timing with a man who had learned to hear beats, now. Desiree's ribbon snapped tight. The arch folded towards safety. The king slammed both hands, not hands, on either side of the seam and tried to wrench it wide because it hated being told now by something it could not insult into being small. Frostbite seam answered from the other side with a growl nobody heard with ears. Izuku felt it in his bones. No biting, it said, and ice learned to be law. The Giwatek on the curb let out a sob he pretended was a cough and held the switch off harder. Akwashnari called, reading a spreadsheet on air. Pressure runs to the park when the cranes hold. Runner would have run there if splitting was safe. It wasn't. He shouted. Spectre crew, feet. Park. Cones to the dogs. And 2 kids peeled off with a pride that made Matron Bell briefly look like she might cry. She didn't. The king lunged down ankles again and got brick, cone, tape, nugget and woolly all in one insult. The dogs barked into the void like saints who had discovered a hobby. The tendril recoiled. The crowd laughed, afraid and relieved at once, a human noise with more power than any quirk he'd ever seen. Last hinge, Ember sang, delighting in the educational value of violence, behaved. Crown's front. Happy, Izuku breathed and let the 5th thread of the whale out soft and precise. The front of the crown popped like a jar that had been waiting for a better hand. The cloak sagged. The king stumbled. He did not fall. Kings don't, on reflex. They refuse to learn gravity. So Izuku taught him something kings never expect. Mercy. He did not blast. He phased close, feeled around his own ribs because you have to keep your eye on your lungs when you hug something that eats names. He put one hand on where the king thought its chest was and overshadowed a finger worth with not instead of just enough to feel the word inside its chaos. He found want. Not hunger. Want. A stupid big first want. To be full of something that lasts. He did the most absurd thing he had done since he arrived in this world and decided to become a law clerk for doors. He offered it a job. Bold, he whispered into the knot heart. Be a boundary. No one crosses without a key. Keep your between us between. Keep it for us. The king bucked, furious at the insult work, and then paused because work sounded like always and always sounded like full. The cloak twitched. The crown tipped as if listening to a song it hated and might dance to anyway in private. You give kings chores. It spat, aghast. I give between a name that doesn't eat, Izuku said, breath raw and honest. We made a pact. Be part of it, or we will lock you up in ice and cones and paperwork so boring you will beg me to sing at you." Desiree cackled, because she loves him most when he threatens with bureaucracy. The king hesitated, partly because the offer was ridiculous, partly because Kenji's shore held, partly because Ember had changed keys into something that felt like walking home from a storm with someone's coat over you, partly because the loop hummed no crowds, no kings, and that line is addictive if you've ever been lonely in a room you thought you owned. It folded. Not all the way. Not surrender. But into a shape. The cloak tightened into a mantle, edges clearly edges. The crown lifted and set itself straight and smaller. The maw. Closed. Not gone to find. It looked at Izuku with a hatred that had decided not to be terribly ambitious today. "We will be boundary," it said, sulking like an ocean agreeing to tides. "We will eat nothing that is not given." "Given by keepers," Desiree said, law moving in her bracelets like the tide when it allows itself to be pretty. Keys. Phrases. Witness. Season, Frostbite rumbled, because seasons teach monsters humility. "You keep season with us. You leave our bridges uncut." "Season," the king repeated, tasting the length. "We hate waiting." "That a hobby," Ember said. "I recommend scales." The king's crown hissed at her. She twinkled. It looked back at Izuku and tilted its not head, not fond, not unfond. "Bridge boy," it said. "We will be hungry and pretend not to be. If you forget to feed the between with words and keys, we will. And your dogs will not save you." "I'll schedule you," Nari said, flipping her clipboard to a page labeled Boundary Maint. "Tuesdays and Fridays, noon. Max 20. Cones required." The king stared, appalled at being calendared. Then maybe by accident it bowed 1 centimeter, the way storms bow the mountains by becoming weather instead of news. It stepped backward, cloak settled, crown quiet. The air unwarped. The crane's bolts relaxed. The seam went ajar and stayed polite. Enji swayed, breath going shallow and then remembering depth. Matron Bell hauled him back out of the ring like a fisherman who's seen too many waves. "Heart," she said into his collarbone. "Now." He laughed into his sleeve and did not cry and did not cry. "I didn't fall in," he said, surprised at himself. "No," Izuku said, voice ruined and proud. "You held." Desiree drifted between them, taking both their wrists with a cool touched hand. "You are neither of you whole," she said, unconcerned with whether the day liked her opinions. "Stop pretending that you ever were." Ember slung her guitar and looked at the Gutek. "If your boss files one more complaint about cones," she warned, "I'm writing a song called Bureaucrats Bide, and I will make children sing it at you." He saluted, because the wisest choice is to fear little girls with choruses. Izuku sank onto the bumper of a rusted sedan and opened the notebook with fingers that eventually remembered pen. He wrote. Abyss Protocol, Draft 0.1, Ring terms before fight. Law plus frost plus cones. Fight absence with habits. Warm ice, leave light, chorus. Hinges first. Thin whale in chords. Give between a job before you give it an enemy. Ballast inside ring must have key and a hearth, now line. Give negation feeds void. Stand it down with Act 12 and shame. If the monster takes a calendar, you're winning. He signed Izuku, and after a second where he looked at Kenji and felt something unclench wrote Kenji too. Kenji didn't argue. They walked the triangle park, stairs, cranes one more time, listening for wrong music. The park gate hummed a lullaby about dogs. The stairwell's literal bell had a new ribbon on it. Thank you for not biting. The cranes. Clinked. A good clink. Spectre crew updated the cone sign. Max 20 humans. Max 0 kings. Nari laminated it and stuck a sticker of nugget in the corner. Frostbite seam flickered gently. Your door did not bite, he said, a praise he was careful not to overuse. Your king did not eat. It will try, Desiree warned, law coils warming on her wrist. Hunger is a season too. Then we keep season, Izuku said. Tuesdays and Fridays, noon. The day looked absurd around the sentence. He ignored it. They closed the seam ajar, always ajar. The city exhaled. The Gyu van found new and interesting forms to learn. Matron Bell handed Kenji a thermos. He drank because when a matron hands you soup, you either drink or you leave her hospital. On the walk back to the crown, the band warmed once clockwork not arriving, not intruding, just that curious tick of a librarian noting a chapter change. Bridge holds, Izuku sent without words. We named the hungry thing Boundary. A distant gear turned with approval. Under the chandelier, with the day still ticking but his bones deciding to go off shift, Izuku wrote one more line at the bottom of the pact. 12. When facing an abyss, turn the city into a choir and give the abyss a schedule. Desiree read over his shoulder and laughed herself honest. You are what you trained for, she said, voice more fond than mischief. Not a boy who wins, but a boy who keeps. He leaned his head back on the armrest and let the chandelier count him toward a nap. I'll take keeps. You'll get keeps, she said. And a question from time soon enough. Sleep. He slept. The city did not. It rehearsed. The bridge breathed. The boundary sulked and learned what Tuesdays meant. And somewhere in a kitchen with a green hoodie folded in a drawer, a woman stopped, put her hand to her chest, and felt without a word for it that a door somewhere had decided to be good. The chandelier in the Crown Theatre ticked like a well-behaved heart. Izuku woke to the far-frozen band humming steady at his wrist C for calm and to the celadon plank in the street, giving that faint friendly I'm fine nudge only doorframes can feel. 5 in. Coin spin. Teeth. Lattice. Home. A message blinked on the band, 3 paw prints and a snowflake. Frostbite. Bring your lungs. We will teach them to sing without breaking windows. Desiree floated up from the aisle as if the carpet had decided to daydream. Her bracelets chimed once. Your appointment with Winter Choir, she purred. Try not to become a blizzard. Bureaucracy hates shoveling. I'll bring permits, Izuku said, and meant it. He grabbed his notebook, bridge code on one page, Abyss Protocol on the next, and wrote a new header to make his spine behave. Whale Workshop, Draft 0.0, lace with warm ice. Cut hinges, not homes. Never for crowds. Ask the room. May I tune you? Leave light. Desiree smirked. Write a rule about apologizing in key. The underlined Rule 7 in the Phantom Code. Apologize elegantly. Pre-written. They went. The far frozen met them with a hush you could lean on. Frostbite's healers had carved an amphitheater into a slope where the aurora ran like ink in water. A dozen wind organs, hollow eye spires with slits you could tune by hand, rose in a ring. Their pitch drifted when you breathed on them, which felt like a dare. Frostbite stood center with a scarf nobody had ever seen him wear before and a baton carved from a glacier's patient temper. Welcome to choir here, humbled. You will learn to sing through a city, not at it. He pointed with the baton. The wind organs answered. A low chord shivered the air. It felt like a library learning laughter. We begin with registers, Frostbite said, chalking the ice with clean, square letters. Whisper. A thin wail, scalpel for hinges. Shout. The push. Used sparingly. Tuned to sails, not walls. Chord. Multiple thin lines for multi-hinge work. Bell. City scale notice that does not break glass. Lullaby. Unhooks panic. Never used to make consent. Lace each with warm ice, he continued. Whale is pressure. Ice is contour. Together they shape. Izuku nodded. Desiree hummed an agreeable fifth. The wind organs answered like polite wolves. Mother's, Frostbite called, and the far gallery filled with the chorus from earlier Yeti matrons and old spirits, with knitted eyebrows and unlimited feedback. They sat with arms folded and forgiveness on layaway. Begin, the eldest said. One whisper. Cut a hinge on air. Izuku breathed 5. Coin. Teeth. Lattice. He lifted both palms and asked the cold around a sliver of ice to be a doorjamb. May I tune you? The air agreed. He let a thin wail out no louder than a sigh and watched the slit in the organ side open exactly the millimeter he named. The spire sang a new pitch and kept its dignity. The chorus leader raised a hand. Name the care, she said. Not for crowds. Never at chests. Hinges only, Izuku answered. He showed warm ice lacing at the edges, a frost that told pressure, do not splinter here. The old spirits nodded like headmistresses who'd seen too much and were ready to see better. Chord, Frostbite said. Izuku thought of his fight with the king. 5 points, 5 cuts, and split the whale inside his throat into threads. Each snicked open a sliver on a different organ. The hall filled with a chord so clean it tasted like good writing. He lined each thread with warm ice and felt the kickback soften. His shoulders relaxed. Better, he breathed. Shout, Frostbite said, and held up one claw. Do not break my theater. Izuku didn't want to. That was the point. He gathered slow, honest pressure at his ribs and aimed at the snow just beyond the ring. He set 2 sails force field curves at angles the snow would like and released. The whale hit the sails, split, and flowed into the slope without collapse. A cornice gently laid itself down. The chorus hummed approval as if a baby had remembered to nap. Bell, Frostbite said softly. Only to warn. Never to perform. Izuku tuned himself to the amphitheater, its voice, not his, and let a bell out that rode the wind organs and came back with a message. Yield here. Breathe there. Far down slope, medics in the city would feel their scanners flick and label a route clear. Bells save people when phones fail. Lullaby, the chorus leader said. We do not calm screams with tricks. We calm breathing. He sang a wail without fear in it. It felt wrong until it felt right. No tug, no shove, just the sound you make when you find someone's shoulder in the dark and say I am here. Breathe with me. The wind organ softened. Frostbite's ears tipped. Desiree's bracelet stopped fidgeting. Now, Frostbite said, and his eyes warmed with pride he never poured, only steeped. We lace. They spent an hour handing warm ice from throat to ribs to wrists. Breath settled in frost. Frost settled in tone. Every register Izuku learned, he learned how to wrap edges blunted against architecture, shaped toward sails, named to hinges. He failed 3 times. Once he let a shout forget to aim and a cornet sulked. Once he forgot warm ice and Aspire's seam asked for glue. Once he thought faster and the chorus leader coughed so loudly his ears burned. "Slow make safe," she said, then threw him a warm bun because mothers are strategically generous. By midday his ribs hummed like a hive in a good mood. Frostbite tapped the band. Lunch. Then field. Desiree leaned close, voice private. "You are allowed to be proud." "I'm allowed to be careful," he said, grinning anyway. She rolled her eyes in fond resignation. Field didn't wait. It never does. The first ping rose from the stadium district, a noise complaint disguised as 300 complaints. A band no one had permitted was doing their very loud best to summon a riot. The floor that old dance-hall wood under the new concrete was starting to remember fire. Phones were filming because of course they were. "Send chorus on arrival," Nari texted, already redirecting foot traffic with signage that made more sense than fear. Spectre crew routing cones. "Hospital on alert," Bell added. "No bites in the stairwells." Ember replied with a selfie and the caption, "I play nicer than them." "You got this," followed by 6 calls and 1 heart. Izuku arrived above the stadium and felt the resonance. Wrong peaks where there should be stairs, valleys where exits had become rumors. He asked the room aloud. "May I tune you?" He tuned sails into the rafters, aimed for door pitches, and cast a bell soft, specific over the entire bowl. "Up to the left. Down in the back. Breathe on 5. The mob's pendulum stuttered, then lost interest in swinging. The band on stage decided to weaponize their monitors. Izuku laced his throat with ice and let out a whisper set to hinges, not at people, never at ribs, at the metal that held the monitor brackets. 6 tiny snicks. The monitors rotated 10 degrees into safe. The bassist glared. The audience applauded because nothing had fallen on them, and they found gratitude in that faster than they found discourse. Security flubbed a choke point on the east ramp. Spectre crew wove cones and tape into a ramp that made the choice to leave the easy one. Desiree rode no kings across the tunnel mouth and lawlite to disinvite peacocks. Agiw attempted to roll in a gator into a vomitorium. Nari stepped in front with a laminate that said no in 3 fonts. "Your dish will make ghosts barf," she told the tech flatly. "And then they'll haunt the lobby. Go file Act 12 in the parking lot." He went because mothers bite and operations has teeth. It took 20 minutes, 2 bells, a dozen whispers, 1 lullaby for a girl panicking on a stair, and exactly 0 shouts. The stadium exhaled. Phones drooped. The band on stage played a normal, legal, boring song out of spite. Frostbite's chuckle warmed the band. "Windows intact," he noted. "Good lungs." "Next," Desiree said, already turning. Next was louder. A villain with an exosuit had decided to audition as a Quake. He called himself Boss Fault, which was disappointing on arrival, and he had 2 seismic hammers that wanted to make bridges remember regret. He stomped across a river viaduct with the battery confidence of a man who had never met a mother, a matron, a station manager, or a kid with cones. Izuku arrived above him and read the frequencies under the road: a big A in the girders, a D in the supports, a hiss in the bearings. He clipped the whale to those accord with warm ice laced through each strand, and he sang at the road, not at the man. The viaduct heard hold and did. Boss Fault's hammers hit silence. He blinked, confused, which is not a crime, then revved. Izuku adjusted the cord notch filters for bully frequencies and let the ends of his cord tickle the hammer housings. The bolts unsang themselves into something that wanted socket wrenches. "Hey!" Boss Fault bellowed, offended at physics. "No fair." "Fair?" Desiree repeated, delighted. He brought cones. On the bank, Spectre crew had built a soft perimeter that ushered pedestrians to not make a YouTube compilation of their own mistakes. Nari set a detour for transit. Bell prepped a med cart and didn't need to use it. Boss Fault did the thing men do when tools fail. He yelled louder. He pounded the deck with his boot. Izuku let a bell out that said, "You are stomping on your own toes." Boss Fault looked down and reconsidered his life for 2 whole seconds. During second 3, Izuku whispered the last 2 bolts on hammer B, warm ice gentle, and the head slid off into a cone held by Spectre crew. "Return to sender," Alex said, deadpan. Boss Fault raised hammer A and howled. Izuku inhaled 5 and decided, reluctantly, for a tiny shout aimed not at the man but at the wave leaving the hammer. He put 2 sails up, 1 anchored at the far abutment, 1 at the near, laced the shout's edges with ice, and blunted the wave into nothing anyone would bother to write a report about. Boss Fault's shoulders slumped. He dropped his suit back to idle, looked at the cone in Alex's arms, at the ring of common sense in high-vis vests, at the boy in the sky who wasn't yelling at him, and sat down on the curb. He cried into his gloves for 6 seconds, then asked if anyone knew a job without hammers. Elle handed him an Act 12 career change pamphlet Nari had absolutely not invented that morning. He took it like a lifeline, which is exactly what it was. Desiree eyed Izuku. "You didn't even have to be loud." "That's the goal," he said, writing shout. Sales first in the margin of his mind. His ribs felt good. The city felt steadier. The band warmed exactly once boundary on schedule, attending. The king's salt tasted faintly of dignity. And then the third ping arrived and demanded everything. A city-scale tremor, not from villains, not from hunters, not from void, from weather and old brick and the foolish consistency of pipes. The map lit up stations, hospitals, cranes, all three anchors humming at once, sympathetic seams waking to help and thereby risking rip. The gear wheeled something onto a municipal roof that looked like a dinner dish for bad gods. Ember texted, "You need acquire," followed by a map pin. Izuku hovered high enough to see two neighborhoods at once and heard frostbite in his wrist. Bell. Not with glass, Izuku answered. With law. With ice. He set sails across the city, thin curved fields laced with warm ice stitched to corners and lintels and men's he'd been shaking hands with for weeks. He tuned a bell that wasn't a broadcast, it was a call and response. "Breathe with me," he told intersections, and the thoroughfares answered with cadence. "Make a circle," he told a frightened plaza, and Spectre crew spun cones. "Hold, don't ring," he told six bridges, and their bolts agreed to stay in their lanes. He felt the urge to reach for the heavy whale to push the city flat and silence everything, but that would be ease, not care. He stayed in court and bell and whisper, threading warm ice at every edge until the tremor became shiver, then breath, then nothing. The dish on the municipal roof whined. Nari's voice crackled on an open channel. "Tech on the roof says he can't shut it down because it's stuck on anti-ghost." "Tell him it's pro-lawsuit," Desiree said sweetly. Izuku flew, throat already laced. He said a whisper at the dish's hinges, not the panel, that would be rude. He sang the screws out of enthusiasm. The dish drooped like a tulip that had made bad choices. He left a note that said Act 12 violation because sometimes paperwork is the only spell that sticks. Back over the grid, he breathed 5 and felt the room's breathing back. Ember's guitar threaded in a consent chorus over 2 burrows. Station manager Nari announced exits like a beat. Matron Bell held hospital doors with no that felt like grace. Kenji stood under the cranes doing Ballista's prayer. Desiree's ribbon law hummed. No crowds. No kings. No bites. The king came to the fence, pressed his face to the mesh like a fox, and stayed between, sulking on schedule. The city trembled. It did not fall. Villains folded or like boss fault sat down because a boy had tuned the room to a key where bad choices sounded flat. When it was done, nobody cheered. They just breathed. Which is better? Back at the Crown, Izuku sat cross-legged on stage with his notebook and wrote what the day taught before fatigue could make him wise later. Whale Protocol 1.0, ask first. May I tune you? Registers. Whisper, hinges, chord, multi-hinge, bell, warn and root, lullaby, calm, shout, rare. Sails first. Warm ice lacing on every edge. Never bear pressure. Never at ribs. Doors, not people. Tune rooms and roads, not egos. Make the right thing easy. City scale. Bells through sails plus consent chorus plus rests. Do dishes. Unhinge, leave Act 12, keep it boring. Abyss nearby. Chord into crown hinges only. Offer a job after. Crowds nearby. No whale except bell and lullaby. Use cones, law, signage. Apologize if a hinge squeals. Say duration and care. Cryo whale lacing. Frost sheaths pressure less shard risk. Lace before breath, not after. Don't decorate harm. Warm ice on exit so rooms don't feel trapped. Leave a note and a light. He flipped to the phantom code and added a clean line in green. 13, be loud only for safety. Make quiet do the heavy lifting. Desiree read over his shoulder, leaning so her bracelets clicked softly against the notebook spiral. And to think, she murmured, there was a time you wanted to shout your way home. He flushed. I still want to. You're building a choir instead, she said. It will carry you farther. The band warmed Frostbite's voice, soft and proud. Windows live. Lungs learned. Next week we practice mid-whale emerges without splinters. I'll bring tea, Izuku said, grinning. The cone emoji arrived from Spectre crew with Max 0 Kings scrawled under it. Izuku sent back Max 20 humans and a green heart. Matron Bell texted simply. No bites. It felt like a medal. On the hour, at the cranes, the boundary arrived for its scheduled sulk. It stood there like a municipal employee who'd been told to be majestic. Izuku drifted over, hovered outside the ring, and raised 2 fingers to his ribs. May I tune you? You may not, the king said hotly. Then, after a beaten minute of being calibrated by a schedule, grudged, you may, if it is only to stop the itch. He tuned a lullaby with warm ice at the edges. The itch quieted. The king hated that he liked it. Progress. That night the chandelier hummed a lullaby of its own. Izuku stacked his rules under the pact, slid his pen behind his ear, and let fatigue claim him. Cities trembled in memory without breaking. Villains who had wanted to be noise remembered that they were people and behaved. A mother on a different kitchen floor breathed easier without knowing why. He slept like someone who had learned to aim storm and sing mercy. Tomorrow would ask for both again. He had lungs for that now and friends to carry the rests. Morning slid into the Crown Theater like someone putting a kettle on. The green chandelier breathed. The far-frozen band at Izuku's wrist hummed a steadier good, do your drills anyway. 5 in. Coin spin. Teeth. Lattice. Lantern Desiree called from the aisle, languid as ever, bracelets catching the light. Except. The bracelets weren't singing. They buzzed like a phone on a table, irritated, insistent. Izuku sat up. What's wrong? Desiree tilted her head, smile present, ease missing. The city learned a new sentence. I wish Phantom was everywhere. She wiggled her fingers. My curse thinks that means. Duplicate you into exhaustion and file the apology later. His stomach did a polite cartwheel. Your curse? In fine print, she said lightly, but her eyes had history in them. I grant wishes when someone means them hard enough. If I don't twist them, they twist the room instead. Be everywhere sounds like friendly hyperbole until it tries to staple your soul to a bus schedule. As if on cue, the ghost scents pinged in, scattered, over the map like rain on a tin roof. Kids on stoops, nurses in stairwells, a busker on her break. I wish Phantom was here. Desiree's bangles warmed, tugged obey. She flinched. Just once. It was tiny and it was terrifying. Okay, Izuku said, already on his feet. We're rewriting contracts today. Make it quick, darling, she said, forcing a grin. Before I accidentally order the unlimited lantern combo. The first near miss happened at the park gate. Spectre Crew had a cone maze down to art. A 7-year-old asked his mom, I wish Phantom would be here to show Nugget the bridge, because Nugget the Corgi wears a volunteer bandana and deserves celebrity. Desiree's bracelets flashed. The air hiccuped. Izuku felt a duplicate lean out of him unasked, ghost lattice stretching toward everywhere at once. He grabbed the air like a handrail. 2 breaths, 1 promise, he told himself, and the split stopped. He didn't duplicate. He declared. Anchor holds doors. Runner watches feet. No slips. Desiree's compulsion skidded, curse hitting packed. Her law loop tightened, shaking. This, she said conversationally through her teeth, is going to become not cute fast. He went to one knee so he and the 7-year-old were the same height. I heard your wish, she said softly. Let's try a wish upgrade, okay? We wish Nugget learns the bridge safely. That, I can help. The kid pondered, corrected his sentence out loud, and Desiree's bracelets exhaled like someone had finally found the right charger. Nugget crossed. Nobody duplicated. The dog got a treat the size of his self-esteem. At the Cranes, a street chorus gathered, post-viral from last night's stadium comm. A teen shouted, I wish the Phantom was at every exit. The bracelets pulled like a rip current. Desiree steadied on nothing and made it look like lounging. Izuku tuned a bell over the crowd, breathe on 5, and swapped the sentence in their heads. Ask for keepers at every exit, he said, voice aiming for homeroom teacher. Wish for people in vests. I can be one of them. It worked, largely because Cone sparked joy. But the tug didn't stop. The wish was too common, too mimetic. And the curse wasn't a hobby Desiree could quit. It was a seam that bit her. Back at the theater, she floated cross-legged above the front row and stared at her bracelets like a lawyer glares at a copier that jams one more time. I can wrangle wishes, she said. I can bend them into clauses and make them apologize for their verbs. But this one's a fire hose. If I keep twisting, I'll start twisting you. Izuku set his notebook on the armrest, drew a line. Today. Desiree's curse breaker rebind, safely, identify the original clause. Replace with choice. Witnesses. Pact keepers. City says it out loud. Humor required. Lower panic. Higher consent. Desiree arched a brow. Humor required. If we make it a funeral, everyone will wish us solemnity and you'll be stuck wearing vibes you hate. He grinned. We need a party with bylaws. Oh, she said, delighted. A committee. They called the keepers. Matron Bell arrived first, lanyard blazing, a placard under her arm. Mother's Bite also hug. Station manager Nari unfurled reflective tape like bunting. Frostbite opened a seam well behaved and stepped through with a far frozen breeze behaving even better. Kenji leaned in the doorway like ballast that had learned humor. Spectre Crew brought cones and a bakery box labeled carb accords. Ember sauntered down the aisle with a guitar you knew wasn't acoustic and a shirt that read PG as a state of mind. Somebody said curse breaking, she purred. Thought you'd need a chorus and a content strategy. Do more ghosts RSVP''D by vibe and rumor. Princess Dora glided in with impeccable posture and the kind of smile usually reserved for dual invitations and bake sales. If there is to be an oath, she said, I have a ribbon with opinions. Kitty, who had once been trouble and had since become coveted moderation, slid down the banister on a whisper and popped gum thoughtfully. I brought a do not possess the boyfriend sign, she said. You can keep it. It's laminated. Desiree's bracelets glimmered, tug-eased by the company. She swept an ironic bow. Ladies, matron, operations, Frosty, bellist, Cones welcome to the harem accords. The what Izuku blurted, ears going fire engine red. Relax, Lantern Ember drawled. PG only. Monetizable hand holding. Ads on. Belle coughed primly. Nari held up a clipboard titled Harem, PG, purpose first with bullet points and tasteful hearts. Spectre Crew pointed a cone like a microphone. Dora produced a satin ribbon that genuinely had opinions. Izuku covered his face for 1 second, then peeked out between his fingers. We're really calling it that. We're reclaiming the word from Chaos and Content Farms, Desiree said, amused and earnest at once. A committee of people who care about you and each other chooses purpose over possession. Also, we put it in writing so the algorithm doesn't panic. Belle rapped the podium that hadn't been there a minute ago. Order. Cones Nari intoned. Spectre Crew formed a tidy triangle around the stage because ritual looks better with geometry. Ember strummed a consent chorus chord because ceremony needs something to hum to. Frostbite lifted a paw in formal blessing and didn't make a joke about cold feet. Yet. Izuku swallowed. Okay, he said. Let's do this right. He uncapped his pen. The page read. The Harem Accords, PG, purpose over position, a friendly charter for an extremely responsible committee with excellent boundaries. 1. No wishes about ownership. No mine over people. Wishes are for missions, not monopolies. 2. 3. Consent chorus first. Before feelings escalate. In 2 3 4 5, out 2 3 4 5, yes, even for hand holding. 4. 5. No glamours in serious talks. We use our actual faces when making plans. Exception. Glitter eyeliner is a medical need per Ember. 6. 7. No overshadowing for cuddles. PG means PG. No possession, literally or metaphorically. 8. 9. 8 equals duty buddy. Date nights include bridge checks, soup runs, and teaching Nugget new tricks. Purpose is attractive. 10. 11. Share the calendar. No surprise rescues that cancel someone else's coffee. Schedule it. 12. 13. No stunts for the algorithm. We do not go viral on purpose. If it happens, we leave a note and turn off comments. 14. 15. Apologize elegantly. If feelings get bruised, we say duration, care plan, and next steps. Belle insisted. 16. 17. 2 breaths, 1 promise. We keep Izuku's split rules in romance like we do in rescue. Anchor holds doors. Runner watches feet. Metaphorically. Do not try to kiss both halves at once. 18. 19. Witnessed by keepers. Belle, Nari, Frostbite. Also Nugget. 20. Adeline, Kitty said, chewing. No revenge flirting. Dora nodded gravely. And no dragon transformations during book club unless absolutely necessary. Ember raised a hand. PG smooch definition, please. I need a policy for thumbnails. Belle sighed into her lanyard. Forehead touch. Cheek peck. 1 tasteful hand kiss. No audio. Desiree looked at Izuku from under her lashes and said, very softly, choice comes before charm, Lantern. We pick you because you pick people. We will not wish you into anything. We will walk with you. His chest got that ache where gratitude lives. He wrote 11, choice charm, and underlined it until the paper hummed. Now, Belle said briskly, flipping to the next page of Izuku's notebook like it belonged to the hospital library. The curse. Desiree floated to center, bracelets bright as a shop window. Original clause. She said, and for once there was no purr in it, only work. Those who wish shall be answered. Replaced with. Frostbite prompted, baton tipped. Desiree met Izuku's eyes. Those who choose shall be met. A beat. And only when the choice does not break the door. The bracelets chimed, 1 sympathetic minor, 3rd agreeable but skeptical. Witnesses. Nari called, already naming slots. Belle, Frostbite, station. Kenji for ballast. Nugget for morale. Ember for chorus. Dora for ribbon. Kitty for mods. The far frozen seam widened ajar. Frostbite set a flat bowl of clear ice on the stage, a font of sorts. Izuku cupped warm ice in his palm and breathed a lullaby until the bowl held a pooled light like a small aurora sleeping. Desiree, he said, palms open, visible. May we help you break a rule that hurts people? She bowed, for once without theater. You may. The pack keepers placed their hands where they belonged. Belle on the font's rim, steady as a ward. Nari on a stack of laminated keys. Frostbite's paw on the stage itself. Kenji stood by the proscenium, sure in a suit. Spectre Crew ringed the aisle with cones and optimism. Ember strummed a low fifth that said don't panic in 12 genres. Dora tied her opinionated ribbon around Desiree's wrists, not to bind, but to underline. Kitty pointed at a homemade sign. No possession allowed and a smaller subscript, yes, we mean literal. Izuku laced his throat with warm ice. He didn't call the big whale. He let out a bell that asked the room to behave like a promise. Desiree lifted her hands over the font. The old curse, the one that had ridden her wrist for centuries, showed itself for a heartbeat. Letters of smoke, words like compel and must and mine. It looked expensive and lonely. Speak it, Belle said gently. So it can leave. Desiree's voice went lower, older. I was bound. Those who wish shall be answered. Today, I choose a different grammar. She looked at the people around her and smiled in a way that wasn't a performance. Those who choose shall be met. She exhaled. The bracelets flashed. The smoky words cracked, not shattered. Nothing in this city breaks well. They opened like old windows, finally remembering to move. The shards didn't cut. They melted into the font. Aurora light drank them with polite hunger. The theater held still. Time looked away so it wouldn't make anyone nervous. Ember sent the consent chorus through the rafters in 2345, out 2345, and the font sang not loud, right. Frostbite tapped the stage with his baton once accepted. Nari stamped something with a municipal seal that did not strictly exist, and now socially did. Kenji exhaled like he'd been clenching since a lab bench. Nugget woofed because genius recognizes pivotal moments. Desiree's bracelets changed color. Not much. Enough. The buzz stopped. A low content note threaded through the metal. Law that had been harnessed became law that had been chosen. Try me, she murmured, palm to palm over the bowl. Wish something at me, little and honest. Aura, after a proper royal pause, said, I wish for tea for the room. Desiree smiled and answered choice with meeting. She merely conjured a kettle on the lobby hot plate, a rack of mismatched mugs, a placard that said no glamours in serious talks in rose gold, and a plate of biscuits labeled PG. The bracelets purred. No tug. No twist. Choice met. Ember's grin went wide. I wish to perform a PG smooch upon the lantern. Desiree waggled a reprimanding finger. You choose a PG smooch. He chooses whether he meets you. Different grammar. Izuku, suddenly understanding the horror of being a boy on a stage with policy, went a charming shade of basil. I choose a forehead boop after we file the minutes. Consent chorus first, Belle said, cruelly amused. Ember laughed, actually blushed miracles everywhere, and went to help pour tea instead, humming a tune that sounded suspiciously like lo-fi study beats for breaking curses. Addendum, Nari said, flipping a tab. We adopt a shared calendar. Bridge checks count as dates. Soup runs count as dates. PG smooches require consent chorus, an empty hallway, and a matron not actively observing. Approved, Belle said, deadpan. Noted. Kitty snapped a pic of the whiteboard, no faces, just policy, and posted it to a private channel titled PG Committee. Likes rolled in politely. Last act, Dora said, ribbon bright. We must tie the new sentence to a place. She pointed with a princess's decisiveness. Celadon. They carried the font down the aisle like a baptism you'd invite city planners to. At Celadon's curb, Izuku warm-iced the lintel. Desiree lifted her hands. The new clause, those who choose shall be met, hung overhead like a sign that it always belonged there. Spectre crew flanked the scene with cones and moral support. The king hovered at the fence, sulking on schedule. He watched with the open hostility of a cat at a dog parade and said nothing because law was being written and even hungry things know when to sit. Progress. Izuku laced a bell to the lintel. No biting. Choice first. The city breathed the sentence in. Desiree's curse, no longer quite a curse, settled into the seam like a hinge deciding to commit. Test, Bell ordered, because ceremonies get respect, but tests get truth. One small, honest choice. A teenage girl in a vest stepped up, eyes wide, voice steady. I choose to take my grandma through so she can hear the I sing. She looked at Desiree. Can I be met? Desiree bowed. You may. They crossed. The seam did not bite. The bracelets did not buzz. The far frozen sang one content, low note that made the girl's grandma put a hand on her chest and smile like a winter had opened a window. They came back to the crown to sign papers and drink tea. The harem accords, PG, gained signatures in an order that would confuse an archivist and delight a poet. Desiree, ribbon nod and final wink, Ember McLean, glitter pen, thumbnail compliant, Princess Dorathea, calligraph dignity, Kitty, no possessing and bubble letters, Izuku Midoriya, green curl, ears pink, with witnessed. Matron Bell, block capitals, and Ari Bat, laminated, frostbite, carved lines, Kenji Koroi, steady. Nugget, paw print. Motion to adopt PG smooch windows, Ember said cheerfully. Tuesdays and Fridays, 15 minutes after boundary maintenance, during which operations agrees to not schedule hydrant testing. Seconded, Desiree sang. Veto, Bell said. Unless someone brings cookies. Compromise, Nari offered, tapping her clipboard. Cookies and cone stacking after. Harry, Dora ruled, because every committee needs one person who enjoys a gavel. Izuku tried very hard not to combust at the sheer administration of affection. It helped. Rules took panic out of the room like tea takes winter out of a throat. Dry your forehead, boop now, Bell prompted, suspiciously kind. Ember turned to Izuku, raised a brow, waited. He nodded, counted a tiny consent chorus because he's him, and leaned in. Forehead touch. The chandelier hummed approval. Someone not saying who took a stealth picture of no faces, just green and blue and a ridiculous amount of wholesome. Desiree watched with a smile that had nothing in it but choice and pleasure. Her bracelet stayed quiet. She exhaled. Oh, she said, voice small and real under all her centuries. There you are. Now that we're free of demonetization, Kitty said, reading the room like a pro, what's for dinner? Soup run, Nari said, already scheduling it. Bridge checks after. PG smooch, windows cautiously open, contingent on cookie presence. Oswald is helping at the shelter, Spectre crew reported. He brought bread. It's actually good. Elle hummed, we keep people, and wrote a sticky note that said bread. Safe because sometimes medical charts cover morale. Frostbite tapped Izuku's band, Rumble amused. You cut a different hinge today, he said. No whale required. Whale to Bell, Izuku said, mouth quirking. Close enough. Desiree floated closer and carefully let her bracelets touch Izuku's wrist. Two notes met, no tug. For the record, she murmured, loud enough for everyone to hear and pretend not to, I choose to remain at your shoulder when you make law with light. And I choose tea after. Seconded, Ember said. I choose to make fun of him gently until he believes he deserves any of this. Thirded, Dora said. I choose to bring scones. Perfect, Kitty added. I choose to bonk trolls in the comments. Nari raised her pen. The PG committee chooses purpose over possession. Elle stamped it with a seal in her bag that may or may not have been real yesterday. So ordered. Izuku wrote 3 new lines before fatigue could tidy the day into memory. Desiree's freedom notes, old clause. Those who wish shall be answered. New clause. Those who choose shall be met, if safe. Keys plus, keepers. Curse choice. Bracelets hum, no tug. Witnessed by pact. Tied to salad and lentil. Humor kept panic from writing policy. Keep humor. Relationship ops, PG, V0.1 calendar shared. Date equals duty. PG smooch, windows, consent chorus, cookies. No glamours and serious talks. No overshadowing for cuddles. Apologize elegantly. And, under the phantom code, a line in green ink he almost couldn't write because his hand shook happy. 14, love is a team sport. Choose people. Choose purpose. Breathe together. The chandelier ticked a lullaby. Outside, cones stacked in improbable towers. The boundary sulked on schedule. Nugget updated his resume with bridge model. In a kitchen a world away, a woman folded a green hoodie and felt lightly, kindly that her son had learned to keep promises without breaking himself. Izuku lay back on the airbed and closed his eyes. Desiree settled above the seatback like a lantern hung where it belonged. Ember's guitar dozed. Dora's ribbon behaved. Kitty's sign leaned against the stage like a very firm joke. Bell locked the lobby. Nari set a calendar invite titled PG Hugs and Soup. Frostbite checked the seam with one claw and nodded. Kenji breathed without counting. Unbroken promises hummed in the walls. The city, for once, chose to let that be enough. The chandelier in the Crown Theater ticked like a calm drumline. Izuku woke to the far-frozen band humming warm against his wrist and to the soft rustle of Desiree hovering above row D, bracelet stacked like a little city of law. He breathed in 5, spun the coin in his mind, set his teeth, eased his lattice. Home, at least for a minute. Field trip, Desiree said, all sugar and subtext. Our friends in white have discovered a new toy that sings. The band flashed once with Frostbite's quiet paw print. Bring your lungs, the Paul said without language. Bring your manners. They didn't need the news to find the trouble. The trouble found them, and Accord the city had not asked to hear sirens welded to lampposts up and down the riverfront, warming up in perfect, obnoxious unison. Someone had sold the Giwa network called Tonewall and promised it would keep ghosts out by roaring at frequencies that make ectoplasm think about leaving. In the demonstration video, the city looked tidy and hero-proof. In real air, the pitch rubbed beams raw and made windows argue with their frames. The seam under the cranes twitched at the sound like a door deciding whether to bite. Spectre crew were already out with cones and tape. Nari had set a folding table under an awning and printed 36 laminated cards that all said no in different fonts. Matron Bell marched from the hospital with a placard tucked under her arm that read Mother's Bite in her best block capitals. Kenji stood with his hands in his pockets like ballast that had learned patience. Ember, who for reasons of temperament and career loves a microphone she can scold, was pretending not to be excited by the idea of defeating an entire PA system with common sense. The first siren cycled up, a gasket squeal glued to a violin. It kissed Izuku's ghost sense the wrong way. He felt his shoulders want to tighten and chose to make them do something else. May I tune you? He asked the air, out loud, because it mattered that the room heard him aim his voice at it, not at throats. He placed 2 sails in the rafters of the riverwalk, curved fields that would catch pressure and turn it in useful directions. Warm ice laced the edges of the sails. The sound hit, slid, and decided to be a breeze instead of a bruise. The second siren tried to side-eye a pedestrian crossing, missed, and barked into a cone that Spectre crew had stacked like a colorful lighthouse. On the 4th siren, the vendor showed up in a van with a logo of a smiling speaker and a tagline that said keeping your air safe since last week. A rep in a polo shirt started to explain that the system was city approved. Nari smiled with the effortless teeth of operations and asked him which clause of Act 12 let him aim weapons at lintels. He read from his phone until his courage found the curb and sat down. The Giwutek rolled a card-mounted generator toward a lamppost and reached for the switch. Izuku floated in close enough that they could talk without becoming content. If you flip that now, the bridge will bite, he said, not angry. And then I'll spend the next 4 hours apologizing to Doors while your boss takes credit for preventing the emergency you caused. The tech looked at the cranes, at Spectre crew's neat triangles, at Matron Bell's placard, at the way Izuku's shields were sails and not walls. Copy, he muttered, hand dropping. Leaving it off. They didn't all leave it off. On the far bank, 3 sirens spun up together, found each other's megaphone egos, and howled in harmony. The river put its hands over its ears. A steel truss on the pedestrian bridge shuddered. People stumbled. On the hospital roof, a sympathetic seam woke and squinted open, offended. At the park gate, Nugget the Corgi decided the day needed him and barked in counterpoint so furiously he forgot to blink. Incent chorus, Nari called through a borrowed bullhorn. She counted 5 and the little crowd counted with her, and breathing found the beat that panic tries to steal. Ember stood on a planter and strummed an easy 4 chords that sounded like nobody was going to get trampled today. The sound behaved better for being told how. Izuku lifted higher and tuned for the city's register the way Frostbite had taught him in the amphitheater. Whisper for hinges. Chord for multi-hinge repair. Bell to warn without breaking glass. Shout only when you've put sails up and decide you like your neighbors. Lacing for everything. The sirens pushed. He didn't push back. He threaded a thin wail into the bolts holding the nearest horn, not to break it, just to unstick the housing, the soft snick of a jar opening for someone who knew the trick. The horn rotated 12 degrees and yelled at a billboard that didn't mind. He slipped a second thread under a cross brace in the pedestrian bridge and asked the joint to remember being young. It stopped sulking. The 3rd siren thought better of itself and chose to run fewer decibels purely to be different, which is a moral victory under any brand name. Boundary, Desiree murmured, and he felt it too. The king had arrived in the fence like a rumor you can point to, cloak neat for once because Tuesdays had taught it to try. The knot crown leaned toward the warping air as if to say, give me something to chew. Izuku told him, still tuning, still acing, still making warm ice sit at the edges of his voice. Hold the between, not the people. If a siren tries to open a seam you don't own, make it stop trying. The crown snipped sideways, offended at being given chores. Then it did them, because being needed is tastier than being loud. The helipad seam blinked, remembered that stairs exist, and put itself away. Stonewall wasn't finished. The demo protocol piped a new frequency into the grid, higher, tighter, petulant. It was the kind of sound that punches exit signs. When it hit the old dance hall plank buried under the north end of the riverwalk, the wood remembered a fire that hadn't been its fault. Izuku saw that memory in the way people's shoulders tilted toward the rail and chose to tilt them back. He brought the bell out, not as a trumpet, as a letter to the day. The sound went into the sails and walked the streets without grabbing anyone's collar. Up to the left, it said to the ramp. Down in the back, it said to the stair. Mothers first, it said to nobody in particular, and Bell's chin went up half an inch in satisfaction. The crowd moved like choreography the city had always known. The vendor in the polo tried to reboot the grid from his laptop. Ember landed next to him in a shower of glitter that wasn't real and asked him if he had ever considered not being a hazard. He looked at her shirt, which read PG as a state of mind, then at his own, which read please sue me, and chose to close the lid. The scream cut across the whole arrangement, a real one, not from the sirens. 2 blocks inland a construction crane had lost interest in staying upright, insulted by the pitch drilling at its base. Commuters were already filming from the sidewalk. A young woman in a yellow raincoat held a toddler so tightly the child couldn't cry yet. When the crane groaned again, a cable snapped and flailed like a worm in a myth. Izuku didn't think. He returned the sea to his lungs and split once because he had to. Anchor kept the river, the sails, the bell, the boundary's temper. Runner knifed up through heat shimmer and found the crane at the shoulder. He set his feet in a field and let his hands do the naming Frostbite had drilled until it became a reflex. Hinge, he told the worst joint. Not you, he told the cable starting to swing toward a radiator and a row of heads. He cut with a whisper and laced the cut in ice so it wouldn't turn into shrapnel. The loose end fell, slow as an apology, and Spectre Crew stepped under it in vests and moved people by acting like doors. The toddler saw him then. The grief arrived in the child's mouth all at once. Izuku did not reach for the heavy voice. He put the lullaby in his throat, the version that has no tug and no trick, and only the instruction to inhale. The child matched him by accident. The mother matched her child on purpose. He held them both in the rhythm until the cable lay on the asphalt and nobody was between anything sharp and anything fragile. By the time he returned to the river, the first horns had picked a new fight. They had decided to sing at the crane's arch directly, as if a song could shame a seam into behaving. Izuku felt the ring of wills they had laid at last week's maintenance shift. He felt the king leaning against it in bored duty. He asked the city a question. Can I tune you without showing off? Sometimes the better answer comes because you ask it like that. He braided a cord from his chest to his teeth and out through his hands, 5 threads across 5 hinges in the arch, and he kept it so thin that nobody's glass remembered to hate him for it. Warm eyes sat on the edges. His sails sent the leftovers toward the river where water does what it's always done with nonsense. He didn't stop the horns. He changed the room against which they insisted. The arch thought about biting, decided not to, and the king made an undignified pleased sound that only Desiree heard. She laughed out loud, one bright chiming note, and even the vendor who had arrived to sell havoc smiled for half a heartbeat. There will always be a villain who thinks volume is a personality. This one arrived wearing subwoofers as armor and a helmet with leads pulsing to a beat only he liked. He called himself Tremor Saint because every day somebody on the river chooses his own epithet. He aimed a handheld base cannon at the cones and told the city to kneel. Izuku was suddenly so tired of people telling rooms what to be. He dropped in front of the cannon and let Tremor Saint see him breathe. 5 in. Coin. Teeth. Lattice. The man's shoulders tightened, not with fear, with a sense memory of showing up to class without homework. Izuku nodded toward the weapon and asked if they could nod. By ordinance, Tremor Saint began and hurt himself and grimaced. Exactly, Desiree said from the rail. By ordinance. Do not scuff the cones. Tremor Saint fired anyway, because some men have to show you the worst they can do before they remember they wanted to be good. The wave jumped. Izuku put sails under it and made it spend itself on air. He turned the bell toward the street and told feet to find the best way out. Then he went close and laid his palm on the cannon side and sang a whisper through the bolts. The housing sighed. The leads blinked like a good idea losing its stage. Tremor Saint sagged in place and muttered that he had intended to be cooler. You can be, Ember told him, already redesigning his stage plot in her head. Arrive on time. Ask the room for permission. Remember who you're playing for. He nodded and handed the cannon to Spectre Crew like a child bringing flowers. They stored it behind a cone and told him to drink water. By afternoon, the Tonewall demo had collapsed into a stack of paperwork, the vendor's van was pointed meekly towards somewhere else, the GU had retired to fill out forms for why nothing had worked, and the bridge kept humming the way well-built things do when no one is listening on purpose. Nari taped the laminated note cards back into her folder one by one, as carefully as you'd put heirlooms away. The city didn't cheer. It breathed. It is a better sound. Back at the Crown, Izuku lay his notebook open on the lip of the stage and started to write, then remembered that Day had asked him not to turn a chapter into checklists. He closed the cover and spoke into the green light instead, making the record with his throat. I asked first, he told the room, like a confession. I cut hinges and not homes. I kept the sails up whenever I tempted the wind. I never sang at ribs. I used the bell like a letter, not a shotgun. I laced everything I did with warm ice and gave the edges somewhere to relax. When it became loud, I remembered I like my neighbors. Desiree sank into the aisle and let her bracelets kiss the velvet. You sang in cursive, she said. And the city remembered how to sign its own name. Frostbite stepped through the seam and stood in the pool of green the chandelier laid over the footlights. Your windows live here, humbled. You moved a crowd with rhythm and not with fear. You did not break my spires this time. I broke your patience last time, Izuku said, smiling before he could behave. You rebuilt it, Frostbite said. He did not smile, but his scarf did. Matron Bell looked in from the lobby and announced that the stairwells had not bitten anyone all day, that the helipad seam had minded its manners without being told twice, and that the ward had a tray of cookies labeled PG. Nari posted a notice on the bulletin board next to the box office. Toned walls are no longer a thing. Try listening. Spectre Crew stacked cones into a tower half their height and did not knock it over, which in itself is a kind of miracle. Enji lingered under the chandelier, hands still in his pockets. You were loud, he said, with no accusation in it. I tried not to be, Izuku said. But when I was careful. Enji nodded, as if that sentence weighed the right amount and could be shelved where it belonged. Even the boundary kept its appointment like a sulky civil servant. The king stood on the far side of the ring at the cranes and refused to look grateful for having been given a job. Desiree waved at him as if he were exactly the sort of neighbor you might lend a broom to. He pretended not to see. He will never admit it, but he has begun to miss Tuesdays when they don't happen. When night finally put its hands on the shoulders of the day and told it to sit, Izuku went back to bed with music still living in his ribs like a neighborhood choir that didn't have to try to be good. He thought about the first time he had wanted to shout his way through a wall and how much easier it had seemed than learning to aim storm and mercy in the same breath. He thought about a toddler in a yellow raincoat breathing because someone chose a lullaby over a victory. He thought about a vendor in a polo choosing to close a lid. He thought about a corgi who barked at a siren and won. Desiree floated where the mezzanine meets the shadow, bracelet silent, except for the soft hum of a law chosen and not imposed. Cities trembled, she said into the half-dark. No one broke. He let his eyes close and let himself be proud exactly as long as it took to take one more 5 count. Villains folded, he answered, sleepy. We didn't. The chandelier ticked its way toward morning. Somewhere on the other bank a lampist, recently freed from a gig it hadn't enjoyed, decided it liked its job again. A station manager scheduled an inspection that would look like a tea break. A matron hung a placard on the staff fridge that said bells are for breathing, not for blood pressure. A certain king stood between doors and pretended he didn't care about schedules. Home, for now, learned to hum with him. He'd earned that sound. He'd earn it again tomorrow. The chandelier in the Crown Theater ticked like a polite heartbeat. The celadon plank hummed through Izuku's wristband, present, content, ajar. He breathed 5 in, spun the coin, set his teeth, eased his lattice. Home. Also, not the only one. The gear-shaped glint rolled across the band's face and went still. Clockwork didn't step in. He never ruined a good lobby. But the message sat there in the green. Bridge hold 7. Window safe. Witness waiting. Desiree drifted upright over row D, bracelets whispering law instead of buzzing compulsion now. She saw the glint in the band and did not tease. Today. If we do it, Izuku said, we do it with the pact watching. They did. Matron Bell came first, the way real morning always does, clipboard, lanyard, that exact ineffable energy of someone who can carry a screaming infant and a small apocalypse at the same time. Nari rolled in an operations cart, its drawers labeled with the kinds of metaphors only station managers use, keys, no coffee. Frostbite pushed the far frozen ajar, the seam blinking like a polite eyelid. Kenji leaned on the proscenium like ballast you'd brag about having installed. Spectre Crew set cones in a careful oval and produced a cake with PG iced on top, as if that were a flavor. Ember flopped onto the house left speaker stack and tuned a guitar that pretended it wasn't excited. Princess Dora arrived with a ribbon that believed in oaths and presentation. Kitty slid down the handrail with a sign that read no drama at the lintel and a tiny subscript, unless it's helpful. Nugget the corgi wore his volunteer bandana and a grave expression. He knows ceremonies. The boundary came too, on schedule, sulking handsomely at the cranes across the river. The knot crown angled toward the Crown Theater as if a wordplay had offended it. No one invited the Gyu. A mercy for everyone. Izuku stood center stage with a notebook that had stopped being a notebook and become a city's memory. We've kept to our vows, he said, palms visible. Door doesn't bite. Keys and no. Crossings human first. Today we ask for a first return that doesn't cost anyone else. Bell nodded like a stamp. Say your terms. He did. Ring. No crowds. No kings. Witnesses present. Hearth now ends it. And if it hurts, we stop. He looked once at Desiree. She lifted her chin. Go on. I'm here. They didn't make a portal. They made a porch, the way good neighbors do. Warm ice traced the crown's lintel. The seam blinked ajar. Ember hummed a consent chorus under her breath without turning it into a performance. Nari counted 5, and the room obeyed because it had been trained to enjoy competence. Clockwork appeared only in reflection, face flickering in the chandelier's glass, gaze as soft as brass gets. Witness, he said, and meant I will remember this for you if you can't. Who crosses? Bella asked. Izuku said, and swallowed. And nobody else. The door's job is to let me back with my lungs, not to carry my grief. Frostbite placed a paw on the stage. No biting, he told the seam. It listened. Desiree drew a loop of ribbon law and let it hang over the opening like mist, not a leash. Choice first, she reminded the day. Be met only when met. He stepped forward. The seam opened like an eye waking in a friendly room. Cold from the far frozen pressed against one cheek. Warm kitchen air he hadn't breathed in months touched the other. He could smell rice and detergent and the lemon cleaner his mother swore by even though she hated the brand. He almost cried. He didn't. He had a job. 5 in. Coin. Teeth. Lattice. He crossed. The alley on the other side was not dramatic. That was the gift. A drain murmured. Laundry flapped on a line. A bicycle leaned where it had always leaned in defiance of time and gravity. The sky saw him and decided to be afternoon. He walked the route in muscle memory. Two lefts, a short flight, keys he didn't have, a door he wasn't going to knock on like a ghost. He put his hand to the wood and breathed so the lintel could learn his name. "May I tune you?" He whispered to his own house like a kneeling boy who had grown into his voice. The key turned on the other side. The chain rattled. The door opened the width of a greeting card, then widened when she saw the green. Mom didn't say anything at first. She let her hands fly up to her mouth and pressed a sound back into herself like a drum. Then she laughed and stepped into him, and he put his forehead to hers and breathed the consent chorus on instinct, because rhythm is how you keep a moment from falling. There are things you can't rehearse. How her hair still smells like laundry day. How her hug is a handrail and a rule. How her yes sits in your ribs like a backup lung. "Hi," he said, and awful ordinary love filled the space under the word. She pushed him to arm's length just to look, then pulled him in again, then pushed, then hit his shoulder with the flat of her hand for being late to his own life. It all fit. He let it. "Come in," she said. Before the stairs decide to gossip. The kitchen had not gotten any larger or kinder to elbows. She put him in a chair that had nothing to do with heroism and everything to do with back support. She made tea with hands that knew where the cups lived. He watched her move and knew he was home in a way that wasn't fair to either world and decided to be grateful anyway. "How long?" she asked finally, when the kettle had done its job and the first minute of staring had run out of courage. He told the truth, the possible one. "It'll be both," he said. "I built a bridge that doesn't bite. I have doors I have to hold there and people. I have you. I can come. I can go. We'll set a schedule. I'll fail at it. We'll fix it." She took that like a matron takes a shift. Saturdays, she decided, ruthless in her kindness. "Lunch. I'll feed you until you forget you know how to spell the word specter. And send me messages even when you can't cross. Knock pattern on the lintel if you're at the door and I'm not." He taught her the knock because there are liturgies in every family. She taught him the face you make when you don't want to cry in the doorway, and he took notes like a devout. He told her enough. Not the names she didn't need, not the burdens that belonged to keepers on the other shore. He told her about a Corgi who took his volunteer job seriously, about a station manager who laminates feelings, about a matron who can outrun bureaucracy. He did not say harem. He said committee, and she narrowed her eyes and then decided she trusted him with both words. She fed him something green and anchoring and made him drink water twice, which is older magic than any ribbon law. He left a light in the corner behind the plant, a soft ecto glow shaped like an apology, so the room would not forget he had remembered it. He drew a tiny sigil above the door that said no biting in a dialect only good lintels learn. He showed her the shutdown phrase. She laughed at heart, now like you laugh when a spell remembers that houses matter. He heard the city move around them. Voices, tires, a siren that wasn't a system and knew its place. He stood because leaving is a skill and because the seam across the river pings when it needs hands. She walked him to the threshold and put her palm to his cheek and didn't ask him to stay because that isn't what love does when the person you love has a job that isn't a poster. "Bring your laundry," she said instead, absolutely lethal. "And if you meet that all," she stopped herself, editing for safety, not superstition. "If you meet your teacher, tell him I expect a syllabus." He laughed, wrecked and mended. "Yes, ma'am." "Go be good," she said. "Then come back and be my kid." He crossed. The seam closed ajar, like a parent who knows teenagers and windows. The Crown Theater took him back into its lungs. He didn't realize he'd been clenching until Belle's hand touched his shoulder and found a muscle and told it a better story. "Well?" she asked, pretending she couldn't read his face. He nodded because trying to talk would break the chorus they'd built. Desiree watched him with a smile that had no sharp in it. She didn't make a joke. She touched her bracelet to his wristband. Law met light and hummed, and nothing tugged. "Did the door bite her?" Frostbite asked, entirely serious. "No," Izuku said, throat thick. It remembered not to. Nari handed him a laminated card that read Land Terrace Nur in big friendly letters. "Operations title," she said. "Lantern Engineer. You're on 2 rosters now. I'm very proud of our HR department, which is me." Spectre Crew rolled the cake in. Ember declared a PG smooch window and then ruined her own bit by getting teary when he didn't flinch. Princess Dora dabbed the corner of her eye with a handkerchief that could have been a treaty. Kitty took a stealth photo of the cake and not one face and wrote, "We did a thing that didn't break anyone." Nugget accepted a crumb with the ethics of a small saint. He slept for 20 minutes on the airbed because that's what happens after a miracle. "You nap." The chandelier counted his breaths. When he woke, the band had a message waiting in a paw print and 3 dots. Frostbite. Far frozen gate ready for plank 2. Nari. Boundary maintenance. Friday noon. Cookies acquired. Bell. Stairs behaved. No bites. Desiree. T. They went to Celadon together because the best way to prevent melancholy is to give it tasks. The lintel remembered his mother's palm and warmed under his. The seam blinked, behaved again when the king pressed his crown to the ring and found the pleasure of checking a box on his schedule. He said the shutdown phrase once just to hear the room sigh. He left his second light half as bright on the crown's wall and wrote Saturdays. Lunch in small letters under the pact where only tired people will ever look. Days ran together the way days do when work is good. Maintenance and rescues, bells and whispers, cones and cookies, and the border collie righteousness of Nugget enforcing no kings. He learned where the bridge was thin after rain and how to thicken it with song. He learned not to be in two places at once and to share instead of split. He learned that texting his mother breathing at the end of a bad night is almost as good as arriving, and sometimes better. On the first Friday boundary shift, the king arrived late, out of breath with indignation at his own calendar. "We hate Tuesdays," he told the ring, like a child testing an adult. "We hate Friday." "Cookies," Nari said, cutting him off and holding one up like a target. The crown tilted. The cloak folded. The between settled. You cannot out-argue carbohydrates. On a rain-silvered Wednesday, Izuku followed a call through the seam to a school in his first world when a stairwell choked on weather. He tuned a bell and laced a rail and moved 3 kids down in a wave of breathing. He left a note by a fire extinguisher that said breathe first. He didn't stay. The bridge closed ajar behind him. He went back to the park gate to teach a new volunteer the difference between a cone and a sermon. On the second Saturday he brought his laundry, and his mother pretended not to be thrilled by the sight of a son who remembered socks. He tidied the cupboard where she keeps the good noodles, while the kettle he had tuned last visit behaved like a citizen. He told her a story about a musician who learned to love consent choruses and a djinn who fell in love with grammar. She told him a story about a neighbor who bought a new plant and named it after a hero in the wrong genre. He showed her the knock again and the shutdown phrase again and ate an unforgivable amount of okra. Walking back, he caught himself counting breaths and timing steps on the old route like he was still a student with a bus to catch. The far frozen hissed cold into his left palm. The crown stage warmed his right. The coin spun. He knew both sides of the door by the creak they made. He wrote later, in the notebook he pretended was just for rules and had become an autobiography. Home is a promise kept from both directions. Bridges aren't neutral. They are chosen. I am not a poster. I am a lantern. I stand where drafts try to become wind and I teach them to be air. Desiree read the line over his shoulder and bumped her bracelet against his band, tiny chime against hum. 2 directions, she echoed, pleased and a little sad and not ashamed of either. I will keep the kettle on the side. She will keep it on that one. You will always be a little late for tea. He could live with that. At night the chandelier ticked soft. The park gate exhaled dog. The hospital stairs sent a smug text to the helipad seam, saying behaved all day. The cranes clinked, and somewhere in the fence the king grumbled and then checked the time and showed up anyway because he has a job. Ember scrolled through a set list and wrote a new ballad titled Bridge Song, PG, and swore she wouldn't play it until she meant it. Belle filed a memo titled Love is a Schedule and stuck it to the staff fridge. Nari color-coded a calendar that contained the words lantern lunch 3 times a month. Spectre crew stacked cones into a ridiculous arch and walked through it single file like kids who had decided to become architecture. In another kitchen a world away, a woman rinsed a teacup and looked at the little green light in the corner and felt perfectly calm about the fact that it disobeyed physics. She touched the lintel and it said no, biting back at her hand like a password. She laughed and wiped the counter and went to bed. Her son would be here Saturday. That's how calendars work now. Izuku slept like a boy who had remembered the oldest rule he ever wrote and made it true again. Leave light. 1 in each house. 1 in his chest. Enough to find the door in the dark, either way. The chandelier in the Crown Theater ticked like a clock that had learned to whisper. Izuku woke without hurry, the far-frozen band warm on his wrist, the celadon plank humming its small, satisfied ajar through the floorboards. 5 in. Coin. Teeth. Lattice. He smiled into the pillow because mornings that begin with nothing wrong are rare enough to count. Desiree floated above row D with a book you couldn't quite read because it enjoyed being private. Her bracelet sang one soft note when she noticed his eyes open. Patrol? She asked, not a question so much as a shared habit. Patrol, he said. They started at the park gate. The night air had that wet leaf clarity that makes rails sound like music when your hand slips along them. Spectre crew had left cones nested by the sign like tidy seashells. Nugget trotted inspection with the gravity of a magistrate. His volunteer bandana had earned a patch for outstanding door manners. A jogger slowed, nodded, kept breathing because the consent chorus is a custom now like waving to a neighbor's porch light. Izuku traced warm ice along the gatepost. May I tune you? The wood remembered his voice. The hinge remembered not to bite. A kid on the bench hugged her backpack and told her phone, in a whisper made for diaries, he asks the door like it has feelings, which made the door behave even better out of pride. At St. Damian's, the laundry cart squeaked 3 floors down, exact and soothing as metronomes. Matron Bell leaned in the staff doorway with a mug that said love is a schedule. No bite, she reported, though the corners of her mouth suggested she would have enjoyed the excuse to scold a stairwell. One lullaby in pediatrics. The bell we hung. A grandmother rang it once for luck and then apologized to it for being superstitious. I told her the bell enjoys attention. He tuned the east stairs echo to talk around footsteps instead of at them. Desiree hung a fresh placard no frights in the stairs in a script that made rules look like friendship. A nurse passing with a clipboard mouthed thank you in the way busy people do when they can't set anything down. They crossed the scrapyard under the welded cranes. Kenji stood by the ring with his hands in his pockets and a thermos of tea staggering under honey. He's learned to be ballast like it's a language. The king unfolded from the fence at their approach, exactly on time, exactly as annoyed by that fact as ever. Cloak neat, crown modest, appetite domesticated into duty. We are here, the between said, and managed to make punctuality sound threatening. Izuku set the ring with frost and law, and a cone balanced on a cone, because Spectre Crew had found a way to make competence whimsical. Thank you for keeping schedule, he told the boundary. We hate Tuesdays, the king said on a Wednesday, out of tradition. Nari brought cookies, Desiree offered, which ended the debate. Ember sat on the hood of a wrecked sedan like a benevolent gargoyle, guitar in her lap, fingers moving in time with the river. She was writing a song she had sworn not to release until it was true. The chorus kept becoming a bridge and then laughing at its own pun. You two on soup duty? She asked without looking up. Half patrol, half soup, Izuku said. DG committee approves, she said, and then, softer, good to see you calm. The GIW van actually rolled by and didn't stop, which counted as character development. Someone inside had scotch tape to print out to the dash that read door to hearth, now not a joke. Progress comes in small fonts. They took the Celadon alley slow. The lintel glowed with the faint green all good promises give off when no one demands they show off. Izuku breathed his greeting through the wood and felt a knock answer from far away, the little rhythm his mother had insisted they set together. Not this hour. Saturday lunch soon. The band hummed like a kettle coming right. Tea when we finish? Desiree asked, bracelets cool against his knuckles for a second and then gone. Tea, he said. The city hummed. Not quiet, cities are never quiet but coordinated. A bus exhaled at the corner. Somewhere a window shut itself carefully against rain. Someone laughed 2 blocks away, and Izuku didn't have to read the laugh for danger, because tonight was teaching him to let joy set the pitch when it could. They made a last small loop through the riverwalk, past a lamp Stonewall had tried and failed to recruit. Nari had put reflective tape crescents around their bases. At night they looked like they wore gentle armor. One of the posts had a note taped to it in blocky child handwriting. Thank you for not yelling. Izuku touched the paper with 2 fingers the way you touch something sacred without bending its corners. Patrol, done. The Crown Theater pulled them back like a favorite chair. The chandelier counted time at the decent pace of a body ready for bed. They were halfway to the mezzanine when the ping came small, not the kind that sours your mouth. A clean snowflake through the band and a single careful gear tooth gleam in the glass. Frostbite, first. Door wants to practice a morning then clockwork, almost kind. Window safe. Ask your question out loud. He had been expecting some ridiculous puzzle, elegant and sharp. The question on his tongue turned out to be plain. Will this last? He said to the quiet house, to frostbite through the seam ajar, to time reflected in brass. The bridge. The boundary behaving. The Saturdays. Will it last? Time did not flick the chandelier like a showman. The answer arrived the way good advice does. Thread it into what you were going to do anyway. Only if you keep choosing it, Desiree said, and folded the sentence into her bracelets like another loop of law. Only if you keep asking first. The band warmed Frostbite's assent, a winter yes. The chandelier ticked, which, for clockwork, might as well have been a shrug and a smile. He only ever promised the party could keep. Tomorrow we'll have ours. You may put your hands on them. Izuku exhaled. The breath ran steady, unshowy. He thought about a Corgi who takes his job seriously, and a matron who can file affection like paperwork, and a station manager who can weaponize laminators for good, and a boundary that shows up because it said it would, and a musician who tunes herself to consent on purpose, and a mother with a lintel that says no biting back to her palm. Okay, he told the day that had become the night and would become the day again. We'll keep choosing it. They made tea. Not magic. Kettle on a hot plate in a theater lobby that had learned to be a kitchen after curtain. Desiree poured his cup like she'd rehearsed it. He poured hers like this was the trick he wanted to keep, not the ones that cut hinges. They sat on the lip of the stage with their feet hanging over the orchestra pit where Spectre Crew had left a stack of cones pretending to be modern art. VG committee meets tomorrow, Desiree said, mock official. Agenda item 1. Whether hand-holding during soup runs counts as cardio. Operations says yes, Nari called from the doorway, because operations has omniscience when snacks are involved. Belle stuck her head in and added hydration and left a thermos like you leave a blessing. He sent a text across a seam he didn't need to open. Breathing. 3 dots. Then. Kettle and a green heart. He smiled at his phone like an idiot and let himself be exactly that. The final ping came late, barely more than a tap against the ghost sense. A stare and a far school remembering a bad year and trying to hold its breath. He didn't put his shoes back on. He didn't need to. He walked to Celadon, touched warm ice to the lintel, and asked the door a favor. The seam went ajar, compliant and kind. He stepped through, tuned a bell that said easy now to empty hallways and old lockers, pressed his palm to a rail until metal recalled being useful instead of dramatic, and left a note that read ring, if door is rude on a corkboard nobody checked enough. When he slipped back into the crown, the chandelier kissed him with one green flash and went back to its polite tick. He lay down on the airbed. Desiree arranged herself like a question mark with an answer tucked under it. The band purred. The city kept watch without being asked. He did not plan the speech he would give to future monsters, or rewritten packs, or the headline he hoped never to see. He planned breakfast. He planned a Saturday. He planned to keep the bridge ajar and the door from biting, and to write another line in a notebook he'd always intended to be shorter. Home, he thought, as the stage and the seam and the lintel braided into a lullaby, is 2 directions and 1 job. Leave light. He slept, and the lantern he had become between houses, between hours stayed lit enough for tomorrow to find its way in. Thanks for watching guys, and join my Patreon.